Lilacs. The scent tickles my nostrils, wrapping me in comfort. The smell of my mother's perfume surrounded me whenever I curled up on her lap as a kid and snuggled under the blankets while she read a book to me. I sink deeper into the warmth of my mother's body, promising never to leave her again now that she's here, however fleeting that might be. I grip her tighter, the memory fading like leaves blowing in the wind. I'll hold on to her memory forever. The moment I open my eyes, I know the pain will sweep back in and carry me away, ripping the perfectly constructed figment of solitude right out from under me. Maybelle? The deep, dark voice should terrify me, but somehow doesn't. My name echoes around in the concaves of my mind, but I ignore the beacon, slipping back into that tranquil space. Maybelle, wake up! The voice calls again, and there's a hard edge this time. Fear strikes me, but I settle quickly because something about that voice is familiar. The owner is someone my subconscious knows will not hurt me. I cling to the wispy clouds of my dream, slowly evaporating before my eyes. The smell of lilacs, the warmth of my mother's arms around me, the soft thud of her heartbeat beneath my ear, it all slips through my fingers like sand through an hourglass. Slowly, with the weight of 10 cinder blocks on my eyes, I blink them open, then immediately regret it and slam them shut again with a groan. A throbbing sensation slices through my skull as it spears through me like a pencil straight to my pupil. Maybelle. A shadow moves above me, blocking out the light. I recognize that voice. Sebastian. And suddenly I have a whole other slew of problems I don't know what to do with. The light, I croak, my voice raw. It hurts my head. The brightness behind my eyelids dims, and it's like someone has pulled a 5-pound weight off my face. Thank you. I wince, while blinking my eyes open once more. It takes a moment to adjust to the room. As soon as they do, I'm struck by his disheveled image, noticing that he's stripped off his tuxedo jacket and his bow tie hangs limply around his neck. He doesn't appear to care. When our gazes collide, he eases, his shoulders relaxing away from his ears. Good. You're awake. I am, but a part of me doesn't want to be. Not when the events that transpired earlier come flooding back like a nightmare that refuses to let go. Sebastian. Drew. Mom. Fuck. The pressure of it all threatens to suffocate me, and I scramble for the covers, wanting nothing more than to hide beneath them and escape the reality of my life. Sebastian doesn't appear to agree, and clamps a hand around my wrist, his hard grip stopping any further advancement. No fast movements. You have a concussion from the fall, and they had to put in a few stitches to close up the gash on your head. I attempt to tug my hand from his grasp so I can check for myself, but his unbreakable grip stops me before I can even try. Let go of me! His mouth folds down into a straight line, and he slowly relaxes his grip before taking a step back. Just like Drew, he's great at painting an illusion. Though his features may convey a calmness, his body language speaks otherwise. His tense posture is tight, as if he might leap back and grab me the second I twitch the wrong way. How's your head feel? I nod once, but the action is painful, so I become as still as a statue. It hurts. In fact, my entire body hurts. He sighs and smooths his hands down his thighs like he needs something to do, something to focus on. Yeah, that's probably from when you fainted. I caught you the best I could. It might also be adrenaline. Sometimes after a game, even if I don't take a hit, I'll come home sore. Every muscle in my body stiff. I don't respond, and instead look at the other side of the massive hospital room. Everything is beige and white, sterile and clean. The sheets are soft beneath my fingers, and the beep of the machines next to the bed are muted. It's the complete opposite of all the hospital stays I've had with my mother, where the blankets are scratchy, the walls an off-yellow color, and the machines constantly beep because there aren't enough staff to manage the influx of patients. A place like this will cost more than my entire college degree and then some. I don't know how long I've been here, but I already know I've outstayed my welcome. I need to get out of here. I can't afford this. I don't look at him as I speak. The last thing I want to see on his face is disgust or pity. After everything, and even in my current state, I refuse to give up an ounce of dignity. As if he's finally trusting I won't get up and sprint out of the room, he slumps into the cushy armchair beside my bed. Don't worry about how much it's going to cost. What you need to worry about is your health. I shift against the bed and try to hide my wince while I glare at him. Only someone who doesn't have to worry about money says don't worry about money. A dark spark enters his eyes, reminding me of the first time I saw him at the hunt. Sebastian might appear kind and courteous, but everyone knows his true nature. His beast lingers just below the surface, waiting for the moment he can come out to play. I said don't fucking worry about it, so don't fucking worry about it. It's all covered. You're not alone anymore, Belle. My jaw aches as I grit my teeth, and I narrow my eyes at him to make sure he sees the anger, the pain, all of it. I want him to know what it's like to have your still-beating heart ripped out of your chest. I'm not alone. I have my... A sob rips from my throat, and the pain of the words gouges me, a never-ending wound that refuses to stop bleeding. I clench my jaw tightly and stare up at the ceiling while blinking back tears. I have my mom. Yeah, I might be poor, but I was never alone. I have the one thing that no amount of money could ever buy. Love. Silence surrounds me, and after a few seconds I risk glancing at him, even as hot tears slip down my cheeks. There's a crinkle in his brow as he stares at the wall, and it hits me all over again. My mother is gone. Gone. For good. But I'm not the only one who lost her. Damn it. Shit. In a world full of filthy rich assholes, he's the last person I should feel a sliver of sympathy for. But that's not who I am. I might have lost my mother, but so did he. It doesn't matter if he knew less about her than I did. He didn't have to deal with infinite hospital visits and medications. He didn't have bedtimes when she read to him and sang him lullabies. He didn't have any of those things. But he lost her all the same. At least I had those memories. But he didn't even get that. I rub my cheeks to wipe at my tears, causing the IV in my hand to pull tight and pinch. The pain helps bring me back to the present. If it's okay with you, I'd like to get out of here. I doubt a hospital stay is suitable for the treatment of a concussion. It's not, but I wasn't sure what your mental state would be once you were awake. And with the concussion, if you happened to lose it, then medications to sedate you would have been my only other option. The doctor advised me that you should have someone with you for the next couple of days to monitor your condition and make sure you're okay. Great. Yet another reminder that now, without Mom, I am truly and completely alone. I don't know anything about this man, my so-called brother, only that he's a dick and one of Drew's miserable friends, which makes me weary and anxious. I thought I could trust Drew, and look where that fucking got me. I feel around the sheets for the button to call the nurse and press it hard. The effort makes me pant, and I slump against the soft mattress, my vision going hazy for a moment. The nurse bustles in, her dark braids coiled on top of her head like a crown.
"Oh, you're awake. Let me check your vitals quick, and then I'll get out of your hair."
I roll my head to the side to look at her. Lifting it is just too much effort. Actually, would it be possible to get the discharge papers going? I'd like to leave. She gives me a soft smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes.
"Sorry, sweetie, but I can't let you leave until the doctor gives me the all clear. Last I checked, he was waiting for your scan results."
I clench my jaw hard enough that it makes the ache in my head worse. Then I shift to face Sebastian again. Okay. I guess since I'm stuck here, would it be possible to go see my mom? His forehead creases, concern etched into his features. Oh God, what now? He leans over to brace his elbows on his knees. Belle, this isn't a conversation that either of us really wants to have right now. But your mental state is very important. I need to make sure that you understand that on our way to the hospital, our mother, passed away, peacefully. The pain of that statement, the confirmation that this is all real, hits me like a sledgehammer right in the sternum. It's an emotional pain, but I feel it physically, along my nerve endings. The air in my lungs stills, and I try to hold the anguish inside. I don't want to keep breaking down, but that's all I can do. The sorrow climbs up my throat, clawing its way out of me. The pain slips past my lips and fills the air with an ear-shattering sob. It's uncontrolled, and agony consumes me, rattling me to the marrow in my bones. Something cold and wet slips from my eyes and down my cheeks. I can feel the nurse's and Sebastian's eyes on me, and I hate it. The vulnerable state this has left me in makes me feel weak and useless. I'm not used to feeling so helpless. Yes, I finally answer, my voice breathy. I know. I remember everything that happened back at the party. I pin him with a hard expression. Everything. He glances across the bed to the nurse. Can we get a wheelchair, please? The woman doesn't ask questions and simply nods once and leaves us alone all over again. Wow. So that's what it's like to have money? People just rush off to do your bidding with only a look? No questions or opinions spoken. The corner of his mouth tips up, and he spears his fingers into his messy curls and shoves them off his forehead. No, she's a nurse, and to do her job, she would have to have compassion. She knows your mother died, and all she wants to do is help. Can't blame her there. I guess I wonder, does being poor mean you have to be an asshole to anyone who does have money? Because if so, I have bad news for you, Belle. You're now one of those people who has money. I lean my head back against the pillow to try to alleviate the throbbing in my head. However, I doubt the throbbing is due to the head injury alone. This entire situation is a migraine in itself. I don't want your money. It's not my money. It's yours. Yours. Our grandfather's, however you want to word it. He put money in a trust for you and our mother a long time ago. It's just been sitting there for you or her to claim it. Now it all belongs to you. Somehow that hurts worse. I'd rather have my mother here, living and smiling, way more than any amount of money. The money doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about any of it. I just want to see her, please. I don't even bother swiping at the tears that cascade down my cheeks. Crying is a permanent feature at this point. Thankfully, the nurse returns to the room at that moment with the wheelchair. I fight back nausea and dizziness as I push myself up, trying to swing my legs over the edge of the bed. I've barely moved, and Sebastian is already at my side, his gaze hard and unreadable. "Let me help you," he orders gruffly. I want more than anything to push him away, but I can't bring myself to do it. I need someone to hold me together and make sure I don't crack straight down the middle. The nurse grabs a robe and hands it to Sebastian, who helps me put it on. Then he helps untangle the IV tubes and wires to the heart machine before walking me over to the chair. All the movement makes my head pound more, but I don't care. I need to see her. Once I'm situated in the wheelchair, Sebastian wheels me out of the room and down the long corridor to the other end. It pays to have money, I see. The rooms are bigger, and the entire place is so quiet. Nothing like the raucous and loud rooms my mom was usually stuck in. At the end of the hallway, we turn into another room, and I clamp my hand over my mouth when I spot her lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She looks asleep, and I can almost picture her green eyes opening, joy filling them as she smiles at me. But that will never happen again. I'll never get to experience her smile or the glittering of her eyes. From now on, those things will be just a fragmented memory. I glance back at Sebastian. "You moved her?" He nods. "I wanted you to be able to say goodbye. I didn't get to speak with her. The doctors called me, and by the time I made it here, she was already gone. When I realized what was going on, I left to get you. I know how much you love her. Why else would you work your ass off to help pay for her medical bills?" I swallow around the tennis ball-sized lump in my throat and stare at the dull gray of her skin, the white half-moons of her nails. I'm looking at her body, but I can feel she's not here. No part of her is here in this hospital room any longer. Just the shell of her spirit remains. Time stands still, and it feels like my heart is being ripped out of my chest. Cold streaks trail down my cheeks faster now, and I cover my face with my hands to try to stop them. It can't be real. It can't be. A ragged sob fills the room, the sound both angry and sad. It takes me a moment to realize the noise had come out of me. My lungs deflate, and the throbbing behind my eyes intensifies. I think I'm going to throw up. "I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but everything will be okay. I promise. And I don't ever break my promises, Belle." Sebastian tries his best to soothe me, but he has no idea what he's saying. How can he think anything will ever be okay? My mother, our mother, is gone. Dead. Nothing will be okay again. Nothing. Every single breath I inhale and exhale hurts as I try to grapple with the understanding that she's not coming back. That she's not peacefully sleeping in that bed in front of me. No more cinnamon toast on cold nights. No more drive-thrus where we have to comb the bottoms of our purses for enough change to cover the cost. All while laughing at each new thing we unearth from the depths of our bags. No more watching soap operas in the afternoon while I tease Mom about how cheesy they are. All the memories bottle up, threatening to choke the life out of me. I let out another horrendous sob. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't get to tell her how good of a mom she was. I didn't get to tell her I love her more than anything in this world. A pair of warm, rough hands grasp me, cradling my cheeks. Sebastian's face swims into view, his image blurry through my tears. Maybelle, breathe. Take a deep breath for me, or we will have to leave the room until you calm down. I try to do just that, but it's like sucking air through a straw into my lungs. His grip on me tightens, and he squeezes my cheeks tighter, his fingers warm and damp from my tears. Come on, Belle. Breathe. You can do it. I watch as he does it, breathing through his mouth before slowly exhaling out of his nose. I mirror his movements and suck in a ragged breath, then sob it back out, over and over. I don't know how long I sit there drowning in my grief. Somehow I make my way to the floor and let the cold seep into my bones. Sebastian's strong arms hold me together, keeping me from shattering. The heavy thud of his heartbeat pulls me back to the present. He eases back, and I notice his cheeks are flushed and a little wet too. Are you feeling better? I don't risk looking at my mother again, not when I can barely breathe as it is. I want to hold her hand and push the hair out of her face, but I can't bring myself to do it. Not when I know she's no longer there. Thank you for bringing me to her. I just can't do this. I thought I could, but I can't. I can't stand seeing her like this. I want to go home. He nods once and gently helps me to my feet. Then he glances at someone lingering near the door over my shoulder. Can you have the doctor get her paperwork ready? I'll have a private doctor visit the house if she needs further care. I think being at home would help her heal better.
Of course. I'll reach out to the doctor.
The voice matches that of the nurse who came to my room earlier. Sebastian gives her a nod, then helps me into the chair. My lip trembles as I bite it, attempting to hold back tears. Losing someone you love? There isn't anything like it. It feels like someone stole a piece of who you are, and there's no way to get it back. Anger and sadness battle it out in my mind as Sebastian wheels me out of the room. You can just wear what you have on. I'll order some clothes for you, or we can pick up what you have at the dorms later. I'm slumped in the chair, barely able to move, let alone think. I don't want to go back to school. I don't want to eat, sleep, or even breathe. I just want my mother back. He continues talking like I'm actually participating in the conversation. Don't worry about anything. I'll make the arrangements for her. Right now, I need you to worry about taking care of yourself. If anything happens to you... I zone out for a while, stuck in the deep, dark confines of my mind, hiding from the pain, anger, and sadness. I've lost everything. Mom, Drew, Jackie. I have nothing left, and no one left to live for. What's the point anymore? A sudden jolt pulls me from my reverie and I blink and return to the present, realizing that I'm suddenly in a car. When did he put me in a car? Disoriented, I shift in the seat and peer out the window. A huge mansion looms outside. This is definitely not home. This isn't where I live. I whisper. It is now. I'm sorry, Belle. I know this is a lot of change, all at once. He speaks softly from beside me. I can't protect you if you are off on your own. You'll have to stay at the family estate from now on so I can keep an eye on you. I don't trust anyone right now. I wave at the freaking mansion beyond the window. This doesn't even make sense. You don't even live here. You live at the mill. He lets out a slow breath from his nose. Not anymore. When our grandfather died, I had no option but to step into line as the next heir. My place is here, managing the family affairs. I'll still finish school and do mill functions, but from now on, I live here. And so do you. His bossy, domineering tone has returned, but I don't have the strength to fight him. Not today, at least. He exits the car and jogs around to open my door. Gently, as if I'm made of glass, he helps me stand. My legs are jelly, and my knees threaten to buckle beneath my weight. I feel weak, so weak. But I can't be. I can't be weak. The pain in my head has subsided, probably from the pain meds they loaded me with before they removed my IV. If only they had a medication that could ease my heartache. I hold his forearm but don't lean into him. Just so you know, I can walk on my own. Sure, says the one walking like a newborn fawn. I grimace and glance at his face to find him smiling at me. It's a genuine smile, the kind you give someone you care about. It's a lie. He doesn't care about me. This is all about his image and using me. That's all this is. All it has to be. He helps me up the steps into the front door. The sprawling mansion is modern, with glass everywhere. Massive black double doors open when Sebastian swipes his hand in front of some sensor near the handle. He leads me into an open foyer with shining marble floors and cathedral ceilings. A chandelier that looks made out of 1,000,000 diamonds glitters above us. Ahead is a double staircase, and rooms lead off in every direction on the main floor. I can't even be bothered to comment on how over-the-top and ridiculous this all is. Who the hell lives like this? I know it's different from what you're used to, and that it will take some time to adjust to it. But just know there is nothing you cannot have, Belle. I refuse to let you go without. I don't respond. What is there to say? This is no longer my life. I'm merely a puppet in this play, and someone else is pulling the strings. With more patience than I ever imagined Sebastian having, he guides me up the stairs and down a long hallway. It's decorated in rich florals, expensive fabrics, and precious-looking knickknacks. The damn hallway alone is bigger than my mom's house. For one moment, I wonder where everyone is. Does he not have anyone either? In all the time I was messing around with Drew, I never thought to ask questions about his friends. Then again, why would I do that? It's not like we were really ever together. Sebastian stops at a door near the end of the hall and grabs the silver knob, turning it and pushing it open in one swoop. Escorting me into the bedroom, he helps me sit on the edge of the massive king-size bed in the center of the room between two huge windows. I barely give the room a glance, but from what I can see, it's decorated in stately grays and mauves. It's a pretty room, but right now, I don't give a shit about any of that. It's like I felt too much all at once, and my emotional center has shut down. I've short-circuited my brain, which is a good thing since he turns to me and presses a piece of paper into my hand. I recognize my mom's handwriting, scribbled on the front of the white envelope. What is this? Sadness suffocates me, and suddenly, I don't want Sebastian to leave. I was told to make sure this gets to you. It's from your mother. Feel free to read it when you're ready. Grief takes time to get through, and we all have our own ways of coping. Don't lose your spark, Belle. Don't let this change you. I didn't know our mother at all, but even with that knowledge, I know she wouldn't want you to lose sight of who you are. Use the intercom by the bed if you need anything. I don't respond. My mouth is dry, my eyes locked on the paper in my hands. It takes me a long time to gently pry open the back and tug out the thin piece of notebook paper hiding inside. A few pieces of the torn edge from a spiral flutter to the floor. A smile tugs at my lips when my mother's loopy, cursive handwriting sprawls across the page. Baby, I'm sorry you have to find out this way. I tried to tell you so many times, but you refused to even entertain the idea of me dying. I can't fault you for refusing to accept it. You're as stubborn as your mother sometimes. So this is the backup plan. I hate putting it on you this way, but it's my only option. Sebastian is your brother. I promise everything will make sense soon enough, but all you need to know right now is that I gave him up to keep you safe a long time ago. My only regret is not getting to fall in love with him like I've fallen in love with you. I know this is hard to understand and you're confused, but hopefully it will all make sense someday. Listen to Sebastian. He'll keep you safe. I know it. Always remember I love you so much. You've been the light of my life since the second you opened your eyes. You took care of me when I should have been taking care of you. Well, now Sebastian gets that honor, and the man you decide is yours one day. You will always be so very perfect to me, my little Maybelle. Always. I want you to remember not to let the hard days win. I'm sure there will be plenty of them for you, but always remember I'm there beside you. And I know it's a faraway thought at the moment, but I want you to find love. The kind that awakens the soul and makes you ache for more. I thought I had experienced it once before, but things got cut short. I don't want that for you, sweetie. I want you to experience love for what it is. A valley of highs and lows, and the only person to help guide you is the one standing beside you through it all. XOXO, Mom. I clutch the letter to my chest and fall back against the mattress. My heart beats, and my lungs inflate, but I feel nothing but pain and loss. There's a hole in my chest that will never be filled, and I don't know how I'll survive with what's left.
1 month later. Chapter 1. Drew. I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing. My skin itches, and my stomach tightens like a fist. This is my home, these are my friends, and this is my legacy. Yet this blip of a thought tells me I don't belong here. It's not a lie. I could be doing so many other things right now, like begging Belle to speak to me, to forgive me. I've tried sending text messages and showing up at the mansion. I tried breaking in, but Sebastian's stupid security removed me from the premises. Like I haven't been inside that house and a fucking friend of his the majority of my life. Sebastian has practically banned me from seeing her. Scanning the room, I dart my eyes from person to person. Every single one of the new mill recruits is pathetic as fuck. A copy-and-paste overlay of every frat boy across this country. I lay across the large wooden throne carved by my great-grandfather, one leg hanging over the arm. Each fucker has 5 shots in front of them, and they have barely managed to hold them down. I sweep my leg off the arm of the chair and let my boot hit the ground with a thud. I'm not even fucking asking you for anything hard. Take 5 shots and run the 500 meters across the lawn and back. That's easy compared to what some of the fraternities dish out. There's a chorus of mutters and moans, and I shove the nearest freshman with my boot against his shoulder. You, asshole, take your shots and set a good example. I nod toward Sebastian across the room on the oversized velvet armchair, looking bored. Do you want your sponsor to regret bringing you in? Do you want to chase a hare in the hunt next year? Then get your shit together. I scream the last bit in his face, and he leans down over his shots, covering his naked skin to protect it, like my boot might slip off his shoulder down to his less protected bits. Fucking weak, I mutter, and stand to go to the bar. I snatch a bottle of bourbon from the top shelf, pop the cork, and take a long drag. The burn of it feels so good while it courses through my cold chest. I keep my gaze on Sebastian as I swallow, thinking about how to approach him without starting another fight. Lee saunters over, his own bottle of booze in hand. Is it just me, or are these assholes worse than last year's assholes? I snort. I was just thinking the same thing. 5 shots is nothing. That run is nothing. I raise my voice so the recruits can hear me. And if these assholes don't get moving soon, I'm going to start adding more shots and wood trails to what needs to get done tonight. One of the assholes stumbles to his feet, and Lee gives him an appraising look. You ready, asshole? He nods. Yes, sir. Lee gives him a saucy wink. Show me the proof of your daily task, and it better fucking be interesting. The recruit digs through his clothes on the floor for his phone, opens it and shoves it at Lee. I lean over his shoulder and look down at the pictures. They each had to fuck 5 different people today and get proof to be admitted to the initiation. Lee nods as he scrolls through the photos. At least you've been thorough, asshole. Your shots are done. Let's go start your run. Lee signals to Ares, who is monitoring the recruits on the floor still drinking. Seb stands and precedes Lee out the door. The recruit follows them, and I come up behind. A brisk wind howls outside, and the recruit immediately starts shivering as I clutch my fleece tighter around my shoulders and shove my hands into the pockets. Get on with it, fuckface. I don't want to get frostbite waiting for you. Now that football season is over, we start the initiation process for the new recruits, those who will take over in the coming years as Lee, Seb, and I graduate. It's slim pickings at this point, but someone's bound to have the balls to take over. I stop next to Sebastian on the starting line, but like I anticipated, he doesn't even spare me a glance. Not until I snatch the bottle of top-shelf vodka from his grasp. Physically, he's here, but mentally, I know he's off in some faraway land, probably plotting my demise. His eyes shoot to mine and narrow. Fuck off, he says, low and menacing. It's not even in the same tone he used to tell me to fuck off in. This tone promises a fight if I push him, and if I'm being honest, I've had just enough alcohol to fucking push him. In fact, a fight is exactly what I need, because anything would be better than this painful reminder of what I did to Belle, of how I hurt her. Where is she? I question confidently. There's no point in beating around the bush. He knows that I want her, that I'm dying to see even a glimpse of her sunshine blonde hair. He snatches the vodka back, holding it in one hand, his other shoved into his black dress pants. As always, he's dressed like he's about to hit the stock market floor. If I had to guess, I'd say Sebastian really wants to punch me in the face, and maybe that's why he has his hand buried deep in his pocket, to stop himself from giving in to the impulse. Perhaps you're deaf. I said fuck off. I step closer, my breath fogging the night air. Not deaf, buddy, just not listening to your bullshit. She hasn't returned to school for nearly a month. Her academics are important to her. When is she coming back? There's a crash as one of the recruits stumbles out of the house, naked, racing toward the starting line. He zooms right past us. Finally, someone who is just as ready to get out of here as I am. I focus my attention back on Seb. Anyway, as we were discussing, you were just about to tell me when Belle planned to return to school. His green eyes narrow to slits. First, why the fuck would I ever tell you? Second, why do you care so much? If my memory stands correct, you made it painfully clear that she is nothing to you. What, now that she's not trailer trash, you think you can have her back? She's not a fucking toy that you can pass around to your friends. A hot wash of rage whips through me. We both know I didn't mean anything I said that day. All I was doing was protecting her from my father. You know how he is, and he's got it in his head to make her pay for sullying our name. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I'm aware that I did, but that wasn't my objective. I can see the tightening of his jaw, the way the muscle jumps in the dim moonlight. He doesn't respond, and instead takes a swig of the liquor. Joke's on him. She's fucking higher class than he is now. Karma is a real bitch, isn't she? Was this your daddy's and your plan? He tell you to kiss and make up so you can marry Belle instead? Everyone knows he lives off your mom's inheritance and that he had nothing when he started out. I clench my hands into tight fists. I'm not talking about him right now. I want to know when Belle will be back at school. That's Miss Arturo to you, dickhead. I let out a slow breath so I don't punch him in the fucking jaw. He's on my last fucking nerve, and I really don't want to destroy his face. No, she's my wallflower, and you fucking know it. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not giving her up. He smirks. I think you already gave her up. As for when she comes back to school, let's just say she's waiting for her stitches to heal. The stitches that she had to get after you pushed her and caused her to hit her head. Remember that? My stomach cramps. I close my eyes against the image of her falling, of the blood dripping onto the floor, the horror in her eyes, the pain and fear. I did that to her, and I'll never truly forgive myself. I'll spend every day making it up to her, if she gives me the chance. That was an accident. Was calling her white trash an accident too? Because you know what they say about emotional and physical abuse. Physical wounds heal, but it's the emotional wounds that stay with you forever. I wonder how long it'll take for her to heal. Another recruit stumbles down the steps of the main house, across the sidewalk and onto the grass. His glassy eyes barely register us as he races across the line. Being the asshole he is, Sebastian kicks him in his bare flank, sending him stumbling, but not fully down. We watch him run until he disappears down the small hill. Needing a minute to fight back the slowly rising guilt and revulsion of how thoroughly fucked up I am for still wanting her, I turn and walk back into the house. I snatch one of the recruits who's finishing his last shot. "Let's go, asshole. Time's up." He struggles and stumbles to his feet, and I drag him out of the house and throw him toward the line. Color me surprised when he doesn't fall and takes off running. Not bad. I watch him go, and then step back inside the house and call out to the remaining stragglers. "You have 2 minutes to get your asses outside or you're done. For good." I turn and watch as Sebastian wanders slowly down the lantern-lined route, and I follow him. He's not getting out of this conversation that easily. When he pauses, we end up side by side. "Look, everything that happened at that party was fucked up, okay? It didn't go as planned. Not at all." He glances over at me, his features partially hidden in the shadows from the low-lit lanterns. "How is your fiancée, Drew? Have you fucked her yet? Last I saw, she was ready to strip down in the middle of the ballroom in front of everyone. Hell, I bet she'd let me fuck her with you. 2 for 1 special." I clench my teeth and glare off into the dark so I don't take a swing at him. This has been his attitude the few times I've seen him since that night. That's over with. I made it clear to Spencer and to my father that I won't marry her. He let it drop, for now at least. What are we doing here, man? Is this what years of friendship amounts to? Like a bow strung too tightly, he snaps, getting right into my face, his chest bumping against mine. The smell of vodka from his breath burns my eyes. "You fucked her and then threw her away in the most painful way possible, when she needed you most, my fucking sister. You expect me to be okay with that? You expect me to choose you over her?" A snake of danger and pain slithers up my spine. I'm 2 seconds away from saying my sister, but I don't. I lock the words down because I know that would only start a different kind of fight. You didn't know she was your sister until a month ago. She's nothing to you. And I'm not asking you to pick me over her or saying that what I did was okay. I'm simply trying to figure out why you're so pissed off at me. He turns away from me with a shake of his head. I might not know a lot about her, but she's still my responsibility, my ward. She's my fucking sister, Drew. My sister. I've lost everything, and now I find out I have a sister, a relative that's worthy of giving a fuck about. His voice cracks with raw emotion, and I can understand his desire to protect her. Much like me, he's never had anyone in his life who's worth giving a fuck about. Anyway, the right thing to do is to protect her, even if that means keeping you away from her, even if she wanted to see you, which she doesn't. I sigh, the emotions in my chest all churned up in a gut-wrenching mess. I can't even think about her these days without feeling sick. Not because of her, but because of myself. I've never regretted anything in my life as much as I do the way I treated her that night. I want her back in my life, yes, but not in the same way. I want more, something deeper, something, dare I say, like forever. I've already come to terms with the fact that my father needs to be taken care of. I don't know how I'll do that yet, but I'm not giving up Belle for him. He's unpredictable, and proving to him that she was nothing to me put the target back on me and off her. No matter what, I keep going back to that night, to the betrayal etched into her beautiful features and the pain-stricken look in her eyes. I did that to her, and I hated myself for it. I haven't even been able to look at myself in the mirror since. The only saving grace is that I haven't had to deal with my father much since then either. I'm worried if I spend longer than 5 minutes with him, I'll try to kill him, and I'm not quite ready to cross that bridge. Yet. What do you want from me, Seb? I thought I was doing the right thing. I was protecting her. I whisper. Nothing. Neither of us wants anything from you. Give it up and leave her alone. That's the only way I'll be able to keep myself from putting a bullet in your head. The world seems to freeze at his words, but the chill in his eyes tells me he's dead serious. I try not to show him my hurt, but it's almost impossible. Are you fucking kidding? Were you not paying attention for the past couple of months? She belongs to me. I lower my voice and step up to him so we are only a few inches apart. She is mine. A hand snakes between us and presses me back. Lee inserts himself between us, clearly seeing the war brewing. Unless you two are going to make out, back the fuck up. It's obvious neither of you is sharing what happened between the two of you at the party, but I'm done playing referee, trying to keep both of you from killing each other. Now we have a job to finish here. Let's keep these assholes from dying of alcohol poisoning and frostbite. Otherwise, we'll have a different kind of problem on our hands. Then you two can go back to your respective corners of sulking and brooding. That was the problem in all this. I have no plans to go anywhere. I let out a long sigh and swiped Lee's bottle of liquor from his hand. Bringing it to my lips, I take a long gulp and barely manage to swallow it. I lift the bottle, peeking at the label. Fucking gin, Lee? Really? He eyes me as I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, as if that'll get the terrible taste out of my mouth. Hey, I don't judge your beverage choices. Don't judge mine. He snatches the bottle back and stands between Seb and I, his body acting as a shield. If Seb and I were really going to fight it out, Lee wouldn't be able to stop us. Our attention is brought back to the runners as the last of the recruits stagger out of the house, resembling that of drunk toddlers as they race across the lawn. Fucking finally. Only a little while longer until I can get out of here. Not that I have anything to look forward to after this. Belle's locked away in an ivory tower, and I have no way of rescuing her. I'm many things. A heinous villain, devilishly handsome, an asshole and prick. But I'm not dumb. I've been watching Sebastian like a hawk, and I know he's got her stashed away at his house. It's the only viable option. She's not at the dorms or living in her mother's house. I haven't caught even a glimpse of her, and it's that withdrawal, her absence, that makes me snappy and irritable. Fuck me. I could always break into the house. I'm not against that. I'd take a charge just to see her beautiful face again. I tried previously and was tossed out on my ass, but that was before. I'm sure they expected it then. As quickly as the thought comes to mind, I shove it away. I'll save that as a last-ditch effort. I'm not quite at the end of my rope yet. I pull my phone out and peer down at the screen. I've sent her numerous texts, but she only ever tells me to leave her alone or stop messaging her. I've even called. I can't believe she thinks I'd be deterred by her telling me to go away or leave her alone. Maybe if I was a good guy. But I'm not. I'm Drew, the monster she picked to hunt her down in the woods, the man she gave her virginity to and showed all the dark corners of her mind to. I'm not going anywhere. Navigating to my messages, I click on her name and then type out another message and hit send. It pings back as undelivered, and I squeeze the phone hard enough to break it while I glare at the ground. I count back from 10, trying to calm myself before I do something stupid, like beat the fuck out of my best friend. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once I feel a smidge less murderous, I speak. Is her cell phone included in her house arrest? Seb turns and gives me his typical icy glare that eats through my insides like acid. She's not under house arrest, fuckwad, and I didn't take shit from her. She threw her phone away because you kept texting her. I was happy to supply her with a brand new one that doesn't have your number in it. Lee's gaze darts between us, the sides of his mouth turned down into a scowl. Will you two stop your fucking squabbling and pay attention? I think we just lost one of the fuckers. One of the recruits lies sprawled out in the grass, appearing to be passed out only a few feet shy of the finish line. Not quite, buddy. I march over and check his pulse, then his fingertips and toes. He's alive, but very drunk. Not so gently, I haul him to his feet, and a jumble of slurred words slip past his lips while I drag him over to Lee. The guy's knees buckle beneath him as I hand him off, and lucky for him, Lee is quick. Otherwise, he'd be eating dirt again. I meet Lee's eyes over the kid's shoulder. Get that number for me, yeah? You missed the finish line by 5 feet, man, Lee tells him with a quick nod to me, and then they disappear back toward the house. All over again, it's Seb and me, left by ourselves. I turn and find him looking at me. His piercing gaze slices straight through me. I understand why you want to protect her, but you can't keep her from me forever. Eventually she'll have to return to school, and inevitably I'll see her. I've known you for the majority of my life, and I know you like to think you can control every situation, but you can't. I'm warning you now. I don't give a fuck what you think or how you feel. Belle is mine. She was mine before you found out she was your sister, and she'll be mine long after. He smirks, but it's the serial killer's smirk as he lowers the knife to your throat. Sure, but let me share something with you. The Belle who was yours, she's gone. Now that I think about it, what was that nickname you called her? Wallflower? He taps at his chin like he's lost in thought. Ah, yes, I'd say she's more like a wildflower now, and we both know you don't want anything you can't tame. Your best bet is to leave her alone. That is, unless you want our friendship to end and your ass 10 feet in the ground. Don't make promises you can't keep. You won't kill me. We've been through too much. He gives me a shove, but I barely feel it. Don't tell me what I'll do or not do. If you think I'll stand by and let you treat her like shit, you don't know me at all. When it comes to Belle, I'll do whatever I have to do to protect her. Even kill you, if that's the only way to get rid of you. Family before anything. I'm not sure how to react, but I continue staring him down, refusing to show an inkling of fear. Sebastian is taking this brother role very seriously, and I don't think he's bluffing. That's the thing, though. Neither am I. Eventually, one of us will have to give.
Chapter 2. Belle. Time feels different when you're grieving. Like every minute and day that passes is excruciatingly slow. The wound left in my chest from the absence of my mother's presence in my life feels as if it will never heal. Every thought and reminder of her makes my eyes burn, tears forever falling from my eyes. Even when I try to blink them away, my vision is never clear. Every breath I take makes the pain worse and reminds me this isn't a nightmare I can wake up from. It's been a month since I lost her, but it feels like it's only been seconds. That's how fresh the pain is. I peer around the space that is now called my room. Yes, it's my room, but it's not really mine. Nothing about this room says Belle. It's perfect. From the painted walls with crown moldings to the silk bed sheets and plush carpeted floor. It's everything I'm not. And it makes me miss my mother and our tiny little house. We didn't have a lot of money, but we had each other. I blink back tears and press my hands into my eye sockets to stop the steady stream of tears from falling. Think about something else, anything else. There's a never-ending pile of new clothes, all still with the tags on them, and a stack of paperbacks that sit near the bed on the floor. I look at them with rage. I'm not alone in my grief, but I feel like it. Sebastian thinks he can buy my happiness, and I know this because of his constant need to shower me with gifts. New books, new clothes, new everything. Those things are nice, but they don't fill the void. Maybe those things work for him, or perhaps that's how he's always coped. But that's not how I cope. I can't just buy something new and forget about my problems. Seb and I are not the same. Money can solve a lot of issues in a person's life, but it cannot fill the void and loss of someone you love. You can't replace people with objects. Here and there, I have the desire to leave this room and venture to other parts of the house, but those times are few and far between. I try my best to keep to myself. I don't belong here. I don't need another reminder of exactly how much I don't belong. Everything in my world is so much darker without her. Without him. It's like all the color has been drained from my life. I try not to think about Drew, but if it's not him, then it's my mother, and I'd rather think of the thing that hurts less. I press back against the pillows and stare up at the delicately patterned ceiling, wondering what the hell I'm supposed to do with my life now. I think back to the conversations with Sebastian in the past 2 weeks, when he expressed his desire for me to return to class. I wish I could, but I haven't gathered enough courage. Not when there is a risk of seeing Jackie or Drew or anyone who knows what happened that night. I don't need their pity. Like yesterday and the day before that, I roll over on the bed when I get tired of staring at the ceiling and stare at the doorway. The room is painted a beige color. The bedding, curtains, and trimming, rich people call it trimming, right? And furniture are all as it was when I moved in. Mauves and grays, pretty and understated. I picture it as a hotel room rather than a bedroom. my bedroom. My mother would laugh at the frivolity of it all. The ridiculousness of having 10 pillows for my bed when I only need a max of 2. The insanity that someone comes in to clean my suite almost every day, unless I keep them from entering. The preposterousness that someone will deliver food at every mealtime without me even having to say a word. For example, someone knocks on the door right now, 5 o'clock, on the dot. The staff are always on time, and I'm grateful for the food they bring me, but it doesn't change things. The only thing I want off that food tray is the bottle of wine they usually bring with dinner. I roll off the edge of the bed, my legs protesting after lying in the same position for hours, and open the door. One of the kitchen staff sweeps in. I think it's Heidi, but I'm trying not to get attached to any of them. I'm not staying. This entire experience has taught me a valuable lesson. Never get comfortable with things, because you never know when someone will get tired of playing with you and toss you to the wolves. It's only a matter of time until Sebastian does it. He says he won't, but in this new world, without her, I don't trust anyone or anything. The woman, who can't be much older than me, wears black slacks and a button-down shirt. I barely blink at her as she leaves the tray on the end of the bed where I prefer it and scampers back out the door without a word. Something hot scratches inside my chest. Guilt, maybe? For not being nicer, kinder, or not at least saying thank you. My mama raised me better than that. But Drew and the loss of my mother killed off any remaining shred of kindness that I had left. Most days I'm numb to my surroundings, to my thoughts. Sometimes I allow myself to feel things, but it's never good when I do. Thank you, I whisper to the empty room. I swipe the wine bottle off the tray, retreat to my spot nestled in the pillows, and bring the bottle to my lips. I tip it back and take a long swallow of the bubbly wine. Sometimes it helps, but most of the time it doesn't. But what else can I do? There's nothing worth holding on to anymore. Reality is far worse than my dreams. My phone pings, and I snatch it off the covers and stare down at the screen with a frown. It's Drew. Again. I know I should block him. He deserves it. But honestly, I haven't had the heart to do it. I've barely responded to his texts. And the few times I have, it's been with a snarky response that's nothing more than to tell him to fuck off and leave me alone. There was also that time I'd told him I'd send Sebastian after him. He responded almost instantly with an eye roll emoji. I won't lie, that made me smile. It didn't take long for the smile to fade away when I remembered the pain he put me through. He was very clear he wanted nothing to do with me that night. I reach back and prod at the still sensitive skin on my head. The stitches haven't even come out yet, and he thinks he can text me and I'll come running to him? Fuck him. White-hot anger replaces the empty numbness inside me, and I open my phone to reply. To tell him to fuck off in every way that I'm able. My fingers move over the keys as I type out a long response, telling him how I really feel. My heart thunders, beating against my ribcage like it's trying to break free of my body. I hover over the send button, but then a knock sounds against the door. Before I can open my mouth to respond, Sebastian enters. "Excuse you, sir." I slap my phone flat on the bed so he won't see the screen and glare at him. Typically, people wait for permission to enter a room if they knock before entering. He doesn't respond, but sits on the end of the bed near my food, his gaze on the tray. "I'm going to tell the staff to stop sending wine up with your dinner, if all you do is drink it and leave the food behind." I sink back into the pillows and cup the bottle of wine close again. "What do you want from me? I'm not hungry." He grabs a piece of the chicken on the plate and pops it into his mouth, dragging his attention back to me. I doubt I have to tell you this, but you're a fucking mess. You've lost 10 pounds this month. 10 pounds I don't think you had to lose to begin with. I'm not sure when you last showered, and your hair could use a brushing. I bring the wine bottle to my lips and tip it back. Taking a long swallow, I keep my gaze on his. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. My weight, or lack thereof, is none of your business, nor is my personal hygiene, or lack thereof. I think you could use some manners if we're pointing out one another's flaws. His eyes sweep over me again as he picks at the food on my tray. Does he not have any food of his own? It's absurd to be annoyed with him for eating food that I didn't plan to eat anyway, but it's still annoying how he sits here, all casually, eating and acting like everything is good. He tilts his head at my phone, his eyes blazing. Are you talking to him again? This entire situation is awkward. His desire to ask questions, to get to know me, to build a relationship. I don't know why he's even trying. We both know he doesn't really give a shit about me. He's not doing this because he cares. Men like him don't do anything for free, and they certainly don't do anything because they care. He can deny it all he wants, but in my eyes, he will always have some hidden agenda. I wave my phone, the screen thankfully dark. Also, none of your business. His gaze sharpens, and I resist the urge to flinch. Show them your fear, and they've already won. Hate to burst your bubble, sis, but anything concerning you is my business. I'm not about to try to control you or tell you what to do. Just remember, he doesn't give a shit about you. All he cared about was conquering you. Now that you're unattainable, he's angry and throwing a fit like a toddler. First of all, don't call me sis ever again. Second of all, I don't want to talk about him. I'm aware that I meant nothing to him. I have a scar that I can see every time I look in the mirror as a damn reminder, so don't lecture me with that bullshit. He smirks and pops a piece of broccoli into his mouth. Good. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. But be warned, if he shows up here, I'll kill him. So if you don't want to see his blood on the marble, don't invite him over. I move to take another swig of the wine, and he swipes the bottle from my hands and brings it to his lips, taking a long chug. My thoughts hover on his warning. Would he really kill his best friend to protect me? Hey! I snap. That's my dinner, thank you. He eyes me over the length of the bottle, chugging deeper and deeper. When he finally comes up for air, it's half gone. Asshole, I mutter, snatching the bottle back. I know I wouldn't have gotten it back if he didn't want me to have it back. I take a huge gulp of the wine, and as I'm swallowing, some goes down the wrong tube. I start to cough, wine sputtering out of my mouth and down my chin. Wow, you're grace personified. Fuck off, I mumble, while wiping at my mouth, a smile tugging at my lips. His eyes appear to lighten with a little glimmer of hope. We've been doing this bickering thing every other day or so since the week after I moved here. I can't pinpoint the exact reason, but it feels right. Normal. Of course, it's still awkward as hell while we get to know one another, but a little more of that strange feeling slips away each day. I'm starting to see him, really see him, which terrifies me because that means he's seeing me. I guess this is what siblings are supposed to do? And maybe for a few seconds, when he's here giving me shit, I don't feel quite as alone as I have felt since I lost everything. This thought hardens me again, and I pull my knees to my chest and cradle the wine between my thighs. Did you need something? Or did you just come by to make sure I'm still alive? He shrugs and grabs a crescent roll off my tray. Then he stands and throws himself into the armchair across from my bed. Doing the brotherly thing. You know, making sure you haven't hung yourself from the shower rod, annoying you. The usual brother shit. I almost smile. There aren't any shower rods in this house. Everything is stainless steel, ceramic, and marble. There would never be something so basic as a shower curtain in this house. He snorts. Fair. He holds his hand out for the bottle, and slowly, begrudgingly, I slip the bottle into his grasp. Don't drink it all. If I do, I'll have someone bring you another bottle. We sit in silence that doesn't quite feel as fraught until he stands, crosses the room, and hits a switch to light the fireplace. It comes to life in a blaze of fire, and then he sits down again. Don't tell me you don't enjoy this. I barely withhold an eye roll. You mean, how can someone who never had anything not appreciate that they have everything now? That's not what I said. I make a noise and snag the bottle back to take another drink. He's been texting me. The silence in the room suddenly feels heavier, the silence descending for a split second over the backdrop of the crackling fire. His tone is a little more serious with his next question. Have you been answering him? I stare at my feet and the chipped polish I haven't bothered to refresh in the past month. No, not really. I haven't been encouraging him, if that's what you mean. When I do respond, which is rare, I tell him to leave me alone. Anger flashes in his eyes. Why haven't you blocked him? He mutters. I should have blocked him myself. In fact, give me your phone. I'll get you a new one with a different number, and I'll personally ensure he doesn't get it. Panic creeps to the surface, and I snatch my phone off the bed and hug it next to the bottle of wine. You can't. I don't want a new phone. I want to keep this one. The thought of losing my pictures and the voicemails from Mom guts me. They're all I have left. The only physical memories of her. The thought of losing them makes me feel like I've lost her all over again. My fear and anxiety must be etched into my features because all he does is nod. Relax, Belle. I won't take your phone. I was just giving you shit. I want to make sure you're okay. I sag into the pillows again, relief surging through me. Right, giving me shit. You've become a pro at that. He sighs and stares off at the fire. I know it's going to be hard, but I don't think you should see Drew again. He's not good for you. And take it from someone who has been his friend for years. A leopard doesn't change its spots. If he hurt you once, he'll do it again. You think I don't know that already? I'm not nearly as dumb as everyone thinks I am. I don't think you're dumb at all. I think you're hungry to be loved and accepted, which can, unfortunately, make you an easy target, especially to the wrong kind of people. Drew is not the type of guy you bring home to Mom and Dad. Well, funnily enough, I have neither of those. I almost say, but bite my tongue. Drew isn't perfect, and I wouldn't even say he's good, but Sebastian has no idea what we shared. He has no idea how alive I felt with Drew. I'm not agreeing with anything that happened, nor do I think it's okay. But whatever was developing between us was special, and I can't just switch that off or forget it. At least if you aren't a complete psychopath. We sit in silence, and for one fleeting moment, I wish I still had Jackie. Scratch that. I wish I had someone to talk to who would understand. My heart aches at the loss of my friendship with her, of the loss of my mother and Drew. The pain rips through me, the wound pulsing with life. I roll my eyes up toward the ceiling so I don't cry, and chug back some more wine. What do you want, Bill? His adoption of my nickname should grate on every nerve ending in my body. But it feels good to have someone call me that. I swallow hard, and then look back at him. His green eyes bore into mine. I want the pain to go away, for everything to stop hurting so much, for the constant reminder of all I lost to disappear. It won't be this way forever. The pain will fade eventually, and each day will hurt a little less than the day before. How do you know? I snap. The moment I've spoken the words, I regret them. If anyone doesn't deserve my venom, it's him. Sebastian has been kind, patient, and understanding. He's been far more supportive than I ever expected him to be, and he's lost someone as well. His situation is almost worse than my own. At least I have memories of time spent with our mother. He has nothing. He stands and slips his hands into his pockets. I swear I see a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. I'll send up more wine if you eat all your dinner. My mouth opens and I want to tell him I'm sorry, that I didn't mean to snap at him, but I'm not sure it would matter. He disappears out the door, closing it softly behind him, leaving me with my thoughts. I know I'm being a bitch, and that I continue to be one even without thinking about it. Unfortunately, it's a trauma mechanism I've developed to protect myself. It's better if I push him away and keep him at arm's length. At least then, when something happens, when he inevitably leaves, it'll hurt a little less than if I let him in all the way. Because the thought of losing literally the only family I have left hurts, even if I barely know anything about him. My phone pings again, but I refuse to look at it, so I take a long swig of the wine. Fuck off, Drew, I whisper. I let out a shuddering breath and lean back into the pillows. My food is getting cold, and the wine is nearly gone. I should eat something, and sadly not because Sebastian told me to, but because I want more wine. With a sigh, I lean over and crawl to the end of the bed on my knees to sit and eat. Chicken and vegetables, a full meal of nutrients and vitamins. Nothing like my scamper for nutrients versus cost when I had to shop for myself. This is a long way away from peanut butter sandwiches. I pop a couple of pieces of food into my mouth. I'm overwhelmed with the robust spice from the chicken and veggies. It's delicious too, of course. Sebastian, I guess, our family, has to have the best. I take another bite and consider what Sebastian hasn't told me about our family. Like how they made their millions and what this will all mean for me when the time comes. What does my future look like as a member of this family? From what I've seen, Sebastian has taken it all onto his shoulders, even as he seems to stumble under the weight of it. He doesn't complain, doesn't even show a sliver of weakness. He's far stronger than I am. Maybe that has to do with how he was raised? There are so many things I have yet to learn about him and who our family is. It saddens me to think how much time has passed. How many memories we missed out on making. The pinging of my phone drags me from my thoughts, and I check it before I can think better of it. I see Drew's latest unanswered message. Psycho. You have 1 week, Flower. 1 week to get back to me, or I'm hunting you down, ready or not. I drop the phone down onto the bed and stare straight ahead. Was Sebastian lying when he said he would kill Drew? I'm not sure I want to take that chance. While I'm pissed at Drew and sorta want to stab him, the last thing I want is for him to die. Still, he needs to understand that he's no longer in control. I am. And I'm done answering to him.
Chapter 3. Drew. I was trying to be a gentleman when I gave her a week, but my ability to hold myself back after 2 days has frayed. I'm itching to touch her porcelain skin. Hell, at this point, I'd take even a glimpse of her. Call me selfish, I don't give a fuck. All I wanted to do was protect her, and like all the good things in my life, it backfired and exploded in my face. I've done everything I possibly can to try to fix this, but with every day that passes, the space between us grows, and I need her. I need her so badly it fucking hurts to breathe. It's wrong, but I'd do anything to touch her, hold her in my arms, even if it would result in her pushing me away. I'm just that fucking selfish. I won't apologize for being me, or for trying to do the right thing. Not when she has no idea, not even from their brief encounter, what my father is capable of. I can't lie to myself anymore. My life is in shambles, and like a sinking ship, everyone is jumping overboard. I'm the captain, though. I'm supposed to sink with the fucking ship. Sebastian isn't speaking to me. Lee is keeping his distance so he doesn't feel like he's taking anyone's side, and I don't even think Aries has a fucking clue what is happening. I will say he definitely feels the tension and notices Seb's absence. Per usual, he likes to act as the fixer and keeps trying to get us into the same room to hash it out, but that's been a complete failure so far. I scrub my hands over my face, letting out a groan of frustration. Then I stand and grab a t-shirt from the dresser. Today's the day. There won't be any more hiding, Flower. I'm going to find you and pluck all your beautiful petals so you can never escape me. Whatever patience I had is gone now, and since my father has been out of town for a couple of days, this might be my only opportunity to capture her. It will be a challenge since she's not back at school yet, but I'm confident I can lure her out of Seb's lockdown at home. Fuck me. I just need to see her. It's fucked, completely fucked, especially after my father's revelation, but I don't care. I need to see her to ensure she's okay. At least that's what I tell myself. Things haven't changed for me, despite all that has happened. Right now, all that matters to me is seeing her and telling her the truth. I have to make her believe me, to make her understand there was no other choice. I finished dressing and pressed down on the edge of the bed, shoving my feet into my black boots. I laced them up tight, then grabbed my jacket and yanked up the hood. I've been doing everything I can to keep a lower profile across campus. If I walk to the other side of campus to catch a ride app, then it's less likely someone will report back to dear old Dad. And after the party, I've learned that I can't trust anyone. So fuck people. My phone vibrates in my pocket as I jog down the stairs, thankful no one is up yet. Before heading out the door, I grab a granola bar and pre-made protein shake from the fridge. I walk quickly down the long gravel driveway to the main campus. Halfway through my walk, I open my phone and check the messages, hoping against hope that Bells finally answered me with something other than fuck off. I find no such thing. The campus is still pretty quiet, and as I walk, my gaze snags on the library building, but I quickly look away, the memories bubbling up even though I try to block them out. Those bookshelves, the scent of Belle's fear turning me on. Fuck, I'm fucked up. I don't think I can fix this, not when my own biology is fighting against me here. It's so messed up, but I still want her. I still get unbelievably hard when I think about pressing her into those books. I can still feel her pussy clenching around me, tightening, swallowing every drop of cum, proving how much she needs me. I can't lie and say I haven't stroked my cock to the image of her. In my eyes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change a fucking thing. I'm sick, fucked up, demented. All I can ask myself is it because of my dad? Does coveting Belle make me a sick and twisted monster like my father? It should. I'm obsessed, unhinged with the desire to fuck and own a woman who I've fallen for that might now be my goddamn sister. My stomach twists painfully, and I want to vomit, but I can't ignore the hardness growing between my legs or the way my heartbeat speeds up. I'm only a few minutes away from the spot where I'm supposed to meet my ride when my phone vibrates again. I'm 2 seconds from texting the bitch back to tell her off, but one look at the screen and I discover it's a call from an unknown number. I swallow hard, my heart in my throat, and hit the answer button, hoping, praying, needing it to be my Wildflower. "Mr. Marshall?" I don't recognize the voice at all, and my hackles are up. "Yes? Who is this?" "This is Gerald, a member of the nursing staff for your mother. We are unable to get in touch with your father and we've had an emergency. Would it be possible for you to come and discuss the next steps with her care team at the estate?" Next steps? What the fucking hell is going on? My ride pulls up. I climb in and navigate from the call to change the address in the app. I usually walk around campus, and if I need to go to the estate, my father will send me a car. But maybe it's time I bring one of the cars here to campus. It just seems stupid when I will rarely ever use it. The ride apps get me where I need easily enough. We pull away and I press the phone back to my ear. "I'm on my way there now. Is she okay?" I hope he can't hear the naked fear in my voice, but I don't have the strength to hide it right now. "I think it's best if you let the doctors discuss things with you, Mr. Marshall." Instantly, I know this is bad. I tap the driver on the shoulder. "As fast as you can and I'll give you a bigger tip." The middle-aged man driving nods and hits the accelerator, causing the car to lurch forward. My back flattens against the seat, and I struggle to catch my breath. "I'll be there in a few minutes," I tell the guy and hang up. The entire drive takes 10 minutes tops, but it feels like an eternity with something so doomful hanging over my head. The car hasn't even stopped at the gate. The tires are still rolling, but I couldn't give one shit. I jump from the car and rush through the partially open gate. My boots slap against the concrete, but I don't slow. I run the entire way up the drive and into the house. The house is nothing like Mill House, sprawling across way too much land for being inside the city limits. I barely see the staff or the rooms as I rush toward my mom's suite. By the time I reach the room, a thin sheen of sweat has formed on my brow, and I'm sucking ragged breaths into my lungs. I notice a man in a white coat standing in the middle of the room, and I stop short. What the fuck is going on? "Where's her usual doctor?" I bark in the way of greeting. The youngish white man with dark hair and glasses surveys me. "He was unable to complete his employment. I apologize for any confusion. I was hired in his place until Mrs. Marshall can get a more permanent in-house physician." The doctor extends his hand. "Dr. Banks. And you are?" "Drew, her son." He nods. "It's nice to meet you, although I wish it were under better circumstances." I shake my head. There's no need for pleasantries right now. I just need to know. "What's going on? What's wrong?" He places his hand on my shoulder, and I scowl, but resist shrugging his hold off. "At the moment, your mother is stable, but some decisions will need to be made fairly soon. We are currently unable to get a hold of the elder Mr. Marshall. Your mother has you listed as the next of kin and power of attorney." That's news to me, but I'm not going to question them, especially when my father is probably off fucking his new mistress or something equally disturbing. What's going on? All I can think of are the worst possible things. Please, just tell me, is she dying? His mouth settles into a straight line, and he puts on one of those masks people adopt when they have to impart bad news. "I'll be frank with you. It's not looking good. It seems her organs are beginning to shut down. From the testing we've done, she's going to need at least a kidney transplant, if not more, and fairly soon, too. It's best if a direct family member donates, as the viability of the body taking it without severe complications lessens greatly. The world spins all around me, and I want to punch my father in the face and rip the room apart. How could he let things get to this point? I eye my mother over his shoulder, staring at her unmoving body. I can't help it. My body moves as if on command, my legs carrying me over to her bedside, forcing the doctor to follow with hurried, worried footsteps. I don't take my eyes off her. I let the image before me burn into my mind. Her eyes are closed, and she's pale, so pale. Her once dark hair is now streaked with gray, the locks settling around her shoulders. She looks so sick. "Mom," I whisper. The doctor continues speaking like I haven't moved or said a word. "We also need to run some additional tests. I've combed through her medical records myself, and it looks like her previous doctor was a little lax when it came to running regular blood work. I don't mean to make matters worse, but I feel this might have been caught much earlier if routine work was done." I nod and grip my mother's hand gently. Her hand seems too small in mine, too fragile. The coldness of her skin presses against the warmth of my own, and anger and resentment bloom in my cheeks. How could Dad let her get to this point? I knew he hated me, and I knew he had fallen out of love with my mother given his desire to sleep around all the time, but I never thought he'd let her fucking die on us. "Do whatever you need to do, Doctor. Just keep her alive." He moves beside me, but I don't take my eyes off my mother's face. She's been sick for so long now, I feel like I have more memories of her with this illness than I do of her without. Tears burn at the back of my eyes. I won't cry. I can't. I'm stronger than that. Crying doesn't fix shit. It's merely a weakness. I can hear my father's voice in my mind, the words ingrained there. The past month has made me question every single thing I know. But I don't fucking cry. That much I do remember. The questions stack up, but there are no answers. Are Belle and I really siblings? According to my father, we are. Then there's the mysterious illness that both Belle's mother and my mother have. None of this is a coincidence. There is no way. The problem is I have no idea or way of proving that the two incidents are related. Nothing other than a gut instinct. I watch the doctor on the other side of the bed warily. Did my father hire him to keep her sick? What about the previous doctor? Can I trust this man? He seems to care far more than the previous doctor, who wouldn't even pay attention to me whenever I asked a question. Still, I don't trust any of them. I need answers, but most importantly, I need to keep her with me so we can find out the truth together. She deserves to survive and see my father pay for what he's done to me, her, and Belle, all of it. My blood pumps with adrenaline and rage. I tug a chair over so I can be closer to her. "Mom, can you hear me?" I'm met with silence. I squeeze my eyes closed and try my best not to lose it. I rarely get to see her, and I won't be able to stand it if I don't even get to speak to her ever again. "Mom!" The word comes out like a prayer. The doctor clears his throat and fiddles with some tubes. "I don't mean to interrupt, but I need you to sign some forms for us to approve the tests. She's been given a pretty hefty dose of painkillers and has been in and out of it since this morning. Don't take it personally if she doesn't react. It's best for her to stay sedated so there's less risk of stress to the body." "This seems pretty serious. Should I have her transferred to the hospital?" He shakes his head. "No, not yet. I can manage everything that has happened so far here at the house. The problem will be if her organs really start shutting down. At that point, we will rush her to the hospital. On the off chance that does happen, I have a release form that I'll have you sign today, just in case." "Sure, whatever you need." I nod, focusing my attention back on my mom. Nothing matters to me more than her. Do whatever you need to do to keep her alive.
Money doesn't matter. My job is to save lives. That's what doctors do. I'll do my very best to make sure your mom makes it through this."
His response is sincere, but I'm not sure if I can trust him or not. The fear lingers in the pit of my stomach. He bustles around the bed again, and I focus on her sedate features, giving her hand a little squeeze. "Mom, all I want is for her to speak. God damn it. I need one good thing to happen right now. Fuck. The floor threatens to give out on me, and I'm barely hanging on." As if someone up there can hear my unspoken prayer, I watch as Mom's eyes flutter and slowly open. She looks right at me, her blue eyes shining like sapphires. "Drew? Is that you?" I nod and lean down to kiss her cold, dry knuckles. "Yeah. Hi, Mom." She tries to smile, but it's more of a wince. "Hi," she breathes. I swallow a hard lump in my throat. I have never been happier to see your face. I know things have been hard, and I've been gone a lot, but I want you to know that I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere until we get you feeling better. She shifts her hands to pat my cheek, which is still near her fingers. "You have school and football. Don't worry about me, sweetie. This is nothing but a hiccup in the road." I eye the doctor on the other side of the bed. He gives me a little shake of the head, almost like he knows what I'm going to ask him. Why haven't they told her what's going on? If it were me, I'd want to know what the hell people were doing to me. My guess is the fear and her reaction and what it might do to her body. Anything not to make it worse, right? "Football is over, Mom, and my classes are pretty flexible. I'm stubborn, you know that. The more you tell me not to worry, the more I'll worry. All I want is for you to know I'm not going anywhere, okay? I don't add what I want to, as long as my father isn't here." She tries to smile again, but her lips slip down as if she can't gather the strength to smile, and then she sucks a shallow breath into her lungs. The doctor steps closer and checks her vitals on the monitor stationed at her bedside.
"Try to relax, Victoria. We don't want your blood pressure to go up again."
I'm so confused right now. Since when are the doctors on a first-name basis with her? I turn my gaze to him and watch him cautiously. Something is wrong here, but I can't pinpoint it. Her eyes drift shut, and I gently shake her hand. "Mom?" She doesn't respond, and fear kicks me in the chest like a horse. "Mom?" My heart rate spikes, and I notice the blips on the monitors blink, and the beeping sound speeds up. The doctor jumps into action, lowering her bed to a flat position. "Scarlett, come here." Dr. Banks calls for one of the nurses. I shove out of the chair and move out of their way while they rush around the bed, adjusting her body and grabbing a needle to inject something into her IV. Complete helplessness threatens to suffocate me. I can't stand here and watch her die, but at the same time, I can't do a single fucking thing to help her. I'm not a doctor. This is how Belle felt, and probably still does. Like a compass with no sense of direction, lost without a real meaning. I sink deeper into myself, watching with fear as they move around the room. They're shouting, "What the fuck are you doing? Call an ambulance for her!" Oh, it takes me a second to realize it's me. Then the damn doctor is in my face.
"We can't do that. Not yet. Please understand things are dire, and she should be in the care of a hospital, but I'm not authorized to approve that."
He stares at me meaningfully. "Then fucking do it. I'm the power of attorney, right? Get her to the hospital." After a minute, the screeching of the monitors slows to a more steady beat. The doctor rushes around her bed to check her eyes, pulse, and stats again. I'm vibrating with tension. Only the steady blip of her heartbeat on the monitor keeps me from splitting down the middle. What the hell is going on? What was that? I pepper him with questions, wondering why this asshole hasn't pulled his phone out to call the ambulance yet. He skirts the bed to approach, slipping his pinlight into his white coat pocket.
"I know I told you earlier that she's been in and out of it since early this morning, but I believe something else is going on. I'll need to run some more tests to be sure, but her sleepiness and fatigue are much more than a side effect of the meds. I wave at the bed. What does that mean? His frown deepens, and I can see the despair in his eyes. She's fallen into a coma, I believe. We need to get these tests done so we can see about helping her recover. He waves me toward a side table. Let's start with some blood work and go from there. I strip my jacket as I cross the room and throw myself down in the chair. Take whatever you need. As long as you can save her life, I don't give a fuck. I can't lose her, Doctor. I can't. Let me draw this lab work, and I promise we'll transport her to the hospital. It's important that I do this first, since it will help tailor our position once we get there. Whatever, Doc. Just do it. He hums a noise low in his throat and quickly grabs some supplies from a nearby set of drawers. I'm not sure how my blood can help, but I'd give up anything to ensure I don't lose her. You're her best chance for hope. You know that, right? I glance up at him. There's something in his tone I can't place through the adrenaline and the fear still coursing through me. All I can think is that I can't lose her. I can't. If I lose her, there is no saying how far off the rails I'll fall. There might not be anything good left for Belle. There might not be anything left for anyone.
Chapter 4. Belle. Another glorious day soaking in the despair of my trauma. Different day, same shit. I stare at the ceiling, wondering how much longer I can sit here, drowning myself in expensive wine. This isn't me. I know that, but I'm lost. I let out an obnoxious sigh. If I spend another day in this bed, the staff will start making the bed around me or over me. I check the clock on my bedside table. Getting myself out of this rut I'm in will require effort. I'm not ready to let go of her, but allowing myself to be happy and leave this miserable place I've put myself in makes me sick to my stomach. Your life has to go on, Belle, my mom's voice reminds me. Don't let this end you. I decide to think about something else, anything else. I guess I can make it down for breakfast with Seb if he didn't stay at the mill last night. The reminder of the mill leads my thoughts to another person who I'd do better not to even entertain in my thoughts. I can't think about him, or I'll never drag myself out of this bed. I throw back the covers and sit up, stretching my arms above my head and groaning as I try to work out the stiffness in my back. That's what you get for lying in bed for a million days. I shove off the bed and cross the room, walking into the closet. The lights turn on as soon as I step over the threshold, and I run my finger over the numerous articles of clothing. Something in here has to cost less than my old car. Money or not, I'm not eating breakfast in $1,000 sweatpants. When I find a pair of joggers and a hoodie that still seems suspiciously expensive, I throw them on. After a quick stop in the bathroom for deodorant, I catch my reflection in the mirror. Dark bags are under my eyes, and my once vibrant green eyes look duller now. I'm still me, but something is missing. I look away from my reflection and pull my long blonde hair up into a messy top knot. My fingers graze the tender flesh at the back of my head, and a memory flashes through my mind. It's time for you to leave. You can take the trash out yourself, or I can take you out. You are nothing to me and never were. Nothing more than a warm little hole to sink into every once in a while. Now get up and get the fuck out, and let us men do our talking. The hole in my chest throbs, pulsing, blood pouring from the place where he ripped my heart out. A physical scar will always remind me of what happened that day. But eventually that will fade. What will not fade are the memories that Drew left me with, The rage in his eyes, the venom in his words, the pure, unfiltered hate. True or not, the pain he caused me that night will forever linger. I blink back the tears burning at the back of my eyes. Do not cry for him. He does not deserve your tears. I take a couple of calming breaths to compose myself. Then I leave the bathroom and walk through my bedroom, heading downstairs. Perhaps I can convince myself that Drew was never a part of my life. Huh, I wish. It would be possible if he would leave me alone. But he's like an infestation of fleas, and there's no damn exterminator that could take out Drew Marshall. On my way downstairs, I take in the sights and sounds of the mansion. Staff bustle around the place like it's a hotel instead of a home. It's amazing to me that it takes all these people to take care of this place. Then again, I'm not surprised, due to the size of it. It's just a gross display of wealth to hide the rotten truth beneath the surface. Or maybe that's the grief talking. By the time I make it to the dining room, I've already considered going back to my room 10 times. This place is too big, too over the top. It's not home, even though it's more than my mother and I ever had. It still doesn't compare, though. Stepping into the formal space I've only seen a couple of times since moving in, I drag my eyes to the long table meant for 20 chairs. The soft rug under my bare feet runs the length of the room, from the door to the far wall, with a floor-to-ceiling window that looks out upon the estate. Seb sits in the first chair on the right side of the table, holding a dainty teacup. I want to smile at the ridiculously tiny cup, but I don't have the energy. After a second, he spots me, stands and pulls out the chair at the head of the table, with its back to the window. It wouldn't be my first choice for seating, but I don't have the energy to argue, so I mutter a thanks and sit. My ass has barely hit the seat when one of the staff bustles out of a side door with a tray of food and a carafe of coffee with all the fixings. The contents are distributed around my place setting, and once the maid leaves, I stare down at the sheer mass of food that is about to go to waste. There's no way in hell I'm going to eat all of this. My stomach feels weird just looking at it. As if Sebastian can read my mind, he speaks. Just eat what you want, and leave the rest. It seems like such a ridiculous waste, but I don't bother arguing with him. I pick up a croissant and nibble on it. It's good to see you out of your room, he adds casually, as he sips his coffee out of that stupid cup. His tone is too unconcerned, like if he points out that I've left my room, I might make a mad dash back there. I'm sick of wallowing. My voice catches. Don't get me wrong. I still miss my mother more than anything. But I can't lie in that bed any longer. Lying around and doing nothing makes me sick. I need to find my way back to who I am. I sigh and grab a fork, spearing a piece of egg. I've lost way too much weight in the past month. Weight I couldn't afford to lose in the first place. I eye the runny yolk and force myself to take a bite. I agree, and I think you should consider going back to school. You can re-enroll at any time. All I need to do is make a phone call to the administration building. I had them hold your spot, and you won't be penalized either. Of course I won't be. I withhold an eye roll. Money can buy you anything. Power, corruption. I never asked for any of this, and maybe that's why my mother hid the truth from me. Why didn't she tell me about my brother or family? Maybe it's because she left them all. I consider everything while chewing the eggs slowly. They don't taste half bad. It's still disconcerting to me that Sebastian's being so nice after everything that happened between him and me, between Drew and me. He's Drew's best friend, so he should take his side. But if anything, Sebastian appears to be against him now, and I don't know if I can or should trust that. He might be my only relation left, but I don't expect him to take care of me like a child. In fact, I'm very against it. I'm not going to be anybody's problem. I'll figure it out. I let out a long sigh. I'm undecided. The idea of going back to Oakmount terrifies me. It brings back all kinds of memories that I don't want to relive. Plus, I don't even have my laptop or my books. Maybe I could enroll in online classes instead. No. As antisocial as I like to tell myself I am, I'd miss the library too much. Hell, I already miss it. The smell of the books, the quietness. I haven't been back to campus or my dorm room since my mom died, and the thought of going back makes the eggs in my belly churn roughly. None of that is a big deal. We can get you new books, and you already have a new laptop. Those are easy fixes. He gives me a boyish smile that might have warmed my heart previously, but now just annoys me. I hate myself for hating Sebastian. He keeps throwing around how easy it is to drop thousands of dollars like it's nothing. I might have money now, not that I've really spent anything, but that doesn't mean I can switch my brain to his rich boy way of thinking automatically. I refuse to let the concept of money change my thinking. I'm still Maybelle, the quiet, shy bookworm. I'm still the girl my mom loved. I place the fork down on the table and look him right in the eyes. Look, I know you're trying to help, and I don't mean to sound ungrateful because I'm not. But I don't want new books. I want my stuff. The stuff my mother and I worked hard to buy. I refuse to let those things go to waste and toss them out because I can buy new ones. Then there's my notes for classes. Those aren't replaceable and are in my old laptop, as well as a number of notebooks. I can't replace that stuff without taking the classes over again. There. I even did it without hissing at him. It's whatever you want, Belle. Do what you like. He dismisses me without another glance and goes back to scrolling on his phone and drinking his coffee. But is it really? I can't help but wonder if there's a hidden agenda. I also kind of want to smash his stupid cup. I pick my fork back up and continue eating while I watch him cautiously, both wanting to get to know him better and not getting too close for fear that he'll disappear. His appearance is well put together. Today, he's added a coat and tie to his usual dress slacks and button-down. Going somewhere? He jerks his gaze to mine, then notices me staring at his clothes. Not really. Why? You usually don't give so much banker chic this early in the morning? His full lips fold into a straight line while he narrows his eyes at me. If we are commenting on each other's apparel? His gaze flicks down to my clothing. You've got the whole stay-at-home mom style down pat, minus the spit-up on your sweatshirt. Thanks, jerk. I eat some more food, feeling a little lighter for the teasing. Your cup looks like it came out of a toy set. It feels right. Good. Mom would have loved him. I just know it. My heart seizes in my chest, and I let the fork clatter to the plate. Every time I remember she's gone, it feels like I'm getting hit by a truck all over again. You okay? Seb's deep voice drags me back to reality, and I notice him crouching beside my chair, his hand resting gently on the armrest. I swallow thickly. Yeah, I'm fine. Just the usual reminder of her not being here anymore. Emotion clogs my throat, but I refuse to cry. I can't continue with life if I start crying every time I think of her. If you're good with it, I'm going to grab my coat and head over to the dorm to get my things. You never have to ask my permission to leave, Belle. You're not a prisoner here. This is your home, and I'm your brother. I don't want to control you. I just want to keep you safe. Now, do you really think it's a good idea to go back there? The concern etched into his handsome features makes me pause, and I know he's not lying. I shrug and try to curl my mouth into something more than a wince. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's the only one I have. I can't keep hiding behind the four walls of that bedroom. I can't keep pretending she's not gone. I have to try. I'll just go in, grab my stuff, and leave as quickly as I came. I doubt Jackie will even be there. The memory of my friend, or who I thought was my friend, burns like drops of acid on my skin. I can send someone with you, or maybe I can come with you, if that would make you feel more comfortable. I shake my head. No, I'm not going to hide behind you. You might be my brother, but I'm capable of protecting myself. And I'm not scared of Jackie or Drew. At some point, I will have to face them. It's best to get it over and done with. He nods and returns to his seat, but I can still feel his eyes on me. He's waiting for me to shatter so he can pick up the pieces again. But I'm tired of breaking. Tired of being seen as fragile. Seconds tick by, and I notice the way his jaw tenses. I can see Seb wants to say something or ask something, but he hasn't spoken yet. What's up? If your jaw gets any more tense, you'll have to go to the dentist for your broken teeth. His lips turn up into a smile. I'm just thinking, do you think I look like her at all? My heart lurches in my chest. He's been so focused on helping me survive and overcome the grief that I'm not sure he's even grieved himself. I tend to forget that he, too, lost a parent. A parent he never got the chance to develop a relationship with. I smile. Yeah, I can see it now that I'm looking for it. His green eyes twinkled just like our mother's did. And it's almost too much for me to endure. Okay, that's enough brotherly love for the day, I joke, and stand to head out of the room, hoping a little distance will dissipate the tightness in my chest. I know it's hard, and even a little uncomfortable, but I want you to know that I'll always be here for you, Belle. I'm pissed that you were here this entire time, practically right under my nose, and I had no idea. Family is something I never had, and I missed out on getting to meet my real mom. I don't want to miss out on developing a relationship with you, too. Damn it. The pressure on my chest becomes too much, and all I can do is nod. I scurry out of the room before I start to cry. Stupid tears. Once back in my room, I find the place clean and the bed freshly made. I'm tempted to crawl under the covers and forget my plans for the day. But that wouldn't do me any good. I need to pull myself together to do something other than lie in bed all day. I need to do this for me, for Mom. She wouldn't want me to lie around in bed all day, crying and dwelling on the things I can't change. I head for the closet and scour through the shelves, looking for a pair of jeans. I pluck a pair off a stack, and it hits me. What will I do if I see Jackie? Ugh, what if I run into Drew? That would be my luck, run into both of them. I sigh, pull on the pair of jeans and my heaviest shit-kicker combat boots, and head down to the foyer. They stored my car around here somewhere, but I haven't been outside much since I arrived. When one of the staff approaches at my lost look, they call a driver to take me to the campus. I don't have the strength to argue, especially if it's an extra pair of hands to help me carry anything I might need to bring back. The car is something fancy and shiny and smells like old money. The driver opens the door for me, and as I climb inside, my phone vibrates with a text. Sebastian. Of freaking course. Sebastian. Be careful. Call if you need anything. I shake my head as I type back. Me. Yes, Dad. His response makes me laugh. Sebastian. Ew. Don't. I tuck my phone into my hoodie pocket along with my keys and stare out the window as we drive toward campus. How long has Sebastian's family lived here? I guess I have to get used to calling them our family now, even though it feels all wrong. Why had Mother kept them a secret? Her letter didn't say much besides to trust Sebastian and that he would take care of me. How can I trust her in this, when she doesn't know him any better than I do? Did she? There are so many secrets that they feel like they are eating me alive and crawling under my skin. So many secrets and too many lies. I'm thinking so hard as we drive to campus that the driver has to clear his throat when he opens the door to alert me to our arrival. I climb out and give him a nod. Thanks. I'll have some stuff to bring back to the house with me in a minute. Very good, miss. I guess money really makes people respect you. Or, at the very least, afraid of you. Gotta get used to that, too. I sigh and jog up the steps to the dorm building, then scan my card to enter. My body is tense as I walk. My nerves twinge with adrenaline as I walk down the hall to my room. My old room now, I guess. I unlock the door and stop dead when I spot Jackie sitting at the table in the middle of the main room. We both freeze. Her with a spoon halfway to her mouth and me with my keys dangling from my fingers. She recovers first, as usual.
What the fuck do you want?
Oh, hell no. She doesn't get to speak to me that way after she completely betrayed me. What's wrong, Jackie? Your sugar daddy tired of you already, now that you have nothing to offer him? Her face twists into an angry scowl, and she plops her spoon into her bowl, splattering milk around in an arc. I shake my head and turn to my room, thankful I locked the door the last time I was here. Everything inside is just as I left it. It takes a minute to find some tote bags and load them up with books and a few things I want to take. My laptop is too old to be crushed with the books, so I'll have to carry it.
What? Your sugar daddy can't afford to buy you new stuff?
Jackie sneers from the door. Sebastian isn't my sugar daddy. He's my brother. I say absently as I pack, refusing to let my anger ride me. What? She sounds like herself with that, and another pang shoots through my chest. God, I miss her just as much as I miss my mom. I bow my head and squeeze my eyes shut so I don't start crying. I can't let her see me cry. When I've grabbed everything I want, I turn to face her. Did you need something, or are you just standing there to watch me pack?
I don't need a goddamn thing from you. You ruined everything.
Me? How did I do that? I'm not the one selling secrets and my pussy for money. She hisses out of breath and stalks toward me.
Oh, aren't you? Pretty sure that's what you've been doing with Drew for months. Selling your snatch for his A's. What would the school think of that if they found out the truth?
I'm not playing this game with her. The second she gets in reach, I throw down the doors of all the anger, the heartbreak, the hurt I've been bottling up for weeks, and throw it straight at her face in the form of my fist into her nose. It collides with a satisfying crunch. Then a thunderbolt of pain shoots into my knuckles and up my arm. Fucking worth it, though. She doubles over, blood spraying through her fingers.
What the fuck?
She garbles. I step around her with my bags and place them on the table. Then I strip my key off my keyring and drop both keys and the key card onto the floor near the table. I won't be back here again, that's for damn sure. You can tell the school whatever you like. Let's see who they believe. You or Sebastian Arturo? The door slams behind me, and my hand stings while I carry the heavy bags. But I feel 20 pounds lighter after that confrontation. She's out of my life for good, and I don't need to open that door again. Maybe to finally get closure with Drew, I need a confrontation with him as well. I don't feel strong enough for it, but I didn't feel strong enough to face Jackie either. But maybe with Drew, only one of us will come out hurt, too. I just have to make sure it's not me.
Chapter 5. Drew. How did this happen? I thought she was doing better, according to the few nurses I could bribe to tell me what her doctor had put in her files. But shit, I should have considered that information would be tainted from the start, since my father dictated it. He's always used her as leverage, and while he has control over her, he has control over me, and I fucking hate it. I watch her sleeping in the hospital bed. We are in a private room back in a secluded corner, and I flinch every time someone walks past the door. I'm waiting for my father to appear, throw around demands, and try to take her home before she's safe. The steady beat of her heart on the monitor reassures me, and I can't help but wonder if this is how Belle felt all that time with her mom at the hospital. As always, she's not far from my thoughts, even as my mother is my current priority. I think about her a second, the guilt a storm in my head, like it always is when I think about her. Then I shove it all away and lean toward my mom's hospital bed, willing her to wake up. This is the most time I've spent with her consecutively in years. My father started pushing me out toward the end of high school as my mother grew more ill, and I suddenly grew busier and busier with obligations. I don't know how long I sit there and watch her. Long enough that the nurse shift switches, and the doctor who brought her to the hospital returns. Oh, he starts when he spots me in the chair, like he's surprised to see me. I'm glad you're here. Once again, I tried to reach your father and I wasn't able to get a hold of him. We got some of the initial test results back. Do you want me to show you, or would you rather I wait until we can reach your father? I shake my head. No, please. Anything you have, I want to know about. He nods and turns to face my mother, grabs her charts and does a few checks. Once he finishes circling her bed, checking her chest and marking her chart, he tucks the pen into his breast pocket and faces me again. Now, the main thing you need to know is she's having trouble. Yes, she's unconscious, but it's not the end yet. I whoosh out an exhale and stare down at my hands, giving myself a moment before I slip back into my mask and meet his eyes. So what now? Is there anything we can do to fix this? He studies me, and there is something in his eyes I can't read when I usually can see right through people. How long has your mother been having difficulty? I snort. Difficulty. She's been in and out of the hospital since I was 10 or 11. For as long as I can remember, she's been fighting one thing or another. It seems to have gotten worse since I went to college, but I try to be there for her as much as I can. The doctor grabs the stool on the other side of the room to sit on and slides toward me, stopping a couple of feet away. "Drew, can I ask you something more personal?" "Like what? It depends on what you want to know." "If it's for my mom, though, there isn't much I'd hold back." He frowns, lines growing bolder around his mouth and on his forehead. Something is wrong, and he's not sure how to tell me. A weight sinks from my chest to my stomach and drifts down, 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 like a rock in a lake. Shit. He just said she wasn't dying, so why the hesitation? "Doctor, whatever the problem is, just spit it out. This dancing around is making it worse. It's making me want to punch something, namely him, but I keep that little bit to myself." He sits back and squares his shoulders. "Has either of your parents ever discussed if you're adopted?" I blink, my mouth popping open. He rushes on. "It's not something I'd usually be at liberty to discuss, but it was your blood work, not your mother's, where we found the discrepancies, so legally you have the right to know." I blink again, wheels grinding in my head like an overworked car. "What?" I sputter. He swallows loudly enough I can hear it, even with the monitors. "Well, we ran your blood work with your mother's, and your father's even, to look for compatibility. The transplant." "And?" I say, since I've been reduced to one-syllable words. "You weren't a match to either of them. Neither of them is your biological parent." The room seems to go silent around me as all the air is sucked out of the room. All the abuse, the verbal jabs, the indifference, all on my so-called father's part. Was it because he knew all along? If they aren't my parents, who the hell is? I can't wrap my head around what he's told me. Everything seems to tilt sideways. Nothing is lining up. There's no axis on which to orient myself. I stand, and the doctor stands too, keeping his eyes locked on me. He braces his body like he's ready to rush forward at any moment. I lay a hand on the back of the chair and turn my back to the man. "Shit. Get a hold of yourself. He doesn't need to see you break down. No one can see that. I have to keep it together, no matter what." Without turning around, I shuffle toward the doorway, needing distance from him, from the truth, too. "I'll come back, doctor. I need some time to think about this." He says something, but I don't catch it as I rush out the door and down the hall, racing to the exit before I say or do something to draw attention to myself. Don't let them see. It's a lesson my father taught me under the weight of his fist, and I've never in my life been grateful for that particular lesson until this very second. I step out of the hospital's sliding glass doors and take a deep breath of the cold midday air. Then another, using the chill in my lungs to clear my head. I have so many more questions than answers, but at least I can breathe again. Until that old familiar feeling rises up to choke me once more. The feeling that I can't quite grasp anything, that nothing is in my control. I hate this goddamn feeling. I open my phone and pull up the ride app. Since I'm downtown, it only takes minutes for a car to pull up, and there's only one person I need to see right now. Only one person can make this feeling go away. Belle, my little wallflower. It hits me like another punch to the face when I'm already fucking down. We can't be related. If he's her father but not mine, she's not my sister. It's not like that knowledge would keep me away from her, but a wave of relief washes through me, and suddenly the urge to see her is even stronger, a driving force pushing me to get to her. It takes a little while to get to the Arturo estate, and I rush to the gate, punch the intercom, and wait. "Can I help you?" a male voice says, but it's not Sebastian. "I'm here to see Maybelle." There's a pause, then, "Miss Arturo isn't available, especially to you, ever." It's Seb this time for sure. The venom in his voice reaches me even through the tinny intercom line. "Fucking let me in, Seb. I just want to talk to her," I grit out, balling my fists to keep from grasping the intercom box and shaking it from its base. "Go away, Drew. You aren't getting near her. I explained that before, and I'll keep saying it. Go away before I send security out to make you go away." Fuck him. He's not going to keep me from my flower. I spin and stare at the fence line as a security guard marches down from the gatehouse on the other side. He looks pressed and polished in a security uniform, so he doesn't travel with the family. Fucking good. I paste on my good old boy smile and wave him over. "Hey, man," I call out. His shoulders relax, and he steps up to the gate, my disarming smile doing its usual work. "You have to leave, sir." I smile again and swagger toward the gate until I'm within reaching distance. I shoot my hand through the wrought iron, grab his shirt front, and slam him into the gate hard enough to stun him. "Look," I snarl with enough menace in my tone to ensure he doesn't mistake a single word I speak. "I want nothing to do with you or your boss. I want to know where Belle is, that's all. I'm asking nicely, but here in a few moments I won't be, and then I can't be held responsible for what happens to you after that. So what's it going to be? Are you going to tell me what I want to know, or are we going to see if I can pull your head through these fucking bars?" My grip is tight as I tug him against the iron, adding just enough pressure to press his cheeks against the bars. He flails, but he's out of shape and useless with the leverage I have over him. It really doesn't have to be this way. I tilt my head and narrow my eyes, considering another option. Unless she's inside, in which case I'll be entering, and you'll be unconscious. His radio goes off, and I can hear someone asking for his status. Panic fills his eyes, and he fumbles to grab it, but I catch his hand and twist his wrist back. Not hard enough to break it, but hard enough to prove a point. "The girl," I prompt. He hisses out a breath and sags in my hold. "Got him." I smile like the villain who just got the girl. "She's on campus. She went back to school today." "See? Not as hard as you thought." I release him with a little shove and take a step back, holding my hands up. Before he can right himself, I swivel and take off running down the street, punching a new address into the rideshare app. They won't catch me before I get to her, that's for sure. I kick myself in the ass for not using my bike. This racing around for rides is bullshit. Thankfully, someone is nearby, and I'm hopping in the back of a Kia Sportage a few minutes later. The guy behind the driver's seat attempts to make small talk, but I'm not about that shit. I need to get to the library and find Belle. Otherwise, all of this will have been for nothing. It feels like it takes years to get back to campus. By the time we're close enough, I'm hot enough to start a fire with my body heat alone. "Pull over here," I order the guy as the car reaches the edge of the football field. "If I get out here, I'll have a straight shot to the library." He flounders but slows the car. "This isn't the location you asked me to drop you off at." I exhale and shake my head. "Fucking stop," I growl, and the car comes to a halt immediately. I'm aware that I'm a little unhinged, but I crave the pretty little blonde bookworm who's been trying to hide from me for the past month. Too bad for her, there will be no more hiding. My desire for her intensifies, and a coil of need winds tighter and tighter the closer I get to her. I force my legs to move faster and break out into a full run toward the library doors. I shove through the double doors, nearly plowing into a group of girls. I can feel their angry glares on me, but I don't give a fuck. My heart hammers against my ribcage as I scan the expansive space for her familiar messy topknot. Each second that passes without proof that she's here makes my blood pressure climb. Higher and higher it goes. What if the guard lied? I suppose I'll have to pay him another visit. I'm tempted to call out to her, but we haven't spoken in a while, and I don't want to scare her away. I remind myself that when it comes to Belle, I'm back at square one. All the work I put into earning her trust is nothing but dust in the wind now. If I'm going to get her to listen to me, I'll need to approach this differently. Impatience blooms in my belly as I stalk toward her favorite set of desks. I notice a bag hanging off the chair and a few romance books stacked on the table, but there's no Belle in sight. Shit! Where is she? I spin on the balls of my feet and scan the area, raking my gaze over every person in the room, shifting behind the desk toward the stacks to get a better look and make sure she's not hiding somewhere. My heart threatens to catapult out of my chest when I spot her standing next to the window. The streaks of sunlight make her look like she's wearing a halo. I swear to fucking God, I stop breathing for half a second. Piercing green eyes, blonde strands are held haphazardly on the top of her head in a messy bun, just as expected. My tongue darts out of my mouth, and I lick my lips like the true predator I am. Relax. Don't scare her. I watch her curiously, missing this so much there aren't even words to describe it. Sebastian was right. The little wallflower has grown into a wildflower. Gone are the oversized sweatshirts she adored before. She's wearing designer jeans and a tight white top that makes her tits look great, and my mouth waters at the image before me. Fucking hell. Why didn't I put her in better clothes when I had her? I suck a ragged breath into my lungs. To be anxious or nervous is unlike me, but Belle is different, always was. I'm so afraid I'm going to fuck this up again, that I'm going to have to force her to do what I want her to do, and we both know that's not what I want. I need her submission, her sweet, fragile trust. I swallow the lump in my throat. Here goes nothing. Belle. I whisper her name. Her eyes shift from the book she's holding right to me, like she heard me even though we are several feet apart. She has yet to really see me, and I take a hesitant step forward. Belle. I say her name a little louder this time. It's time we talked about things. That makes the light bulb go off in her head. I watch as her eyes fill with shock, or maybe even fear. I can't really be sure which it is when they mirror one another so closely. I choose to go with the second when her foot slides backward. Fuck me. I know what she's about to do, and it's so incredibly stupid. Don't do it, I snarl, the animalistic beast barely contained under the cold mask I wear. If she wants to tempt me, nothing will do that quite like the thrill of a chase. Those pretty emerald eyes of hers flick around the library, looking for an exit, a way to escape me. But what she doesn't understand is that she can never escape me. Belle will never be free of me, no matter how much she cries, begs, or pleads. I inch closer, and just like the gazelle sensing danger, she notices the movement, her gaze ping-ponging between me and the stacks. Do it. Run, Flower. Run as fast as you can. Every drop of blood in my body heads south, pumping furiously into my thickened cock. I'm grappling for control over the primal desire to chase her and fuck her into submission, but remind myself that this is so much more than sex. I need to rein in my primal instincts, at least for right now. But seeing her again after all this time is harder than I anticipated. I fucking crave her submission, the softness of her body as I bend her to my will, forcing her to take whatever it is I want to give her. Yes, I fucked up, and I'm man enough to admit that, but I've given her more than enough time and space. I can't keep myself in check anymore. I can't be without her. She's not getting away from me this time. Like a spooked animal, she takes off, racing in the direction of the stacks. Just as I anticipated. I take off after her, slipping through the line of chairs, shelves, and tables, heading right for her. She cuts through some bookshelves to the right, and I follow closely like a bloodhound. She's backing herself into a corner. Belle, don't do this.
There is nowhere you can go that I won't find you, and the last thing you want to do is provoke me, especially when I've gone so long without you. Don't make me do something I don't want to do. I'm greeted with silence. A smile tugs at the corner of my lips. Fuck. Flower wants a chase. She'll get a chase. No matter what, she's not escaping me. Not this time.
Chapter 6. Belle. No. I can't do this right now. Shit! Panic bubbles up and out of me like a boiling pan of water. I can't do this right now. First, the altercation with Jackie, and now Drew is here? I'm not sure what I've ever done to piss God off, but the heaping piles of shit he tosses on me could stop at any point. My adrenaline spikes. The thunderous sound of my heartbeat fills my ears, and I press a hand to my mouth, forcing myself to keep quiet as I move through the stacks. I stick close to the bookshelves, hiding in the shadows, and there are plenty this far back in the library. Belle. Drew calls for me softly. Thankfully, the sound isn't loud enough to carry into the main library room. I breathe slowly, reminding myself that he can't hurt me. Not anymore. Not ever again. If he can't hurt you, why are you running? Ignoring the thought, I walk slowly, pushing deeper into the stacks until I'm surrounded by nothing more than old shelves and years of dust and neglect. It's sad to watch the demise of books and how little people care for them. With the internet, no one comes back to these older tomes, and the school has let them languish. I do my best to think a step ahead, but there's no real hiding from Drew. He's a predator at his most basic instinct. The only thing I can hope to do is stay hidden as long as possible, until he gets tired of searching for me. Which will be never. Ahead, I notice a corner just small enough for me to hide in. Bingo. Quickly, I tuck myself behind it, crouching with my back to the shelf. I feel a little safer here. Once in position, I wrap my arms around my middle to keep myself from crumpling into a million pieces. Why did he have to come here today? Did someone tell him I'd be here? Did Jackie call him? I grit my teeth, red-hot fury pulsing through me. If she did, I don't know what I'll do, but I certainly won't let it go. I'm past the point of breaking. I'm done being used, toyed with, and then discarded like worthless trash. I won't ever be someone's plaything again, and especially not his. Whatever he wants from me, he'll have to take by force, which I know Drew will hate to do. He doesn't get pleasure from taking. He gets pleasure from submission, from me giving up complete control and surrendering to him. My ears catch the shuffle of a boot on the carpet, and my muscles tense as I wait for him to hopefully pass by without a glance. Belle, he calls again, his voice a dark caress. It wraps around me, tightening its grip on my resolve, making it difficult to remember why I hate him so much. Hard-edged and cutting, or soft and sensual, it doesn't matter. I'm always his willing victim somehow. His voice ignites the embers of desire deep in my gut. This run-and-hide game is so familiar it hurts. An ache forms in my chest, the pain spreading outward. It's so suffocating I can barely breathe around it. God, I've missed him. I swallow hard, and the memory of all he's said comes barreling into me. No, I can't miss him. He's an asshole, even worse than I ever thought he could be. I can't remember how many times he warned me, telling me that he wasn't a good guy. I should have believed him. I should have looked at the red flags and ran the fuck away. Stupid, so stupid. Instead, I let him use and abuse me, only to be left discarded when he had his fill. Fuck him. He made his choice and he chose wrong. Now he'll have to deal with the consequences because I refuse to be second best for anyone, let alone Drew Marshall. The longer I sit here, the more consumed I become with confronting him. This unbearable desire to hurt him the same way he hurt me, even if I know I can't do so physically, fills me. I need to end this. To remind him that I'm not fucking around. Before I can contemplate my next move, a pair of strong arms snakes around my middle. I'm momentarily frozen, with fear or anger, I'm not sure, but his firm grip on my biceps as he drags me to my feet slaps me back to reality. Like a wild animal, I thrash against his hold, refusing to go down without a fight. I claw at the air, barely missing his skin. Asshole. I swipe again, but only catch the soft cotton material of his t-shirt. With lightning-fast reflexes, he turns me in his grasp, bringing me face to face with a beautiful, wicked monster. Hello, Wildflower. His voice wraps around me like smoke, snuffing out any hope of escape. His piercing gaze sends a shudder rippling through me. His tone says hello, but the deep timbre catching in his throat says something else entirely. Something dark, sinister, and molten like red-hot lava. Remember what he did to you. A mouse caught in a trap. That's what I am right now. And I can't let him win again. I can't. I open my mouth to tell him to release me. But nothing more than a whimper escapes. You're nothing to me, Belle. The memory splinters through my fragile mind, and I let it guide me. I claw at him, trying to slip out of his iron grip. Is that really any way to greet someone? He taunts. He is absolutely psycho. But I already know that, don't I? How dare he assume he can touch, taunt, or talk to me as if he didn't smash my heart with a baseball bat in front of everyone we know? I snarl my lips and bare my teeth. Let go of me, I order, my voice cracking. Leaning forward, he presses his forehead against mine, and I suck a ragged breath into my lungs as his touch burns across my skin. I can't breathe. I can't do anything. Like an eerie mist, Drew's everywhere. His scent surrounds me, drowning me in his darkness. Peppermint and teakwood. Or what? What are you going to do, Flower? His eyes flash, challenging me. Fight. I'm going to fight. I claw at him one last time, putting as much effort into it as possible, and this time I make contact with his skin. I sink my nails into his flesh, dragging them down the length of his throat. Satisfaction fills all the empty spaces in my heart, but it doesn't last long. Horror soon takes its place when the skin splits beneath my nails. Blood oozes out of the deep scratches that mark his neck. I freeze, with my heart in my throat. I shouldn't look at him, but I do. His features are pinched, and where I expect there to be an expression of anger or pain, I find shock and something like adoration in his green eyes. Only he would find violence adorable. I won't lie, I'm a little shocked, but this is another reason he needs to stay away from me. I hate this person I become in his presence. I managed to come back first and take a step back, but I quickly realize I have nowhere to go. Not with the huge bookshelf behind me and Drew in front of me. Oh, Belle. He shakes his head and presses his fingertips to the side of his throat. When he pulls his hand back, my eyes catch on the smeared blood and dart up to his. He gives me a devastating smile. If I were not weak in the knees already, I would be now. I've missed this, but most of all, I've missed you. Has it really been so long that you forgot what your fighting does to me? How hard it makes my cock. He growls, and the sound vibrates through me like the low buzz of a vibrator. I'm doing my best to be a gentleman, Belle. I'm trying so hard to give you space and time to heal because I know I fucked up. But my patience can only withstand so much. You belong to me, and no amount of fighting or time will change that. That's where you're wrong. Everything has changed. I hiss and raise my hands to his chest, giving him a hard shove. It does nothing. He doesn't move. Not even an inch. It's like he's made of rock. Knowing this, he smirks, closing the breath's length of distance separating us. The old wood bookshelves dig into my back. I'm trapped. I tip my head back to look into his eyes. His gaze burns a path across my skin as he studies each freckle, hair, and mark as if he's seeing it for the first time. That same gaze drags down the length of my neck, burning me from the inside out. Fuck, Flower. I can't put into words how good it feels to see you. To feel your fucking skin beneath my hands. This entire month has been a never-ending nightmare. I grit my teeth, and the familiar pricking of tears in my eyes makes it hard to hold his gaze. A nightmare? Yes, a nightmare. I blink back the tears threatening to slip from my eyes. Of course he would make this about him. About how much he suffered and how badly I treated him. How stupid of me to assume he would actually have an ounce of empathy for the things I've gone through in the past month. He's far too selfish for that. Far too consumed with his own wants and needs. I don't know why I'm surprised. I guess I thought maybe you'd think of someone else before yourself for once in your life. I thought maybe you might feel bad about what you did, about how deep your actions and words cut me. But if anything, it made you a bigger victim. It made you think you're the one who got hurt. The reminder of the pain he caused me is bone deep. It's suffocating and throbbing. My heart is in a vice, the life being squeezed out of it. That's okay, though. Lesson learned. I see the real you now. What you were trying to show me all along. And I can't fucking believe there was ever a part of me that saw good in you. I desire to rip his heart out, the same way he ripped my own out. But that will never happen because I'm not even sure he has a heart to rip out. I'm glad your month has been a nightmare, and I hope the rest of your fucking life is too, because you don't deserve happiness. I stab a finger into his firm chest. You, Andrew Marshall, mean nothing to me, and I hope that realization eats you up inside. You're a coward. Now let me go and maybe I won't tell Sebastian about this. His response to my hate is the opposite of what I expect. He leans down, so his face is so close that his lips nearly touch mine. His lower body molds, melting into me and not leaving one single inch to the imagination. I feel everything. The hard planes of his muscles and each indentation. All of it. But especially the long, hard length of his cock, which digs into my belly. Instantly, my traitorous body turns to molten fire. Hate me or love me, Belle. It doesn't matter to me. I warned you. When I told you I wasn't a good man, I wasn't lying to you. I'm not lying to you now either. I said those things and did what I had to do to protect you. There's remorse in his eyes, and I hate it. It looks too much like pity, And the last thing I want is Drew Marshall's fucking pity. I don't care why you did it. You say that, but you don't mean it. Even as badly as you don't want to admit it, you know as much as I do that I did it to protect you. My father. I didn't want him to hurt you. For him to realize how much you mean to me. You'd become another pawn on his chessboard. Another avenue to control me. And I couldn't let that happen to you. If I have to be the villain in your story, then I will be. But I'm not letting you go. I don't belong to you. I belong to me. Now let me go. No. I have so much more to say. Say it to someone else. Like your fiancé. I sneer. I know you're upset, but let me help. Let me fix this. I can feel the pain splintering through the slow-healing wound. I'm sorry about your mom. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. That I wasn't able to take the pain away. I'm so fucking sorry, Belle. Stop! I whimper. It feels like I'm reliving the memory, experiencing her loss for the first time all over again. Just fucking stop! I hate his words and their meaning, but more than that, I hate that small part of me that wants to believe him. He grinds against me, his hard length stoking the flames of desire that flicker in my pulsing core. No, we can't. This is wrong, both morally and ethically. Even after everything that happened, I could expect him to still want me. But after his father's confession? I've replayed the conversation over in my head 1,000,000 times. True or not, this cannot happen. We cannot happen. Every cell in my body pulses, urging me to let him in and let him soothe the dreaded ache in my core, but I can't. Not only because I despise him, but because I don't. Which might be as frightening as the revelation that he might be my brother. What is it that you want me to stop? He taunts, acting as if he has no idea what he's doing. He can't really think this is okay, can he? This is wrong, Drew. And not just because I hate you, but because bile climbs up my throat. I've tried not to think about Drew being my brother because the thought is disgusting. Leaning forward, he nuzzles against my cheek with the tip of his nose and traces a trail down the side of my face, burying his face into the crook of my neck. There's an audible inhale as he breathes me into his lungs, like he's missed my scent. It's such a possessive act, one that he has no right doing. Because why? Because I might be your brother? Yes, I hiss, my heart rate picking up. He lifts his head, his eyes glittering with a desire I know all too well. It's not any different from before. I've already fucked your cunt and filled you with my cum. The truth can't change what's already happened. Why let it stop us now? He punctuates his question with a thrust of his hips and a quick jerk and lift of mine. Knocked off balance, I wrap my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist to steady myself. Damn him! Once I realize my position, I wiggle, and that causes friction, allowing him to get closer. His length pressing harder against my core. He licks his lips as he studies mine and grinds into me. God damn it! The friction is delicious and pleasure zings up my spine. Does it really change anything, Belle? Does that knowledge make you want me any less? Because I'll be honest with you. He flexes his hips, the tip of his dick pressing against my clit. A whimper escapes my parted lips, and he smirks. It doesn't change a goddamn thing for me. I still want you. No, I still need you. Nothing has changed for me. How fucked up does that make me? How fucked up does it make me to know you might be my sister, yet I can't stop thinking about pinning you to the wall and fucking you until you beg me to stop? About watching my cum drip out of your tight pussy. Fuck, it's wrong. But I don't want to be right. Not if it means I have to give you up. Give us up. I gulp, my hips lifting toward him despite his words. He starts to move, grinding against mine harder and faster like he can't get enough. I clutch onto him, my breaths becoming pants under his brutal touch. Drew, I'm assaulted with so many feelings and thoughts. Pleasure, fear, disgust. This is wrong, but at the same time, nothing has ever felt more right in my life. Tell me to stop, Belle. Tell me you don't feel the same way, the same burning desire in your bones, the same animalistic urge to claim, and I'll walk away. There are no words to speak, and I'm embarrassed that I can't even manage to say no. Instead, I moan, while clutching him tighter, needing him to hold all the fucked up pieces of my soul together because I know, once he's done with me, I'll be nothing more than a vase shattered against the wall. The pleasure in my core builds, carrying me higher and higher with every swivel of his hips. I grit my teeth and try to stave off the orgasm threatening to barrel through me with every inch he shifts. Drew, we have to stop. Shh, he soothes, his body moving faster. I know it feels wrong, but it's not. You are made for me, and I know you feel it too. And that's okay, Flower, because I have no problem being the bad man. I have no problem with you blaming me for your moral incompetence. If it makes you feel better, you can tell them I forced myself on you. No one has to know how much you want your potential blood brother's cock. It's so fucking wrong. So terribly bad and fucked up. But I can't stop it. Nor would I want to. I shake my head and stifle a moan, my teeth sinking into my bottom lip. The coppery tang of blood fills my mouth. Come for me, Belle. He bites out the words, his mouth millimeters from mine. I'm desperate for you, so fucking desperate. Not even the potential knowledge of you being my sister could stop me from wanting you. I don't care if that makes me the most twisted, fucked up asshole you know. I need you. I want you. He shifts his mouth to the side of my neck and nips at my tender flesh. My entire body jolts at the electric current that ripples over my skin, and my pussy clenches around nothing, aching to be filled. Why the hell does he always do this to me? Reduce me to nothing more than my most basic animal instinct? Tell me you missed me too. He whispers, nipping my earlobe, then sucking it hard. Tell me. I shake my head, shuddering, inching closer to the finish line. I'm so close to coming, that's all I can think about. How can I still feel all this for him? With him, when he broke my heart the way he did, with his father's confession looming over us? A sob claws its way out of my throat, warring with the pleasure spiraling in my core. No, I whisper. I don't want this. The words mean nothing, not when I continue grinding against him, chasing the high I've missed, something only he can give me. Even if I won't admit it. I believe you. Maybe I'd even take mercy on you and stop if I actually believed you. But I can't. Not when you're clawing at me like a cat in heat, grinding your pussy against my cock, your juices seeping into my jeans. The proof is right there, Flower, right on my fucking jeans. I gulp and shake my head, gripping his shoulders tight, digging in my nails, fighting the inevitable. I hate him. I hate him so much. But at the same time, I want him. I want him more than I've ever wanted anything. I wish I was inside your tight cunt right now, so I could feel you squeeze me, silently begging for me to fill you with my cum. It's all I could think about for days, but I'll take this for now. It's better than not having you at all. I do my best to fight it, fight him, but fuck, I can't fight the inevitable. I can't fight the pleasure that carries me higher and higher. I'm a star exploding. I start to shudder, and he holds me tighter, like he's trying to hold all the fragile pieces of my heart inside my chest. A flash of light appears before my eyes, and I'm swept away, my entire body shattering into a million pieces. All over again, I'm breaking for him. The glass walls I've built around my body since he knocked me down that night are in shards. All of it is crushed to dust as I stifle my moan against his collarbone, my teeth sinking into his shirt as I ride out the last rippling waves of pleasure. All I can hear is our mutual panting, then my own heartbeat, and his, with my ear pressed into his neck. As I float back down to reality, I notice he's still rigid, his cock still hard against my leg. He makes no move to do anything about it, and simply holds me. All the fuzzy feelings leave me, and I snap back to my senses. I shove at his chest, and he pulls back an inch, his steel gaze meeting mine. What the fuck do I do now? Saying I don't want him would be an outright lie after what just happened. I can't deny that. His fingers trail down my back in a caress, and slowly, so slowly, as if he's trying to kill me, he releases me, and I slide down every inch of the front of his hard, lean body until my feet hit the floor. My knees shake beneath my weight, but I manage to stand on my own when Drew takes a small step backward. The world spins around me. I know right from wrong, good from bad, but when it comes to Drew, all those things fly out the window. I don't care if he's the good guy or even if he's the bad guy. In fact, I wished I didn't give a shit about him at all, but I can't help it. Not when he makes me feel like a bird that's finally escaped its cage. I'm about to tell him that we're done, that this cannot happen again, when a rush of cold air swirls around me. One moment, Drew's standing in front of me, and the next he's gone, his body being yanked a few feet away. My gaze lands on Sebastian's raging expression. Shit. His hand is tangled in the back of Drew's t-shirt, and Sebastian continues dragging him away, stopping only a few feet from the exit of the stacks. I chase them because, while I fully believe Drew deserves whatever he has coming, I don't want Sebastian to think he needs to swoop in and save me. I'm not a goddamn damsel in distress, and I can fight my own battles. Sebastian, I growl, stop. He doesn't even acknowledge me and rolls his wrist to untangle his hand, then shoves Drew, making him stumble a couple of feet backward. I imagine he wouldn't have moved him as much if Drew actually fought back. Sebastian glares daggers through Drew, a look of pure disgust on his face. Those same eyes turn to me, narrowing to slits. I don't get the disgusted look, but more of a disappointed look. Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? Anger sparks in the flint Drew left smoldering. First, I do not need you to come rushing in like a damn knight in shining armor. Second, what do you think happened? Do you think I invited him here? The library is a public place. Anyone registered to attend classes can use the building. His shoulders slump and he turns his icy glare back to Drew. I don't know how, but it grows colder. Didn't I fucking tell you to stay away from her? First you attack one of my security guards, then you come here and try to fuck my sister in public? My sister, by the way, mine. Shit. I wrap my arms around my middle, trying to ignore the heat, filling my cheeks. There's no point in asking him how much he saw, since it's obvious he saw more than I would have liked. Don't. Drew growls, taking a step toward me. Sebastian shifts his body between us, blocking any further advancement. Don't. He speaks again, his eyes on me. There isn't a damn thing to be ashamed of. Get that fucking look off your face. I lift my chin and direct my glare at him. I don't think so. He doesn't get to tell me what to do, and neither do you. I don't answer to either of you. Sebastian crosses his broad arms over his chest. Happy? You got to talk to her. Now go jump off a fucking cliff. Drew's forest green eyes darken, his muscles tighten, and his hands clench and unclench into fists. He attempts to take another step toward me, but Sebastian physically shoves him back with his chest. One more warning, Marshall. Get near her again, and I'll break every fucking bone in your pretty face. And don't tempt me, because if anyone knows what I'm capable of, it's you. So do it. Fuck around and find out, please. I'm itching for you to give me a reason to break your nose. I'm not scared of you, Sebastian. And I'm certainly not scared of this big brother image you're portraying. Maybelle is and always will be mine. Nothing, and especially not you, is going to change that. Drew and Sebastian glare at each other for a long moment, and something dark and seething passes between them. I swallow hard and shift on my feet, a nervous energy bubbling to the surface. The last thing I need is more attention put on me. Can we please not do this? This is a library, not a boxing ring. And I don't want to get thrown out. I hold my breath, waiting, hoping that I won't have to step between them. A second passes, and then another. But Sebastian is the first to take a step back, followed by Drew. The movement makes it easier for me to breathe, and I suck a ragged breath into my lungs. Drew's eyes shift back to me, and I glance at him. As soon as our eyes meet, a bolt of electricity rips through me. Why, after everything he put me through, does my body still react to him like this? Like there's this visible string attaching us to one another. It's further confirmation that no matter how hard I try to escape him, I'll always be pulled back into his web. I'll see you around, Flower. Drew smirks. It's time to go, Belle. Sebastian orders, then grabs me by the wrist and starts tugging me back toward the front of the library. For a moment, I'm frozen, unable to respond, but when my brain catches up with my body, I do. I sink my heels into the carpet, forcing him to slow. Then I wrench my arm free of his grasp and take a wobbly step back. Who does he think he is? He turns on me, and his eyes bleed with anger, showing me little pieces of a person I haven't seen in a while. Don't treat me like that, I whisper. I didn't treat you like anything. I'm protecting you, Belle. Drew is bad fucking news. Or did you forget all about that because he made you come? I don't think. All I do is react. My hand lands against his cheek before I can even stop myself. A red-hot spark of pain flares through my palm, and Sebastian appears just as shocked as me, his features hard as stone. Tears burn at the back of my eyes. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry, it's just... Stop, Sebastian demands. Don't apologize. I'm a dickhead for saying that. No, it's not okay. I don't like that I hit you. I'm not that person. The one who leans into violence? I'm sorry. A devilish smile tugs at his lips, but I can't see anything but that red mark on his cheek. I don't think you know what you're capable of, Maybelle. I don't think you see your real power, nor do I think you've reached your full potential. Well, what I do know is that I'm not a violent person. Mom taught me better than that. I don't think you are either, but violence is needed, sometimes. Sometimes you have to protect yourself. Sometimes the spoken word means nothing. What's that saying? Actions speak louder than words? It's no wonder a baseball bat to the knees or fist to the eye leaves a much bigger impact than saying, "Don't do that again." I shake my head and return his grin, the tension easing between us. That escalated quickly. Hey, I'm not saying I know from personal experience. Sure you don't. I roll my eyes. Let me get my books and bag, and then we can leave. Sebastian gestures for me to lead the way, and I do. He follows me, his presence more like a shadow. We enter the main room, and I find all my belongings in the same spot. I stack them up and shove them into my bag while he stands beside me, his hands in his pockets. How did you know he would be here? I ask quietly. The guard called it in. Said he was asking about you. I should have known the first chance he got to see you without me there, he'd take it. But for some reason I thought he might use the last 2 remaining brain cells in his head to make a better choice. All I can do is nod. I should have known too, and expected it, really. Drew's been trying to see me every day since I came home from the hospital. I suppose I was naive to think he'd give me 1 day of peace. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Drew walking toward the front doors. As if someone dipped my skin in gasoline and lit a match, my entire body warms at the reminder of his presence. I'm drawn to him. I want to drown in his darkness and let him breathe life back into me. With everything put away, I start toward the door, my arms wrapped around my middle and my coat tucked between them. The cool air makes it easier for me to think, and my clouded thoughts appear in a new light. I can't believe I let him touch me. Again. Worse, I melted like butter in his hands. I'm so disappointed and disgusted in myself. He could be your brother. We make it to the car, and I climb into the passenger seat. Across the parking lot, I watch Drew amble down the sidewalk, hands in pockets, swaggering like the king of the campus. I guess he is. Sebastian rushes around the car and climbs into the driver's side, and as we pull away, Drew holds his hand up and gives me a little wave. I jerk my gaze forward, hoping Sebastian didn't catch that, knowing damn well he did. He sees everything. I sink into the leather seat and let my thoughts run rampant. Trapped between them? How will I survive? And what the hell do I do if what he says was true? If we're related, what does that even mean? I've had enough surprises, and part of me thinks it's a game to him. The other part says I can't pretend I didn't hear his father's words. Deep down, I know I need to discover the truth. And every fiber of my soul hopes he's wrong. Because otherwise, I can't fathom what it might mean for me and the person I am.
Chapter 7. Drew. Sometimes in life, you have to be the bigger person, even when you don't want to be. I'm learning that sometimes it's not always about what I want. It sucks, but when you care about someone else's well-being more than your own, that's the result. Sure, I could have beaten the shit out of Sebastian for taking her away from me, but I didn't. I've caused her enough pain. Even if fighting with him would have made me feel better, I know it would have only ended up hurting her in some way. I'm actively trying to avoid doing that, at least on the emotional side. Since the first moment I laid eyes on Belle, she was meant to be mine. The light to my darkness, the perfect mixture of pain and beauty. She gets off on submitting to me and giving me complete control. Nothing has changed between us, not in the physical sense. She still reacts to my touch as I suspected she would. A person can't turn off their feelings that easily. Parts of her might hate me, but that sick, twisted piece inside her pretty little head craves me. It craves my darkness, my chaos and mayhem. A gust of cold wind blows and I shiver. I'll have to start wearing my jacket soon, and making sure my little Wildflower remembers hers when she is lost in her books and notes. I turn toward the other side of campus and jog up the driveway to the mill house. The cold bites into my fingers enough to spur me up the stairs and through the front door at almost a sprint. Not fast enough to miss the plastic cups and trash littering the yard. All I can do is shake my head. We need to get the new assholes out here to clean. I can only imagine how terrible the inside looks. New inductee time always means more people in the house, more strangers, trash, and mess. The old me wouldn't have thought much of it, not when it meant more girls would be around to choke on my cock. Now I want only one girl on her knees for me, and she won't even have a full conversation with me. I mean, it is what it is, but I won't be able to use my dick to subdue her forever. At some point, we need to be adults and talk about this shit rationally. Sauntering inside, I let the door slam behind me, rattling the antique picture frames on the wall. The sconces, or whatever the fuck they are, rattle too. Looking ahead, I scan the floor. Bodies litter the main room in various states of undress, and I'm thankful I already gave the housekeeper the week off. Business as usual during our induction week, I guess. She'd be appalled, not that she hasn't seen all of us who live in the house in some state of undress over the past couple of years. Those moments would pale in comparison to this shit. She's learned to ignore a good amount of stuff, and we've learned to make sure she gets a bonus on her paycheck at least once a quarter. I contemplate my next move, trying to decide whether to wake these bastards up and throw them out, or... A loud crash and glass breaking echoed down the stairs and into my ears. Since Sebastian is with Maybelle, it has to be Aries or Lee. My money is on Lee, since he's always been the more dramatic of my friends outside of Sebastian. I thought that sounded a lot like a body hitting the floor. Another crash has me on alert, and I'm jogging up the stairs before I think better of it. I've just reached the top of the stairs, turning to walk into Lee's room, when a crystal glass hurtles into the wall opposite Lee's open door. What the fuck? Hey, I shout. There's a pause, and Lee pokes his head out the door with a glare. I wasn't throwing that at you, just in your direction. I glare at him now. Wow, great apology. Perfect cadence. He ducks back into his room, and I follow. What the hell? Why are you destroying the antique crystal? Not that I give a shit about the antique part. I'm more concerned with the cleaning aspect. Without the housekeeper, one of us is going to have to clean that shit up, and it sure as shit won't be me. Lee sighs, the sound long and loud as the air escapes his mouth. Patience isn't really my strong suit, but I do my best to give him a moment as he clutches a half-empty bottle of bourbon to his bare chest. One look at him and you can see he's unhinged. His hair is messy, and there are heavy-looking bags under his eyes. He looks like he's been through the ringer. His basketball shorts ride low on his hips, and I cringe, noticing his feet are bare. My family thinks I'm getting married. Actually, not think, they've arranged my marriage.
An arranged marriage? Are you fucking kidding me? I sigh and sink to the edge of his bed to consider what he's confessed. Why? It's the only thing I can think to ask. I kinda hate that I'm terrible at conversation and emotions. I could learn a few things from Maybelle. Tightening his grip on the bottle of bourbon, he brings it to his lips and takes a massive gulp before extending the bottle out to me. I should decline, since it's not even noon yet, but after the morning I've had, I could use a drink. With his other hand, he wipes at his mouth. I don't know. Maybe they think I'm running around fucking men, destroying the family name. Maybe they want me married off to a meek little girl, someone they can control or use to control me. I snatch the bottle out of his hands and watch as he takes a spot on the edge of the bed beside me. Then I bring the bottle to my lips and take a long pull from it. The rich brown liquid blazes a path of fire down my throat, coating my insides in warmth. I have to say, this is so much better than the gin he had before. Shit, man. He drops his head into his hands. Why is everything so fucking awful right now? Seb is barely here, you're off doing whatever the fuck you're doing, and Aries is out there fucking his way through the cheerleading team. He lifts his head, piercing me with a knowing look, which we need to do something about. Shit. Yeah, we do. Some of the most off-limit girls at the school are on the cheerleading team. Most of them are daughters or granddaughters of alumni. Too innocent, but I guess not as innocent as they like to portray if Aries has started plowing through them, both literally and figuratively. And if left to his own devices, every one of them will be looking to murder him once he's through with them. Fuck. That's a good enough reason for another drink. Bringing the bottle to my lips, I take another long swig. This time the bourbon burns a little less. We'll deal with Aries soon. He's not going to have all of them wanting to murder him in just a few days, right? Lee snorts and snatches his bottle back. I think you've forgotten your friend's sexual appetite. Aries is a playboy, and I mean, does it really matter at this point? You and Seb have barely been here for the new inductee week, and when we manage to get you both in the same room, we have to worry about who is going to murder who first. I've been trying to manage it all on my own, but it's getting to a point where shit is out of control. I need you, all of you, and everyone is going through shit, but we can't fuck this up. We can't make a mockery of ourselves or ruin our own image. Fuck our parents. I only give a shit about us. Fuck, he's right. I'm the president of the mill. Being present isn't an option, but a requirement. I need to step the fuck up, and I need to do so now. I sigh and give him a nod. That's about as much of an apology as he'll get from me. Lee relaxes next to me. Great. One fire out. What about the next one? What are you going to do about Belle? His question catches me off guard so much that I flinch. Going that well, huh? What even happened? I shake my head. I don't want to drag you into any of it. All you need to know is Seb is trying to keep her away from me, and I'm not giving her up. Not at all. Fucking fantastic. The two most hard-headed, stubborn fucks fighting against each other. What's the point? Why fight when you could work together? I snatch the bottle back from him and take a long drink instead of answering right away. Once I swallow, I pin him with a glare. Yeah, work together to get his sister out from under his thumb long enough to have a fucking conversation. That will go well. He blames me for everything that happened, and I have no problem saying I fucked up. I know what I did hurt her, but I was trying to protect her. He doesn't see it that way. Not that it matters. I think it has more to do with his pride. The slight to his family name is what he's really pissed about. He doesn't even know her. Lee shrugs and leans over to brace his elbows on his knees. I don't know, man. He's been living in that giant-ass house with her. I'd assume he's learned something about her by now. Plus, with how he saw you treating her before, his reaction isn't really that shocking. If I had a sister, I'd probably do the same. God knows I wouldn't let any of you fucks touch her.
I let out a small laugh, dislodging a thought from my mind. How would I feel if I had a daughter and she was with a man like me? The thought has the opposite reaction of what I thought it would. Instead of disgust, I feel warmth. The idea of having a child with Belle, my Flower. Fuck, the image of her pregnant, her swollen belly cradled in my hands is there now. It pops into my head, refusing to leave. It won't be today, or even next month, but that will be us years from now. It has to be, because there is no point in breathing if she isn't a part of my life. We sit in silence for a few moments. Lee breaks it after a minute. You know, he's under a lot of pressure, more than he used to be now that he's head of the Arturo family. Something he never even wanted. He's just trying to... I wait, not encouraging him since I know where this is going. He just wants to secure everything, make sure the last person related to him by blood is safe and protected. Okay, so are you telling me to give up? Lee doesn't flinch away from my sharp tone. No, dickhead. What I'm saying is try not to kill each other in the process, and maybe keep Belle out of it. She doesn't know this world, the ruthlessness of it. She's been through enough shit. I consider what Belle's been through. She's lost her mom, me, her piece of shit friend, Jackie. All she has is Seb, and through all that, she still remains, standing taller with her chin held high. She's strong enough to handle it. He lets out a sigh of defeat. You're missing my point. Both you and Seb need to be stronger. That way she doesn't have to handle it. Get me? A light bulb goes off in my head. I'm good at being vindictive, at manipulating and getting what I want. But sometimes you need to think deeper, to dive into the emotions of a person. For the first time, I consider what being part of one of the biggest crime families in the world means for Belle. Does she even know what Seb and his family does? What she has inherited? And what her new last name means? Lee hands me the bottle again and lies back against the mattress. I swear the man is in perpetual motion, unable to stay still for even a second. Okay, Dr. Phil, your turn. What are you going to do about this whole marriage thing? And if so, can I help at all? He snorts. I doubt even if I brought you home and declared that we were getting married, my family would be able to get over my sexuality. I don't understand that. What's the big deal? You fuck women too, a lot of women from the couple of years we've lived together, and they only get pissy about the men you sleep with? He sighs again and rolls onto his side to stare at the wall. The bottle sits upright against his hip now. Who I sleep with doesn't really matter. They've made up their mind. I know their end goal now. All they want is to marry me off to a suitable girl with the hope I won't bring any more shame to our family name. There's nothing wrong with fucking men or women. Don't let them tell you that you're fucked up or a disgrace because you like both. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Or better yet, whoever. I fall back onto the mattress and stare up at the intricate detail on the ceiling. Do you think this is how our families got so fucked up in the first place? From all the parental meddling until everything became so fucked up that it couldn't be fixed anymore? Like a permanent fucked upness? Lee shifts, the covers rustling underneath his legs. Bleak, man, but hell, probably. Defending the family name is so ingrained in all of our families' heads that it's the only thing they consider, no matter what it does to every individual family member along the way, no matter your feelings, thoughts, or beliefs. As long as the name remains untarnished, everyone in said family could be having a mental breakdown. I can't help but laugh. Maybe we should all be like Aries and fuck our way through the cheerleaders. Lee smiles now. Who says I haven't already? Considering how many of them tried to get an invitation to the hunt this year, I wasn't so sure he hadn't. Just outside the door is a crash, followed by a curse. Aries. A second later, he appears in the doorway, his big body filling the whole frame. His long curls are wild and combed away from his face, and his blue eyes shine with excitement when they land on us. "What are you bitches doing? Didn't you see the pile of new inductees downstairs sleeping? Why are we not making their lives miserable right now?" I laugh and shift to interlace my hands behind my head so I can look up at him from a more comfortable angle. "They'll be there a while. We have time. Where have you been?" Lee and I exchange a knowing look that Ares doesn't appear to miss. "Where the fuck you think I've been? I'm sure you both remember the Macbeth twins on the cheerleading squad. Did you know they make the same noises? It's like fucking surround sound." The room fills with laughter, and I roll over, laughing so hard my fucking stomach hurts, and tears leak from the corners of my eyes. Ares stands at the end of the bed with his hands shoved into his leather jacket pockets. "What the fuck are you assholes laughing about?" I recover first, and Lee wipes at his face with his forearm. I'm still smiling when I answer him. "Nothing, man. Just keep doing what you're doing while the rest of our world's burned down." His brow furrows, and he takes a step toward the bed. "Who do I need to kill?" With the menacing scowl on his face and his dead serious tone, I wouldn't put it past him. Maybe I should send him after my asshole father. I consider it. Nah, Ares is all brute force. If I sicked one of my friends on my father, it would be Seb, and only Seb. Not only is he strategic, but he's also fucking lethal, going straight for the jugular. And best of all, he has zero regrets afterward. Ares slumps down on the end of the bed, and I consider my options. Would Seb help me? We all know each other's families, what they do and how they operate. The thing is, we've always tried to keep all of that far away from our school life and the mill. At least the best we can, with my father breathing down my neck. Shit is hard enough without adding in the family inheritances. Maybe I already have the solution to dear old Dad. I just need to nut up and ask a friend for help. I smile to myself, feeling like I might actually have the fix. Something tells me he's a lot less likely to just do what I ask than he was a month ago. But if my father became a danger to Belle, that would make Seb act.
Chapter 8. Belle. It's been a couple of days, but Drew's words and rough touch have stuck with me, branding me with their memory. I hate that he knows how to awaken all the dormant places in my body and knows exactly what to do to leave me begging for more. Why is he doing this to me, sparking my desire for him all over again? I promised myself he wouldn't pull me back in. I stop brushing my hair and throw the brush at the bathroom counter, where it clatters and bounces into the sink. Damn him for doing this to me. If he thinks I'll go back to being the meek little wallflower, bending to his every whim, he'll be in for one hell of a surprise. The day I lost my mom, I lost a little piece of myself. I swear it died right along with her. And something else bloomed in that spot. Something different, wild, something that would never be taken advantage of again. Growing sick of myself, I gather my hair up into a messy knot on top of my head and leave the confines of my bedroom to hunt Sebastian down. He spends the majority of his time in the study that used to be our grandfather's. Not that I would know much about him. Seb isn't exactly forthcoming with information. I get the eerie feeling he's trying to protect me from something bigger. Just as I expect, I find him in the study, a mug of coffee on the leather desk blotter, his feet thrown up on the edge of the massive mahogany desk. The room looks stately. Shelves line both sides of the room, a massive fireplace near the door, and windows on the opposite wall. The space is too dark and formal for me. How can someone relax long enough to work in here? I cringe, realizing at the last moment that I've spoken the words out loud. Seb glances up and smirks. No one relaxes here. This room is mostly for show. Hell, some of these books haven't even been cracked open. I give a little sigh and shuffle to the nearest shelf, the hardwood warm under my sock-covered feet. Classics, lots of classics, with a few law books mixed in. Interesting. I tug on a copy of 20,000 Leagues and smell the edge of the case. It reminds me of the school library, and the scent comforts me the same way I feel when I go there. I gently peel open the cover, and the pages stick straight up, signifying that this one has never been opened. How sad. I look from the book to Seb, who is watching me curiously, his feet now on the floor, his shoulders hunched as he braces his elbows on his knees. Did you need something? Is it too weird that I just want someone to talk to? Someone to help me figure things out? I tuck the book back in its spot and turn to face the desk. I need to know the truth. Am I Drew's sister? Seb huffs out a breath and rubs at his eyes. Do I personally think he's your brother? No. I fold myself into the chair in front of the desk and stare at him, afraid that if I look away for even a moment, his response might be missed. Do you know more than you've told me? About my father, or about yours? Despite our time together, I still can't really read him. His face is doing that I'm a grumpy hot boy thing that it usually does. All I can manage to do is frown. While it's wonderful to have a sibling and someone to talk to, that only works if they respond. He, of course, says nothing. Cool, glad we are sharing. He blinks, and his mouth shifts to something that looks a lot like a grin. I'll share what I can when I can, but I promise I'm not willfully keeping things from you. There's a pause, and he ducks his chin. Would you be able to tell me more about what our mom was like? I won't lie, my heart swells a little in my chest. Since I miss talking to her so much, Mom's never far from my mind. I think the easiest way to keep someone's memory alive, even after they pass, is to talk about them. His green eyes mirror my own, and in some ways it's like looking at my own reflection. Every twitch reminds me that he's trying to keep his emotions in check, and right now he's doing a terrible job at it. Not that I'm going to hold it against him. I feel like Sebastian has grown more vulnerable with me in many ways. I see sides of him no one else does, or at least not that I've seen, and that makes me want to get closer. It makes me want to build on our connection. She had a way of making everything okay. Not enough butter to make cookies, so use water, and create a new recipe for our recipe notebook. Not enough money for new school clothes, so go to Goodwill and get double the haul. It was like, no matter what the obstacle or problem was, she found a way to make it better. With nothing more than a smile and a hug, she made life easier. It's funny. No matter how poor we were or how much we struggled, I always knew we'd have each other. My voice cracks, emotion ripping through the words. I blink back tears, reminding myself that I don't need to cry every time I talk about her. Sebastian's throat bobs as he swallows, and his eyes are trained on his hands. I scan his features, and I can see her there so easily now that I know to look for it. Her nose, and the freckles you can barely see that grace his forehead and the bridge of his nose. I continue when he doesn't say anything. I don't mind talking about her. It hurts, of course, but I feel like the day I stop talking about her is the day her memory fades away. The urge to ask him a question in return about the family he grew up with about the family who obviously wasn't the same as my mom, even though she might have come from them, sits on the tip of my tongue. Regardless of my curiosity, I know I'm not ready. A tiny part of me wants to hold on to the image I have of my mother because I know when he starts to tell me things about our family, my thoughts will change. My feelings will get involved, and I don't ever want to see her in a different way. And while I don't want to admit it out loud, I'm afraid of our family name and what it means, the respect it demands, the violence and blood it holds. I know very little, but I'm not naive enough to think that our family name was built on wholesome ventures. Sebastian's thrown himself into the family business like he has something to prove, and that terrifies me. With Sebastian keeping company like Drew's family, it's clear whatever we're involved in circles around danger, secrets, and violence. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be silent. It's just hard for me to wrap my head around. I'm a logical person. My decisions are fact-based. And I'm struggling with my anger and regret. There's nothing I can do to change what happened. I can't bring her back, and it kills me. I wish I had more time. I wish I could ask her all the questions. I wish for so much. My heart breaks for him because while my life with our mother was nothing short of a struggle, it was overflowing with love and warmth. Two things Sebastian clearly had very little of in his upbringing. I don't know what makes me do it. Maybe he needs to know I'm here and that he's not alone in his struggle. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I lean forward and place my hand on his. It's nothing more than a caress, but it's enough of a reminder that I'm here for him and for him to look up at me. His green eyes are misty, and I look away, acting like I don't see the tears forming there. Something tells me he wouldn't want me to comment on his emotions. It's okay to feel the way you do. Everyone grieves in their own way, and I can't even imagine how much her loss hurts you. You'd just found out who your mother was, and then... I can't even finish the sentence. Its weight pressing down on my chest and making it difficult to breathe or even speak. I give his hand a tiny squeeze, then release it. The silence surrounding us becomes deafening, and I shoot a wistful glance over the shelves of books. Anything to distract me from his painful expression. He breaks the silence first with a throat clear. Do you really want to see him? Him. He doesn't have to say his name. It's engraved in every cell of my body. The spotlight is back on me, and I don't like it. I shift in the chair anxiously. I haven't really wrapped my head around my feelings for Drew. Yes, they're still there, and I'd be a liar if I said they weren't. But they're caked in tears, regret, and anger. I'm propelled back to the scene he walked in on, in the library, and the burn of embarrassment blooms in my cheeks without permission. It's complicated. I don't really care to see him. He slings his feet back up onto the edge of the desk, the rubber soles leaving scuff marks, which he seems completely unconcerned with, like it's one last rebellion against his grandfather. He waits for an explanation with one eyebrow cocked. The emotional turmoil from minutes ago has disappeared completely. How does he do that? Turn off his feelings so easily? I shrug. I don't know. What is it you want me to say? I try not to sound as defensive as I feel, but I can't help it. I know Sebastian is angry with Drew, and rightfully so, as am I, but they're best friends. They grew up together. Part of me wonders how he can so easily jump ship after all they've been through. Well, for starters, it would be great if you said, "Please, brother, go ahead and murder him." I let out a sigh. Sorry, but I'll never say that. I want to hate him, I really do. And part of me does. The heartache is still so fresh sometimes it's like he's breaking my heart all over again just being in his presence. It's hard to erase all the feelings in a month. Especially when he's so... I meet his eyes, not willing to finish that sentence. I don't have to explain. If anyone understands the extreme behaviors and psychopathic tendencies of Drew, it would be Seb. Something tells me he's got his own sick and twisted problems. He just does a better job of concealing them. I can't stop thinking about what his dad said that night. I need to know the truth, and that means I can't exile Drew out of my life. Not completely. The truth? Seb snaps, but there's no real heat in his eyes. Only his tone. Yeah, about the sister thing. No offense, but I can only take your word for something so long. I get that you don't think it's anything, but I've learned a couple of things in the past month, and one of those things is that sometimes other people know more than you do. I'd feel better talking to him and finding out for myself. Who knows? Maybe he knows something we don't. Seb drums his fingers on the heavy wood desk. What he knows is how to manipulate people, so that he can get whatever he wants. It's what his father taught him, and he's really fucking good at it. He knew exactly what to say to draw you into his web. Then when he had you right where he wanted you, he pounced, leaving you without a way to escape. I mean, look at you now. Even after everything, you still let him touch you. I already know these things. Drew likes to play games, draw me in and push me away. It's always been a cat-and-mouse game with him. It wouldn't be out of character for him to tell me something and give me just enough information each time to keep me crawling back to him. But would he really do that? After everything? Fuck, am I that predictable? I know the answer the second Seb sees my realization. I know it's difficult, and you don't have to admit it out loud, but you know I'm right. He'll tell you anything you want to hear so long as you continue playing his game. I roll my eyes because, while this is my brother, and I feel enough of a connection to trust him, he's no different than Drew. I might look delicate and naive, but I'm far from it. You're my brother, and you can't make me believe you wouldn't do the same thing. If a person is motivated enough, they'll do anything to stay in control. So while you're painting him as the villain in all this, I know it wouldn't take more than a little persuasion for you to do something similar. Don't even try to deny it. You don't want me to see him, even if I want to. He slaps his hand on the desk this time. A crack, resembling thunder, resonates through the room and I jolt forward in my seat. In all the time I've been living here, which isn't long, but definitely long enough to see someone's personality, Sebastian hasn't ever reacted in anger. At least not toward me. This is new and, dare I admit, a little scary. There's a fucking difference, Belle. I want to keep you safe, but you're making it so damn difficult. I cross my arms over my chest. You can't just lock me inside my room and throw away the key. I hate to tell you this, but I didn't come here to exchange one prison for another. This isn't a prison. You're free to do whatever you want. All I'm saying is I don't want you to willingly walk into dangerous situations. I scoff. Does he think I'm stupid? Clearly. You make it sound like I'm trying to hug a bomb or something. Seb drops his feet to the floor once again and leans over the desk, leveling me with a fierce look that likely makes most men tremble. God knows it's got a similar effect on me. But my pride and refusal to be pushed around are stronger than my fear. And if I'm not letting Drew push me around, I'm not letting Seb do it either, even if he is my brother. How do you not see? That's exactly what you're doing. Anyone from a million miles away could see that Drew's life is a fucking mess. Then you come along and put yourself right in the middle of all of it. It's only a matter of time before everything implodes. He's going down hard. And if you aren't careful, he'll take you down with him. I lean my head back and rest it against the wood. Even with my indifference toward Drew lingering at the back of my mind, I'm reminded that he's also a victim of his father's wrongdoings. He's been abused both physically and mentally. And if one thing in life is true, it's that hurt people always find a way of hurting those they care about. Still, that doesn't make what happened okay. And it doesn't mean I should allow him back into my life. The ball is in my court now, and I have to decide whether I'm capable of accepting him for who he is, the good and the bad, and forgiving him. The old me never stood a chance against Drew, but the new me? She's fierce and burning with determination for revenge. This cruel world ripped my petals off, but I'm resilient, and I'm strong enough to stand up to him now. I'm blooming into something deadly, something beautiful. No matter the obstacles, Drew and I will never be able to move forward together if he wants me to remain below him. Queens stand at their king's side, and I won't be anything less than that. I'm sorry, okay? This isn't as easy for me to do. I can't just turn my emotions off. When you fall in... I want to punch myself in the face for almost admitting that out loud. Have I fallen in love with Drew? Yes. And I didn't find it possible to forget those feelings. They were simply buried beneath everything else, but they were still there. Drew is very charismatic when he wants to be. You aren't the first person to fall for him, and you won't be the last. Things take a dark turn when that charm doesn't work anymore. You're only as useful as your purpose, and you saw what happens when your usefulness runs out. I don't want that to happen to you again. I don't want anyone to think they can fuck with you. I need you to be careful and smart. Oh, and I need you to pick out a dress from the stack I'm having delivered. There's a meeting that we need to attend together soon. My curiosity has piqued, and I'm thankful for a topic change. Talking about falling in love with someone with your brother isn't exactly high on my bucket list. A meeting? What kind of meeting? The business type? You're a member of the Arturo family. I know all of this is new and overwhelming, and while I've done my best to take all the pressure off you and keep you in the shadows, you'll need to know about the family businesses and affairs from time to time. I don't want to keep you completely out of the loop. This namesake is as much yours as it is mine. Oh shit. Since I'd moved in, he's been very careful to keep me away from it all, to maintain enough distance from what he's working on and my existence. I'm not surprised to be having this conversation. I knew we would get to this point eventually. Okay, so pick a dress out. Is there anything I need to know to prepare for this meeting? I try not to appear nervous, but inside my anxiety is already gnawing at me. A small chuckle escapes his lips, and that seems to ease some of my tension. Do you have to be such a nerd? There's no homework assignment, Belle. I'll walk you through anything you might need to know. We're in this together. His phone pings loudly from the other side of the desk, and he snatches it up like it owes him money. I watch as his features pinch together, and his brows turn down as he stares at the screen like he's trying to solve a puzzle. Is everything okay? Why wouldn't it be? He questions, without looking up from the screen. I bite my tongue, wanting to point out how both confused and concerned he appears, but I don't get the chance as his phone rings. He turns away from me, bringing it to his ear and answering it. He speaks in a hushed voice and gives me a small wave before walking through the side door. Okay. Perfect, I mutter, and stand to go out the opposite door and back to my suite. It's not like we were having a conversation or anything, I say to myself while walking down the long maze of a hall. I pause at the entrance of my bedroom. I don't want to keep locking myself in that room. I wasn't lying when I told him I didn't exchange one prison for another. I chew on my bottom lip, considering my options. Despite Sebastian's opinion and feelings toward Drew, he can't answer my questions. And I hope by now I'm capable of seeing through Drew's bullshit games. If anything he's said in those texts and at the library is true, then he won't lead me along with some lie. I'm not dumb enough to think he won't try, though. I know there are no guarantees with him. Up one minute, down the next. There's no way I can predict his next move. I tug my phone out of my pocket and scroll to my text message thread with him. I deleted our old chain, as too many memories were attached to it. It feels like a complete contradiction for me to push him away, but then go out of my way to meet up with him. This isn't for anything but answers. I'm already regretting every swipe of my fingers as I type out the text. There's a long, fall down a hole drop as I hover my fingers over the send button. I don't know if I can do this, if I can handle seeing him again so soon. You're stronger than you think. And before I can chicken out, I hit send and wait. It only takes a few seconds for the dots to show up on the screen and his response to come through. Me. Meet me tonight. The cabin on the mill property. I want you to tell me the truth. Psycho. What time? I swallow, my stomach churning with anxiety. Me. 9 p.m. I think about it a little longer. Do I really want to do this? Meet Drew in a dark cabin all by myself? It sounds like a terrible start to a horror film. The pinging of my phone interrupts my thoughts and I look down at his response. That stupid, annoying part of me that's suffocated by the anger and pain he caused sparks with life. And that distinct warmth that his presence brought me before trickles in slowly as I read his response back to myself. Psycho. Unless you plan to walk 6 miles, grab the 4-wheeler at the trailhead. There will be a key in it. Shit. I forgot how far out it is. My phone chimes again, and the next message almost makes me regret messaging him. Psycho. I knew I'd be seeing you soon, Flower. Is it possible he said and did all those horrible things to protect me from his father? Possibly. But how can I ever forgive him? How can I ensure that the next time things get tough, he won't push me away again and hurt me? I can't. And I need to remind myself of that. I need to remember that no matter what, Drew has always been about making himself happy, even at the expense of others. And until he shows me otherwise, I'll play defense, ensuring that I don't become a casualty in the sick and twisted game of chess he plays.
Chapter 9. Drew. My blood and body hum with a tingling of awareness. My small taste of her did nothing to quench my need or hunger for her. I can already hear her heady breaths in my ear and feel her little nails digging into my skin. To pull me closer or push me away, it doesn't really matter. As I leave the house, I only think about seeing her. I didn't realize how much she meant to me until after everything blew the hell up. What's that cheesy saying? You don't know what you have until it's gone? Isn't that the fucking truth? Along the way to the cabin, I wonder why she chose the cabin in the woods as the location to meet. We could have met anywhere, but she chose the most secluded option. Is she scared of being seen with me? Or is she hiding from her brother? Probably a little bit of both. The quiet claws through me, an unusual and unwelcome sensation. Rivulets of moonlight cut across the path as I stride through the woods. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I jerk it out to make sure it's not Belle calling to cancel on me. I can't handle that shit right now. There's no way I won't march right up to the mansion and kidnap her. Fuck. Think rationally. All rational thinking goes out the window when I see his name on my phone. Father. I should change his name to Fuckface, since it's far more fitting than father. God knows he's treated me like an inconvenience for as long as I can remember. Fuck him. He's always got a way of ruining everything. This is the first time he's decided to contact me in days, and the only thing I want to say to him is go fuck yourself. Well, I'd be more than willing to tell him that. More than willing to stand up to him and put him in the ground. Other things are at stake. Other people's well-being hanging in the balance. So my selfish desires will have to wait a little longer. I choose not to let him ruin my evening and instead hit the decline button and shove my phone back into my jean pocket. A minute later, my phone buzzes again, telling me he probably left a caring and delightful voicemail. I push my father to the back of my mind and pick up my pace toward the cabin, scanning the trees in case she is out here too. It's obvious I'm alone. The quiet of nature greets me, and I love it. I enjoy the sound of the wind, the crunching of leaves beneath my boots. I walk faster to try to burn some of the edge from seeing her at the library, from holding myself back, from pulling her away from Seb, and ensuring both of them know whom she belongs to. I told her to take the four-wheeler, but I walked the entire way to help curb some of this need in my blood. As I get close to the cabin, the rough wood structure gives way to a spacious clearing of grass that circles the cabin, butting up to a small river. The moonlight glints off it, but my attention is dragged from the beauty of nature and to someone who is just as beautiful. On the stairs of the cabin, I finally spot her. My flower. She's sitting on the top step, a sweater wrapped tight around her slim frame, her sunshine blonde hair tied up in her usual messy knot. My gaze collides with hers, and I don't even have to be a skilled predator to see how anxious she is. Lucky for her, the only time I want to see tears on her face again is when she's choking on my cock. I hurt her once already. I'm not going to get another chance to fix this if I fuck up again. Been waiting long? I ask as I check my watch. By my time, I'm early, so she got here extra early to beat me. Smart. She shrugs one shoulder and tugs her sleeves over her knuckles, wrapping her arms around her middle as if she's trying to hug herself. Hi, I whisper, hoping I put everything I'm feeling into that one tiny word. Hi, she responds, her shoulders dropping. I creep up the last couple of steps and pause on the porch. It'll be warmer inside once I turn on the heat. She nods, then pushes up from her spot, tugging her chin into her chest, almost like she's trying to avoid looking at me. What the fuck is going on? Why is she suddenly hiding from me? Not even when I stripped her naked in these woods did she hide from me. My temper rises, and I don't know what to do with it, so I angrily jerk the screen door open and unlock the cabin using a key from my key ring. Then I shove the door open and beckon her inside. I take a calming breath, breathing through my nose. I need to calm down and figure this out. Her steps are hesitant as she walks over the threshold, and I follow her, flicking on the light switch along the way. Soft illumination cuts through the darkness, and I hit the buttons on the digital thermostat to warm up the place. I don't know how long we'll be here, but I don't want to risk her getting cold. The gas fireplace roars to life with another flick of a switch. Belle startles at the soft swish of it igniting. Sit, I bite out, waving toward the large, comfortable armchair. I'm okay, Thank you. I stalk around the room, circling her because she's got me on edge, and I don't know what to do. I don't know how to react. Her emerald eyes track my movements until she has to shift to keep me in her line of sight. What are you doing? I shrug. Good question. What am I doing, Belle? You're the one who asked me to come here, and now you're acting like a scared rabbit I trapped here. You won't even meet my gaze. So naturally, what am I supposed to think but that you want to be hunted? She turns enough to put the chair at her back so she can face me directly. If I remember correctly, you're the one who has been begging to see me for weeks. I let out a sigh of defeat. She takes a step toward me and points at my chest, jabbing me hard with her finger. If you're going to be a dick to me, then you can turn the hell around and leave. She shakes her head, disbelief pinching her beautiful features. I can't believe I thought you would actually be honest with me, that you would talk to me and not make this into some stupid game. I close my hand around her smaller one, completely engulfing it, barely keeping from sighing at the touch of her smooth skin, and lean in. Honest? You haven't told me what you want, so how can I lie to you when I haven't been asked a question? In an instant, the disbelief I saw before turns into panic and dread. She looks up at me through thick lashes, her hands twisting in her sweater sleeves. And that's when it hits me. This is about what I said in the library, isn't it? When her eyes widen, more horror bleeding into their depths, a small sound slips from her lips. It's all the confirmation I need. I advance, trapping her between my forearms and pressing her into the wall. It's my favorite thing to do, to make her helpless and unable to escape me. What's the point of asking, Belle? You already know it doesn't matter to me. You already know where I stand. I don't care if you're my sister. I lean in and run my nose along the line of her neck and shoulder, needing to smell her. God, how does she always smell so good? Like lilacs and baby powder. Who knew baby powder could be so mouth-watering? I bet, I whisper against her skin, loving how she trembles against me. Even with the doubt and disgust and dread churning in your gut right now, you'd still open your legs for me. You'd still take my cock into your tight cunt, even if it's wrong, and it's so fucking wrong to think about your brother fucking you. But you would. And like I said, I'd do it. I'd do it because rules, morals, and laws wouldn't stop me from owning you. You're mine forever. As if on instinct, she squeezes her thighs together, and when she releases them, I shove my thigh roughly between them, hiking her body up high enough that she's basically sitting on my knee. When I trail my mouth toward hers, teasing her lips with my breath, she flinches, and it's enough to allow me to push back an inch. In her green eyes, I see her fear and how much this is eating away at her. Guilt blooms in my chest. Fuck. I meet her gaze. Luckily for you, we aren't related, so you have nothing to feel bad about. You're still a good little girl, Flower. She flinches like I slapped her and shoves at my chest hard. Of course, I don't give her even an inch, but it's cute how she tries. What the hell is wrong with you? You begged to see me for weeks, then you manipulate me into coming to meet you? She screams, and I'm more surprised than anything else, both at her assumption and her raised voice. I release my arms, but keep my thigh pressed tight against her center. What are you talking about? She growls and attempts to shove at me again, but I grab onto both of her wrists and hold them tight against my chest in one hand. Watch it, Wildflower. I'm willing to give you some leeway. I break off, not ready to go there yet. But I won't allow you to shove me around and throw tantrums like a child. A child? She screeches and tries to pry herself free from my grasp. I don't think you're ready to have a conversation about maturity, but since you brought it up and want to act tough, let's do this.
Should you even be here right now? Aren't you engaged to be married? Shouldn't you be doing husbandly things, planning a wedding, picking out names for your 2.5 kids and a Labrador retriever? Not sneaking around the woods with the help. Her words are razor sharp and sting as they slice through me, leaving behind jagged marks. I release her, adding several feet of space between us. I strip out of my jacket because the room is suddenly hot. It doesn't bother me that she's brought up Spencer and my father. It bothers me that she talks so negatively about herself. It bothers me to be reminded of how I fed into things, how I just went along with my father's demands. My jaw aches as I clench my teeth. Fists clenched, I feel the urge to punch something. Instead, I spin away from her and pace the room so I don't lash out, unleashing a sudden surge of anger on her. God damn it. I know I hurt her. I know I did, but I'm trying to fix this. I want to fix this. I need to fix this. I stab a hand through my hair, pulling on the long strands, willing an answer to come out of my mouth. I want her so bad it hurts to breathe. The mere thought of never having her in my arms again, or having to see her with another man, makes me want to commit murder. I'd never allow it. If she doesn't want me, fine, but no other man will ever have her either. Yeah, she spits. That's what I thought. The venom in her tone intensifies my anger, but more than that, it's the fact that she is wrong, and she doesn't even realize it. Quick like a snake, I reach for her, my fingers pressing into her shoulder blades, forcing her back against the wall. A small gasp leaves her parted lips, and I lean right into her face. The air in my lungs stills, and I'm momentarily frozen in time by her beauty. My delicate little flower that's so fierce and strong, but so damn weak for me still. Fuck, you're so beautiful, Belle. Beautiful and wrong. So fucking wrong, because I'm not fucking engaged to anyone. It was fake, all of it. My father planned it. I never lied to you, not once. Every word I said that night was to protect you. Her gaze narrows with suspicion, and I can tell she doesn't believe me. She's so caught up in the pain I caused her, in the hateful words that cut her deeper than a knife, that she can't see the truth. Yeah, well, the stitches I had to get because of you aren't fake. The heartbreak I have because of you isn't fake. Surprise! Sometimes other people's emotions and reactions to things are real, even if your own aren't. She could have ripped my fucking heart out, and it would have hurt less. When I pushed her, I didn't anticipate her hitting her head, and I replayed that scene 1,000,000 times over in my mind. It's the one thing I regret more than anything, physically hurting her like that. But she's right, and she has a very real reason not to trust me, and to be angry. I can't fault her there, and I know I'll have to earn her trust back if we're to have a future together. Her green eyes glisten with tears, and when she blinks, one slips free, trailing down the apple of her cheek. I can't help myself. I'm not a good fucking man, after all. I might be sorry, and guilt might riddle my soul, but I can't change the fact that her tears turn me on. I'll forever be sick and twisted. Cupping her by the cheeks, I trace that single tear with my thumb. Another falls, and then another, and I lean in and lick them away, relishing the salty taste on my tongue. Fuck. How can it be possible that you look even more beautiful with tears in your eyes? She jerks her head back and then winces when it hits the wall. There's something seriously wrong with you. You already knew that, baby, so don't act surprised. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm just wondering why I had any belief that you'd apologize to me. Even if it wasn't a formal apology, I thought you'd offer me something. And that when you did, maybe I'd finally be able to say you gave a fuck about me. But I didn't even get that. I swallow hard and stare down into her face. What are you talking about? Everything I've done has been to show you I care about you.
I can visibly see her walls going back up, and I can't let her go back there without me finishing what I have to say. I care about you, Belle. I care about you more than I've cared about anything or anyone in my life. The other words, the ones I'm not quite ready to say despite all the pressure in my chest urging me to do it, stick tight in my throat. All I ever do is think about you. This past month has killed me, Belle. I wanted to be there for you and your mom. Do not speak about my mother. Ever. She grits the words through her teeth. It's true. I tried to come to the hospital and Sebastian called the police, but I was there. I didn't abandon you, Belle. I can see it in her eyes, the confusion, pain, and disbelief. She wants to believe me and accept what I've said, but a wall comes up out of nowhere and shuts down any progress I might have made. I swallow hard and shake my head. She reaches for me, her tiny hands clutch onto my t-shirt, and for a second I'm confused about where this is going. The look in her eyes is lethal, and I'm hard just staring into the green depths of her gaze, drowning to be this close to her for longer than a minute. She clenches her fists tight into a ball, then drags me down so we're face to face. Only when bright, hot pain shoots through my balls and up into my dick, slithering into my stomach, do I realize what's happened. Fucking shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. My entire body becomes one big muscle clenching tightly, like the string on a bow, before I drop to my knees. The pain makes it hard to breathe, and when I hit the wood floor, I roll to my side. I should have anticipated her making a move like this. My little flower has always been a bit prone to violence lately. She leans down, her eyes glittering with anger, and I can still see the lust flickering beneath. She wants me. She still fucking wants me. Her eyes rake down over my abs, which are now proudly on display from my tucked-up shirt, and my still hard dick that's outlined in my jeans. She'll never admit it, at least not right now, but soon. So fucking soon. Stay away from me, Drew. We're done. We will never be done. I speak through my teeth. We are, and honestly, I'd stop trying, because desperation doesn't look good on you. She steps over me and starts walking toward the door. Go to the police, get a restraining order. I force myself to speak, even though my breath is labored. Tell Sebastian so he can put a bullet in my head, because the only way you'll ever be free of me is if I'm dead. You're pathetic, she sneers over her shoulder. She has no fucking clue, no idea the lengths I will go when it comes to her. I gasp for air and shift on the floor, swallowing down the pain. You can run, Wildflower, but you can't hide, not from me. She pauses at the door, her hand gripping the handle. Then she twists around and stares down at me. There, I see a fire in her eyes that threatens to burn me to fucking ash. I'm not trying to hide, Drew. I'm right fucking here. And when you can be honest with me, then maybe we can have a real conversation. Until then, we're done. When she walks out, I let out another shuddering breath. The roar of the four-wheeler engine fills my ears. Lying flat on that floor, I don't think I've ever been more attracted to her than I am right now. Even in her anger, she's beautiful. And when she directs it at me, fucking hell, it turns me the fuck on. My balls ache, and I adjust my still raging hard-on with a twinge of pain. After a few minutes, I roll over and sit up so I can get the fuck out of this cabin. Memories of Mom laughing with me on the floor before she started to get really sick assault me. This place used to be a sanctuary, but now it's nothing but a house of horrors. I stand so fast that I'm hit with a wave of dizziness, but I don't slow. The pressure on my chest is too much. I barely manage to turn off the lights and fireplace before walking out the door, slamming it closed behind me. hoping none of the memories inside come home with me. Once outside, everything feels lighter, and after I lock the door, I turn to face the river and listen to the sound of the rushing water. I smile, staring up at the night sky. Belle thinks she's calling the shots, but I know she's simply waiting for me to hunt her down and make her mine all over again. I will. I'll claim her, and when I do, I'll make sure she understands that nothing and no one will ever come between us again.
Chapter 10. Belle. School is still taking some getting used to. Things are different in both good and bad ways. Memories of Drew and Jackie overshadow everything. Thankfully, I haven't seen either of them since I restarted classes. It's also incredibly lonely. But I guess I'd rather be alone than surrounded by people who don't care about me. At least today is Friday, so once the day is over, I'll be free and won't have to return for 2 more days. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, and I do my best to ignore the desire to peer over my shoulder. It's been like this for a couple of days now, and the whispers are growing increasingly loud. Then there's the fact that I can feel the other students' eyes on me, tracking my movements. One table over, a leggy brunette sneers at me and snickers about something to one of her friends while I pack my books in my bag. My hair is up in its usual messy bun, my glasses askew as I bend over to grab another book, but my skirt, opaque tights, and soft cashmere sweater are new and fit me perfectly, as does the wool coat and the designer backpack. Yet somehow I'm still not good enough for them. I shove my shiny new laptop into the laptop bag and zip it closed, then shoot the girls a glare and march up the steps toward the door. In the back of my mind, I hear Drew's voice in my head. They can go fuck themselves. At least that's something we agree on. Once out in the hall, I sigh and let my shoulders slip down from my ears. My body relaxes all on its own, as if it knows danger is no longer present. On the corkboard ahead, there's a flyer. It's black ink printed on neon yellow paper. It reads, "Party at the Mill." That must be what had Sebastian's attention this week, since he's been mostly absent. I know he still has duties required of him by the mill, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. I pull my phone from my coat pocket and start to text the driver as I walk toward the double doors, but I pause as another thought occurs to me. Do I really want to go back to the house and stay there in the echoing quiet all alone? Without Sebastian there, I might as well get an apartment and live alone. I doubt he'll be there tonight either, given the party at the mill. And if he's at the party, that means Drew may or may not be there, depending on how they are doing at the moment. They've been at each other's throats, but it's been a minute since I've discussed anything with Sebastian regarding Drew. Fuck it. I'm thinking too much about this when I should be cutting loose and enjoying myself. There's a party with free alcohol. I should be there. I deserve to let go and enjoy myself a little. Who cares if Drew will be there? Maybe he won't be. That's wishful thinking at best. The mill isn't but a couple of blocks from here. There's no need to call a driver when I can walk. I hike my bag up my shoulder and head toward the fraternity house. The closer I get, the more the memories from the hunt assault me. Of the way the branches scratched at my skin, what my bare feet felt like against the soft earth and fallen leaves, the scent of the forest, the scent of him, manly and spicy. Lost in thought, I don't even realize I've made it to the mansion until the thundering beat of music shakes the ground beneath my feet. Holy hell. I'm almost afraid to go inside. I walk up the steps, stopping at the front door. I'm momentarily paralyzed, a deer caught in the headlights of a car that's about to hit her. Just do it. Go inside. Taking hold of the door handle, I shove the huge, heavy door open and step inside. An onslaught of sensation greets me. The beat of the music pulses through my body, giving me a second heartbeat. So many people. I don't think there's enough room for one more person on the makeshift dance floor. The farther I shove inside, the more I discover. I pass a couple practically having sex on the couch, 3 games of beer pong, and small groups of people drinking and milling around. I spot some sports equipment near the door, and gently ease my bag to the floor, hoping it'll be safe enough there. It's doubtful anyone will be messing with the guy's stuff, not if they want to walk out of here in one piece. Unpacked and looking less like a nerd, I squeeze into the crowd and hop up onto the bottom step at the far edge of the room to survey the crowd. I recognize various members of the football team, basketball team, and soccer team, and just everyone I think I've ever seen on campus. Well, except Drew and Sebastian. At least, not that I can see. I spot Lee in the corner, pressing a blonde against the wall, their lips fused. Aries, the other of their little pack I haven't interacted with much, is in the kitchen, pressed between the thighs of a brunette sitting on the counter. I could ask one of them where Drew or Sebastian are, but I don't want to face either of them right now. Or better yet, do I want to listen to them lecture me on why I shouldn't be at this party in the first place? Like I'm a child who isn't old enough to drink? No. Tonight is for me. I want to drink and dance. I want to have some fucking fun and forget how much of a shit show my life is. I shrug out of my coat and toss it onto a teetering pile of jackets, and then stroll into the kitchen. I inspect the different liquor bottles on the counter, choosing vodka over gin. Clutching the bottle to my chest, I creep deeper into the crowd, trying to blend in, on the off chance that Drew or Sebastian do show up. Halfway through my walk, I bring the bottle of clear liquid to my lips and tip it back. The first sip burns across my tongue and down the back of my throat, pooling in my belly. I don't recall when I ate last, and the responsible thing to do would be to eat something before ingesting this much alcohol, but I didn't see any food in the kitchen, just beverages, so I guess that means no dinner for me. Some guy cuts me off, muttering an apology, and I turn and smile up at him. He's cute. When the man meets my eyes, he freezes, ducks his chin, and practically runs away from me. What the fuck? I blink a few times and take another swig of the vodka. Okay, weird, but not the first time my messy bun or glasses have sent guys running. All I can do is shrug. It's not like I need to add another guy into the mix and complicate things further, but there's no harm in flirting a little, right? Except there isn't any flirting. Not when every single guy I attempt to talk to or even look at looks away and runs to the other side of the room. It's infuriating, and only pisses me off more with every attempt I make. Whatever. I bet Drew warned all the guys away, telling them that if they even looked at me, he'd rip their eyeballs out of their sockets and feed them to their dog, or something just as psychotic. I bring the bottle to my lips and tip it back, taking a hefty gulp. With every drink, the burn lessens. Wading through the crowd, I people watch while continuing to take small sips of the vodka. I can feel the effects of the alcohol starting to kick in. My cheeks fill with warmth and rational thinking flies out the window. I'm halfway across the door when the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Immediately, I'm on alert. The room seems to hush as a blast of cold air cuts through the space, and everyone looks toward the front doors as if they're waiting for their king to arrive. Of course, Drew stands there, his dark gaze scanning the crowd. Fucking great. Drew wasn't skipping his own party. He just hadn't arrived yet. My night is ruined. My feet start moving all on their own as I plan to make a beeline to the kitchen where I thought I saw a back door leading outside. Then I pause. Sober Belle would vote to take her vodka and escape, but escaping doesn't do anything. I have just as much right to be here as he does. I watch him as he shifts through the crowd of people. They seem to move out of the way for him, parting to let him take up all the space he wants. A god among mere mortals. That's what he is. Who he thinks he is. Keeping my eyes trained on him, I wait for him to notice me. It'll happen. Any second now, the connection that tethers us will spark, and he'll realize I'm here. He'll scent me in the crowd like a fucking hunting dog. Slowly, so fucking slowly, it's almost painful, his eyes move over the crowd, and then bam, his gaze collides with mine. An electric jolt passes through my body, rippling under my skin. Just one damn look does that to me. Damn him. It's pathetic, the power he has over me. I hate myself for wanting more. I love the way that only he can make me break for him, all before piecing me back together again. What I don't love is having my heart broken. I give him my best glare and take another drink, watching as he cocks his head sideways. He studies me like I'm a rare species or something. I try to drag my gaze from his, but it's impossible. We continue staring at each other, neither of us making a move to get closer to the other. Something sinful, dark, and filthy coils low in my belly, my core clenching involuntarily, as if it's preparing itself for something I know nothing about. No. I grit my teeth. He doesn't get to ban everyone from even looking at me while he stands there mocking me, watching me, controlling my body with nothing more than a flick of his eyes. I spin on my feet and scan the people nearest me. There's a guy braced near the counter, talking to another guy who's across from him on the other side. He's tall with sandy brown hair, but since his back is to me, I have no idea what he looks like. It doesn't matter. I walk up to him and tap him on the shoulder. He turns on the balls of his feet, and as soon as he's facing me, I grab him by the lapels of his t-shirt and tug him down to my mouth. There's no opportunity for a greeting or to look at each other. There's only our lips mashing against one another's. The taste of beer and mint fills my mouth, and it's not a bad combination. I wait for something to happen, for the spark to occur, for the butterflies to take flight in my stomach, for my body to awaken the same way it does when Drew touches or kisses me. But it doesn't happen. Nothing happens. Not even when his hands snake around my waist to tuck me against his chest, cradling me closer. Nothing. No spark. His tongue dips into my mouth, tangling with mine. Deepening the kiss, I sink my fingers into his hair, and again I wait for the zing, the dazzle, anything. He's not a bad kisser. There's just no spark, no rush of pleasure. Nothing makes my heart skip a beat or my stomach twist into a knot. Ugh. He's not Drew. My frustration and annoyance mounts, and I spin to press him hard against the opposite side of the L-shaped counter. His hand trails lower and lower until it reaches my ass. Fine. It's all fine. Except it's not. All I can see in my mind is Drew. His dark green eyes, perfectly sculpted abs, and thick, muscular thighs. God damn it. He's probably on his way over to murder us both right now. Good. I hope this hurts his heart as much as seeing him with that other girl hurt mine. A second passes, and then another, and I continue kissing the mystery man. I blink my eyes open and peer over his shoulder. I nearly choke on my tongue when I spot Drew standing there, watching us. His body is as still as a statue, and tendrils of ice seep from his eyes. And fuck, he's staring right into my soul while I kiss another man. The eye contact is enough to give me that jolt I was missing, the one I was chasing so badly when I let this man grope me. Suddenly the kiss feels hotter and deeper, and my body awakens with new life. The man kissing me notices the difference as well, since his grip on my ass tightens, his other hand tugging me closer. Shit. His erection grows hard against my belly, and it's like a bucket of cold water dousing the flames of desire. I watch as Drew crosses his arms over his chest, his eyes narrowed to slits, his jaw tight. Fuck. He's going to explode if I keep this up. Yet I can't stop it. Not when I feel like it's the first time I've been able to do anything to get back at him, to cause him even an ounce of the pain he's dished out to me. Fuck it. I'm going to hell anyway. Might as well make it worth it. I bite the man's lip and pull away, stretching his skin, all while he releases a loud groan of pleasure. Who knew victory could taste this good?
Chapter 11. Drew. Anger isn't a big enough word to describe how I feel watching my woman kiss another man. It's more like murderous fucking rage. The kind that makes me want to walk across the room, rip the fucker's organs out of his body, and paint her skin with his blood. She's doing her best to prove a point to me, but she has no fucking clue how close to the edge I am. Oh, you have no idea what type of game you're playing, Flower. Even from a distance, I can see the flicker of lust and excitement glittering in her eyes. Belle is smart, and she knows exactly what she's doing, antagonizing a different kind of beast. And watching her now, I can only assume that's what she wants. She wants me to lose control, to feel the same pain she felt watching me with Spencer. There's only one fatal flaw in her plan. My beautiful, angry Flower doesn't realize that no matter what she does, I'll never leave her. She could cheat, she could sleep with another man, and while I'd burn down the world and kill the fucker with my bare hands while making her watch me do it as punishment, I wouldn't ever let her go. While I'm irritated this asshole has his hands on her, jealousy isn't really fitting since she is mine and will always be mine. It's obvious she doesn't want him, at least to everyone but him. Hell, she didn't even touch him until she spotted me across the room, which might be the only reason I'm letting this charade continue. I kinda want to see how far she's willing to take it. Clearly, Belle wants a game, and if anyone is willing to play, it's me. I just don't think she realizes who she's playing against. I don't play fair. I play to win. And I always fucking win. My fists curl of their own accord as the desire to smash the guy in the face amplifies when he squeezes her ass cheeks in his hands. She's playing with fire, and it's about to burn her. Wallflower, I growl, even though she can't hear me. Her sparkling green eyes remain locked on mine. The fucker fondling her doesn't even realize the danger he's in. That's too bad, really, because this charade is about to end. Rolling my shoulders, I stalk across the room. Partygoers scurry out of my way, and when I reach the fucker, I grip him by the back of the neck, my fingers digging into his skin. Pulling him backward, I peer down at him, recognizing him immediately as one of our new inductees. This just got a lot more interesting. He flinches and then squeezes his eyes closed like a pussy when I whirl him around to face me. Belle doesn't move. Instead, she stares at me, her chin held high, a look of defiance plastered on her face. Drew? Maybelle. I grit her name out through my teeth and then dismiss her, focusing all my attention back on the guy I'm holding hostage. I lean forward, getting right in his face. His panicked gaze darts between us. Poor guy has no idea the shitstorm he got himself into. She grabbed me before I could see who she was. Drew, I promise, I didn't mean to kiss her if I knew. His excuse is fucking laughable at best. Just like the guys who didn't mean to cheat on their wives. What, did you slip and fall into her vagina? I cock my head to the side. On the off chance I actually believe you, which I don't. But let's say I did, for shits and giggles. Now I think I can guess what you're going to tell me next, because guys like you always say the same shit. I didn't know, man. You didn't know you were grabbing her ass? Or you didn't know who she was? No, he squeals like a pig. I mean, yes, I knew I was grabbing her ass, but I didn't know who she was. My eyes were closed the entire time. I lean, still holding him by the nape. What's your name? He gulps. Harvey. I nod conspiratorially. Harvey, tell me, did she taste good to you? Did kissing her get your dick hard, Harvey? I bite off his name. Drew. Belle looms, her voice taking a softer tone now. I already know what she's up to, and if she thinks she'll be able to stop me from following through on tormenting this fucker for touching her, then she's going to be really fucking disappointed. I glance her way for half a second. No, don't Drew me. You wanted to play, and now we're playing. See what happens when you push me? See what happens when you taunt the beast? Her shoulders slump and she sighs heavily, then takes a long swig of her vodka. It wasn't his fault. I just grabbed him and kissed him. It's not like he asked to kiss me. Yeah, but he didn't stop either. No one puts their lips on you. No one touches you. No one fucking breathes near you, or I will kill them. But before I kill them, I will eviscerate them so they understand how grave of a fucking mistake they've made. Harvey's body trembles in my grasp, and he slowly lowers his hands to his sides, his eyes wide and filled with fear. I move closer, invading whatever limited space is left, watching his pupils as they dilate further, his heartbeat picking up another beat. My gaze is on Belle, though. This is all for her. Tell me, fuckface, what should your punishment be for touching something that isn't yours? I feel his heavy gulp under my grasp, and he shakes his head. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I swear. Not as sorry as you're going to be soon. The kitchen is cleared out. Some partygoers stand nearby watching the byplay. Others have just moved on to enjoy the beat elsewhere. Music bumps with a heavy bass through the house, almost in time with my steadily increasing heartbeat. I grasp his left hand in my free one, the other still tight around the back of his neck, as I curl my grip around his middle finger and twist. The distinct sound of bone crunching is music to my ears. The little pussy screams and drops to his knees. I let him go and crouch down in front of him. We aren't done here, Harvey. Give me your hand. He whimpers, and I glance back at Belle, who is standing near my shoulder. Her hand is plastered over her mouth, and she has fresh tears swimming in her eyes. When she sees me looking, she looks away, her gaze focusing on something else. I stand and snap. Consequences. This is what happens, Belle. This is what you make me do when you refuse to listen. Now pay attention.
Because next time you let a man touch you, I won't stop at broken bones, baby. She jerks her chin back to Harvey and me, and I direct my attention back to the poor fool again. I drop down to my haunches again and extend my hand out to him, waiting to see if I'll have to force him or if he'll be a good boy and listen to me. When he places his trembling hand in mine, I feel the sudden rush of accomplishment. I smirk back at Belle. Tears still coat her eyes, but not a single tear has fallen. Her mouth is set into a thin line, as if she's riding the edge of anger. Good. Me fucking too. No, that's wrong. I'm free-falling into my anger now, and no one better get in my way. I pat Harvey on the cheek gently, and he flinches away from me. Smart. Since you gave me your hand, I'll go easy on you. I snap another finger, then grab his chin and put my face directly in his. I won't kill you for touching what's mine, and you know what? I won't kick you out of the mill either. At least not yet. I breathe in the sharp scent of his sweat and fear. This is where I thrive, where chaos and my demons can come out to play together. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Belle getting ready to make a run for it. Extending my arm out, I grasp her bicep, halting her mid-step. There's no way in hell I'm letting her walk away from this. If she doesn't want to suffer the consequences, then maybe she shouldn't have provoked me. I grin at her. No, Flower, you don't get to start something and not finish it, not when his punishment is all your fault. Your act of defiance will mean a world of hurt for little Harvey here. The man looks like he's going to vomit, his eyes silently pleading for me to release him as they ping-pong between Belle and myself. I know I have to choose to let go of one of them. I can't continue to teach this fucker a lesson without releasing Belle, but if I release her, she's going to run. Still, if I let this fucker go, he might tell his friends what happened, and I can't have anyone thinking I'm weak. Drew? Belle leans in, clearly understanding the dark direction this is going in. She clutches the bottle of vodka in her other hand. Leave him be, and come with me. Let's go for a walk. I snort. Do you think I'm an idiot? All you want is to get my attention off this fucker. I'm not stupid. Realizing her words are not enough, her small hand trails up my chest, and it takes everything in me not to lean in, sink into these feelings, and let them be more. Not when she's only touching me to protect this asshole. It makes me more inclined to rip his head off and shit down his throat. A hard slap lands against my back, the impact vibrating through my muscles, and out of the corner of my eye I catch a flash of curls and wide-ass shoulders belonging to one of my friends, Aries, always the peacemaker. He leans in, smiling. Come on, man. Go talk to your girl. I'll take care of this asshole for you. It's a ruse. I know it. He knows it. Even Harvey knows it. He'll toss him out on his ass and let him run. But he won't be punished as much as I want. It's a battle of choosing what I want more. To talk with Belle and make her understand there is no other option but me, or to beat this asshole 10 feet into the ground. I glance down at Belle, and even as her voice has softened and her touch burns across my skin, she's still wearing that defiant as fuck look, daring me to walk away and let it go. That's fine, though. Harvey's punishment can be given to her instead. I shift my hand to Harvey's face and give him a shove. Stumbling backward, he nearly trips over his own feet. As soon as he realizes he's free, he scurries out of the room without looking back. Coward. Logically, I know he didn't do anything wrong. It's more about looking weak and teaching Belle a lesson. Aries gives us his signature grin, all pearly white teeth, then snags a bottle of alcohol off the counter and follows him. Alone, or as close to alone as we're going to get, I tug Belle closer.
You should be happy. I let him go for you." Those defiant eyes shine, tipping me over the fucking edge. I'm done. With my patience slipping, I tighten my grip and tug her toward the back door. She barely resists, stumbling over her feet a little too easily along the way. I'm not sure how much she drank before I arrived, but it's obvious it was enough to make her think she could get away with this ludicrous shit. I push the back door open and pull her outside behind me. The cold night air greets us, and the refreshing feel of it on my skin helps to clear away some of the anger clouding my thoughts. I only stop once we reach the tree line of the woods, putting us far enough away from the house that I can finally hear myself think. There's no one but us and the quietness now. Turning on her, I take her by both arms and gently press her back against one of the towering oak trees. I force myself to be gentle, when what I really want is to take her over my knee and spank her ass until it's cherry red. The second her back meets the trunk, Maybelle charges at me. Only my football training and reflexes, grown at the hands of my father's abuse, allow me to catch her wrists before she makes contact with my neck or face. "Let go of me!" she screeches, and I tighten my grasp. The hand bared in claws relaxes, but the other, with the bottle clutched tight, still holds on. All I can think then is, what happened to my flower? My subconscious takes a second to remind me. You smashed her into a million fucking pieces. If you stop trying to attack me, then I can let you go. But if you're going to continue being crazy, I'll have to restrain you for both our safety. Eyes narrowed to slits, she moves closer, her chest pressing into mine. I think she's relaxing, and my own grip goes lax as I prepare to release her. But it's a mistake on my part, because all it does is give her room to pull her hand back, giving her the momentum she needs to slap me. My head swings to the sides from the impact. I grit my teeth and recover quickly, anger seeping into my veins. With lightning-fast reflexes, I wrap my hand around the column of her throat and give it a little squeeze, becoming mesmerized by the fear that slips into her eyes. I crave her fear, her submission. I get off controlling her every breath, and I know it's fucked up and wrong, but I don't care. I know I hurt you. I fucking get it, but don't fucking hit me. That's your warning, Belle. Do it again and I'll put you on your knees. I release her before I do something crazy, like strangle her until she passes out. Maybe if I kidnap her and trap her somewhere, I can seduce her with enough orgasms to forgive me, or piss Sebastian off enough to kill me. The fear trickles away from Belle, and she's glaring at me again. I take a step back, hoping some distance might cool her off, but she charges forward again, her hand back ready to land another hit. The thing is, I'm sober, faster, and I've been beat the majority of my life. She's lost the battle before she's even tried. I sidestep her hit, and she misses me, and her hand flies through the air, making a swishing sound. The sting in my cheek reminds me of the first strike she got on me, and when she tries a third time and misses again, I can't help but wonder how she thinks this will fix things. What are you doing, Maybelle? Is this going to help you? Will hurting me fix us? I'm close to making good on my promise of putting her on her knees, but I hesitate, wanting to give her a chance. She huffs and takes a long swig of her vodka, which she has somehow managed to keep in her hands, her body remaining upright. Swallowing it down, she continues to glare, her warm breath billowing out in little clouds of smoke. I can't believe you would ask me such a stupid question. One measly slap is not going to make up for all the pain you caused me. It's my turn to huff out a hot exhale. Okay, and you think kissing another man will help? There's something in her eyes now, something closer to guilt, but not quite. I shake my head. This is revenge. You want to hurt me so I'll know exactly what it felt like that night you had to see me with Spencer. I lick my lips and cross the space between us, using my body to crowd her all over again. Did it make you feel better? She squeezes her lips shut and simply glares icy daggers at me. Truthfully, you don't have to speak. I can see it in your eyes right now. You want me to hurt. You couldn't give a shit about that guy. No, this was a selfish act, wasn't it? Am I right? Tell me, Belle. Tell me I'm right. Tell me that you thought if you hurt me the same way I hurt you, your pain would be less. Tell me. No, she growls, still gritting her teeth. I knew it wouldn't be less, but it would make me feel better for a little fucking while. And if anyone deserves to feel better, it's me. Boo-hoo. So what if you had to watch me kiss another guy? And yeah, he groped me a little bit, but nothing you went through tonight will ever amount to what I felt and went through. You're not the one who had to have stitches in your scalp, and I don't recall anyone that cared about you calling you a whore and throwing dollar bills at you. No amount of apologizing will change what happened. I can't undo the past, Belle. All I can do is try to do better, and you're making it increasingly difficult. Good, she sneers. I don't want you to do better. I want you to leave me alone and realize you can't win me back no matter how hard you try. I grab her by the wrist, bringing us closer together. My eyes scan her face, the dilation of her pupils, the way her pulse thrums in the side of her neck, and the sharp intake of breath she takes when I get up close. Leaning in close enough that our lips are almost touching, I speak. I don't have to win you back, Flower. You've always been mine. I'd just prefer your forgiveness over anger. But in the end, I'll take you however I can get you. I hate you, she seethes, her nostrils flaring. You don't, but you wish you did. Because if you hated me, then all of this would be so much easier. If you could blame me, if I was the monster you portray me to be, if you really fucking believed the things you tell yourself about me, then this would be done with. She won't admit it, but she knows I'm right. Get away from me, she hisses, struggling in my grasp. The more she fights me, the harder my cock gets. If she needs to pretend that she hates me, fine, I'll let her have that. By now she should have realized that she's mine to hurt, fuck, and completely and utterly destroy. Doing the opposite of what she wants, I tighten my hold on her and walk her backward, trapping her against the tree once again. I mold my body against hers, pressing all my hard edges to her soft ones. Fuck, it feels so good. The tiniest whimper escapes her lips, and my eyes dart to her pretty mouth, those full lips of hers, begging to be bit and kissed. Let go of me! I don't want you! We're over! She screams. Her words say one thing, but her body says something else entirely. I can feel her pressing back against me, silently begging me for more. Her body says what she never will, at least not right now. I drag my eyes away from her lips and press my forehead against hers, breathing her in, letting her breathe me in. A war wages in her green eyes. She wants to push me away, but she also wants to give in. At some point, I'll make the decision for her, but for a little while longer, I'll play her game. We're never done, Belle. We weren't done that night at the banquet, and we aren't done now. I don't give a fuck what it takes to make you see that. I will stop at nothing. I will come to your house every single fucking day. I will crawl across the fucking floor on my hands and knees and beg you. I know you're hurting, and I'm sorry. There won't ever be enough words to explain that to you, and I accept that. I accept that I fucked up, even if I thought what I was doing was the right thing. But I want to move forward. I have to. And there's only one way to do that. You're forgetting the most fundamental part of all, the opinion of the person who matters most, me. I didn't forget you. You did.
You haven't asked me what I wanted in all of this. You think that an apology automatically fixes things like a magic wand simply because you know how to put on the charm, and abracadabra, everything is fixed. I snarl and tighten my hold. I'm not expecting it to be fixed. Lifting her arm, she cuts off my grip, then gives my chest a hard shove back. I barely move, but I let her think she has control. It was clear to me that day in the library when we first met that you weren't used to being told no, but I will say it until you understand. I don't want you, Drew. There is no forgiveness to be given. The sooner you realize that, the sooner all of this can end, and we can move on with our lives. It hurts to hear her say those words, but they change nothing. She is still mine. Like it or not, I will never let you go. Like I said before, I'd prefer you be mine willingly, but I will take you however I can get you. Do your worst, Flower. Hit me, hurt me, fuck other men. I don't give a shit what you do. But that fact will never change. You are mine, and I don't give up what's mine. Not ever.
Chapter 12. Belle. I can't breathe through the searing heat of his stare and the way it holds me in place. My knees barely support me as it is. You are mine, and I don't give up what's mine. Not ever. He just said those words, and they're all I can hear in my head. Unbeknownst to him, they're the most believable thing he's ever said to me. I know I'm his. I know this because I wanted him. Hell, dare I say I loved him. I mean, part of me, most of me, still does, but I'm not telling him that. He doesn't deserve to have that kind of power in his hands. Good for you, but you're wasting your time. I don't want you. So unless you plan to force me into everything for the rest of your life, I'd choose otherwise. The words taste bitter on my tongue as I expel them. Whatever you say, Flower. His tone is nearly mocking, and I snarl at him when I see the smile on his lips. I push away from him and his unforgiving grip and spin into the open air, the bottle of vodka my only remaining lifeline. If I plan to sober up, then I'll need to stop drinking, but that's not going to happen with this asshole in front of me. I can feel his eyes on me. He's watching me, ensuring I don't get too far away. Forever the gatekeeper. That's all he wants, is to keep me so that no one else can have me. He doesn't really want me. Stop looking at me like that. Like what? You know what? He shakes his head. No, I really don't. I'm just watching you. I didn't know it was a crime to look at someone. Watching someone is not what you're doing. You're stalking me. I'm not your prey. He doesn't reply, tucking his hands into his jacket pockets before continuing to survey me. A cold breeze whips through the trees, and I bite my bottom lip to stop my teeth from chattering. Here, take my jacket. He quickly strips his coat from his shoulders, leaving himself in a long-sleeved black Henley. He doesn't give me the opportunity to object, and instead gently places it over my shoulders. The smoky scent of him wafts from the warmth of the coat, and I want to hug it tight to my chest and just breathe him in. I should toss it on the ground and stomp it into the dirt. But my heart won't let me. Drew's eyes track me as I pace around him. The trees are right here, and memories of the night I spent running through those woods come rushing back to me. What am I doing here? Drowning in Drew? In our relationship? In our history? Why do I put myself through this? He's never going to give you up. He's never going to stop wanting you. I suck a ragged breath into my lungs, the cool air melting away a little bit more of the vodka hazing my mind. I need to think about something else, anything but us. Whirling around, I face him and ask, "How's school?" His forehead wrinkles with confusion, and he cocks his head to the side like he's waiting for me to tell him a joke. What? School. I stopped tutoring you. Are you passing your classes? Did you find another tutor? Please tell me you're kidding. Do you really care about that? And are we really going to discuss it here? And of all times, now? I snort and slip on the wet grass, catching myself on a nearby tree trunk. If you want the truth, Mr. Marshall, no, I don't really give a shit. But you refuse to let me leave, and I'd rather talk about something else. This makes him clench his jaw. We need to talk about us. I shake my head and circle the tree with my bottle of vodka. We've tried that a couple of times, and it failed. I think that ship has sailed. He steps toward me, and I keep the tree between us as protection. Like I already said, I don't care. I'm not going anywhere. I turn my back to the tree and bring the bottle of vodka to my lips. I take a long swig, chasing the buzz I had earlier, praying it erases the memory of him. I need something to dull the ache in my chest before it swallows me whole. Off in the distance, there's shouting. We both glance in the direction, and Drew takes a step toward the noise, his eyes tracking dark shapes that appear on the lawn. My glasses are blurry, so I can't quite make the shapes out completely. Not that it matters. This is the exact distraction I need to get away. If I stand here another second, he'll convince me to go inside with him. And I don't know if I can survive another loss right now. The shouting continues, and I skirt around the tree, which is between us and in Drew's direct line of sight. I count down from 3 in my head. 3, 2, 1. I tighten my grip on the bottle and dart forward, ripping through the tree line and straight into the woods like a real-life Bambi. It's not the same as that night, since I've been through the woods before, but that same adrenaline rush fills my veins. It can't be but a few seconds later before I hear his heavy footfalls crashing through the forest floor behind me, destroying everything in their path. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck lift in warning, reminding me that Drew is a true predator, and that if I run, he will chase me. Maybe that's what I want, what I need. The thrill of being caught makes my blood hum and my core clench tightly. A smart girl would end this right here, right now. But I don't want to end this. My muscles burn and ache in protest as I up my pace. Ahead, I narrowly miss a downed tree, and I catch myself on the trunk of another tree. I forget that one of my hands is occupied with a bottle of vodka, and only realize it after the glass shatters, the liquor spilling down my arm. Ugh. I clutch the now broken bottleneck in my freezing hands, my subconscious telling me to keep it with me as I continue. My stomach churns around all that liquor, and I pray I don't have to stop and puke. Don't find me, Drew. Speaking of him, it doesn't actually take him long to do. Drew's conditioned for this game, made to hunt the prey, to catch, skin, and eat. A true huntsman if I ever saw one. He's on me in seconds. His fingers brush against my hand, and I turn and swipe at him. A sharp hiss fills my ears. The sound reminds me of a soda can when you open it. There's a warm spray of something against my hand, and I pause, confused for a half-second. What the hell? I consider stopping to see what it is that is on my hands, but I can't. The need to keep going consumes me. Instead, I speed up, running faster, pushing my small legs harder while he slows. "What the fuck, Belle?" he shouts from somewhere behind me. I can't tell if he's angry or concerned. Then again, it doesn't matter if he's angry or concerned, right? If he catches me, the result will be the same. With each of my senses on high alert, I find myself peering over my shoulder, my ears listening for any noise. The cold air pricks at my skin and my lungs burn with every breath I take. The hammering of my heartbeat is the only thing I can hear, until Drew's angry, almost bitter laughter rips through the trees. It's venomous, evil-sounding, and every cell in my body orders me to run and hide. The old me would have done just that, but I'm not scared of the monster hiding in the dark. I urge myself forward, my muscles tightening and protesting as I force myself to keep going. Branches slap against my arms and midsection, slowing me down, and my feet slip on the wet ground. I can hear his feet trampling the ground behind me. He's close. "If you wanted me to chase you, Flower, all you had to do was say so. I'm always up for hunting you down in the forest and making you beg for me to fuck you. I mean, I'm getting hard just reliving one of the best moments of my life. The day I got to claim you." Fuck. Why doesn't he sound winded? Meanwhile, I feel like I've been running for hours. I slow so I don't trip, and since he doesn't immediately wrap his arm around me and take me to the ground, I assume he's slowed as well. Shit. He's definitely toying with me. Just inhale, exhale. Let, cough, gasp, cough. Me go. There's a chuckle near a tree to my left. I twist, looking in that direction, but he's not there. "Not a chance. We've been over this, and I understand more than anyone how stubborn and unruly you can be. So I guess I'll have to do my best to show you. What do you think I should do? Bite you? Leave hickeys all over your neck? Take you in the dirt all over again?" Damn him. Even if I don't want to be, I'm turned on. The forest grows quiet, and I slow, further. My gut instinct tells me to stop. I don't trust it. It's too quiet. There's not even a stir of underbrush around me. I stop running and suck air into my lungs like I'm dying. There's a stitch in my side and nausea sifts through me like sand in an hourglass. Up feels like down, and down feels like up. I can't comprehend what's going on. Not until a pair of strong arms circle my waist and lift me off my feet in one move. I'm suspended in the air for half a second before I'm tossed over his shoulder. A squeak escapes my lips and I kick out my legs while clawing at him the best I can, the neck of the glass bottle still in my hand. "Let me go!" "Why would I do that? You ran. I chased and caught you. Now I get to do whatever I want to you." A scream climbs out of my throat and pierces the air. "Fuck yes. Scream for me, Belle. You know how much I love it." Asshole. I'm not screaming for you, idiot. I'm screaming at you. Now let me go. I kick at him, and I could scream, thanks to the Lord, when my foot connects with his knee. He grunts and tumbles to the ground, bringing me down with him. We land all as one, and he rolls at the last minute to keep my body on top, caring enough not to crush me with his hulking frame. He's first to recover. His rough hands circle my wrists, trapping me. I struggle against him, even while knowing I won't be able to break free. I hate that my nipples are as hard as diamonds, and that I'm dripping with need. But I still fight against the desire. I can't let him break me, not again. I have no problem pinning you to the ground and fucking you senseless right now. So if you want to continue to fight, then that's what's going to happen. I've tried to be patient, but I'm past the point of no return. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'll be the bad guy if you need me to be. You can fight me, beg me to stop, tell me you don't want it. But deep down, I know you do. And I know that while your pussy strangles my cock, begging for me to fill it with my cum, all you're doing is lying to both of us. Let me up, I growl. The pressure on my chest is suffocating. I can feel the bottle top tucked between my thumb and forefinger. The glass is sharp enough to cut my skin, and I tighten my hold on it. He has to let me go, or I might lose my shit. The feeling of him, the taste of his lips, his scent, it's all too much. The hard planes of his body pressing against mine feel so good. Too good. Please, just let me go. I plead. The pressure on my chest lifts when he shifts his weight off me. My traitorous body chooses to betray me, and the whisper of a whimper slips past my parted lips when my thighs brush the length of his erection. He's still holding on to me, though his grasp is lax now. In an instant, I can hear his voice in my head, the sinister words he spoke right before he crushed my heart in his hands. I'll find another tight cunt to keep my cock warm. That's all you ever were to me anyway. A nice warm hole to fuck. Come on, Belle. Are you going to let me in? Or do I have to take it from you? There's a coldness in his voice. But that's not the effect it has on me. It warms me up all over. And I know the harder I fight, the harder he'll fuck me. More memories rip through me. It's time for you to leave. Now you can take the trash out yourself, or I can take you out. You are nothing to me and never were. Nothing more than a warm hole to sink into every once in a while. I'll fuck you into submission if I have to, so don't tempt me, because you know damn well I'll do it. I stare at his grip, his grasp firm, tightening. I'm burned by his touch. He leans over me, his face hovering above mine. A shiver ripples through me at the sick, twisted look on his face. Please, let me go, I beg. No, but I do love it when you beg. I just wish you would save it for when my cock is inside you. The wires in my brain cross, and something inside me snaps. My vision goes black, and for 1 second, I'm no longer here, no longer held captive by my love for this toxic man. I break free of his hold and strike at him with the hand holding the broken glass shard. I recognize his pain-filled gasp a moment before I can comprehend what I've done. Time slows down. There's a break in the foggy rage clouding my judgment, and that gives way to shock. He releases me entirely, pushing up onto his knees. I look at my trembling hands, seeing the blood on them. What have I done? I scramble back like a crab trying to get away. I cut him. I've never hurt anyone in my life, and now I've cut him. I've drawn his blood. Look what he turns you into. An animal. A woman out for revenge. Bile climbs up my throat. I'm both gripped by fear and guilt. I can't breathe. My lungs burn as I try to force air inside them. The glass presses against my palm, the weight of it heavier now. What have I done? I scramble to my feet, my legs threatening to give out. He's going to kill me. I need to run. Something dangerous and dark electrifies the air, making it hard for me to breathe. I watch Drew climb to his feet, his movements slow, and I can't stop looking into his eyes. Like a moth drawn to a flame, even while knowing the power the flame has over me, I continue to stare, mesmerized, frozen with fear. Those green emeralds shine in the slivers of moonlight that make it through the trees, and what they reflect is something far scarier than anything I could have ever imagined. Retribution.
Chapter 13. Drew. I feel the burn of the cut along my skin, proof that she really did cut me, but somehow I can't make my brain believe that she actually did. The first cut on my arm was nothing more than a graze, but this one is deep enough that the skin pulls when I shift my arm. I exhale through my nose. "Flower, that wasn't very nice of you." She peers up at me, her eyes round and wide, the whites circling her entire iris. I watch her throat as she swallows hard and loud. I asked you to let me go." Her voice wavers. "And I told you no. I had no idea you wanted to play so dirty. If I knew, I would have come better prepared." She blinks a few times, her eyes tracking down to the wound. The vodka on her breath reaches me as her breathing picks up. "Make her pay. Remind her who you are, who she belongs to." The predator lingers right at the surface, demanding retribution, but he doesn't understand that there is no reward in any of this if we lose her. Still, she made her choice, and every choice has a consequence. I snatch her by the wrist and tug her forward until her small frame runs into my chest. She struggles, but I wrap my other hand around her throat and squeeze, just enough to show her that I'm in control. The more fear that fills her eyes, the harder my cock becomes. Is it weird, despite her trying to stab me, that I want her hands on me? That I crave her fucking touch like I crave my next breath because she wants to touch me, even if it's out of violence. The cut on my pec burns, and I bring her hand back to my chest, pressing the shard of glass against my skin. Then I take a step forward, placing my foot between her legs. Instantly, she scrambles to shift out of the way. "Nope, you're mine now." "Oh no, don't be afraid, Flower. I haven't made you bleed. Not yet." Panic sets in, and her struggle intensifies. I add pressure to her hand, the one with the glass in it. It is yet to break the skin, but it will soon. "Wildflower," I warn, squeezing her throat a little tighter. She uses her other hand to bat at me, and her nails sink into my skin. The pain only heightens my pleasure. She did this to herself, to us. Her declaration was that she doesn't want me, and that she never has. Well, I'm going to prove her fucking wrong. I caress her plump bottom lip with my thumb, slowly loosening my grip on her throat. I watch as she sucks a ragged breath into her lungs. As the panic recedes from her gaze, she still appears afraid, but somehow manages to lift her chin in defiance. "I'm not sorry. I didn't expect you to be. If this is the only way to lessen the pain you're feeling, I'll let you plant that glass shard right in my fucking heart." There's a shift in her gaze, a softening, and she flinches. I know you want me to feel the pain you felt, but this isn't you, Wallflower. You don't lash out in violence. You don't make others feel pain because you're hurting. Yes, I fucked up and hurt you in a way that no one else in your life ever has. I hurt you when you needed someone most, and I'm sorry. I can't go back in time and change what happened, and I don't know if I would. I don't regret protecting you from my father. I try to keep my voice low and my tone gentle, but it doesn't help. There's still this frantic energy about her, this need to run, and she jerks her wrists to escape me again, but I tighten my grasp. It might leave bruises, but she's doing it to herself at this point. Maybe you don't know me anymore. Maybe I've changed. My lips turn up at the sides. She's so fucking cute, trying to be this angry, vicious being when that's not who she is. Belle is grace, kindness, sunshine, and equality. But most of all, she is mine. Changing those parts of you would be like trying to change the most influential pieces of who you are. You're not the villain, baby. You aren't a killer, and you aren't a monster. Leave those roles to me. Her beautiful, full lips twist into a mockery of a smile. Yeah, well, maybe I want to be those things. Maybe I don't want to be the girl who sticks to the shadows. Maybe I don't want to be the victim anymore. A lot of shit has happened recently, like losing the only person who ever loved me, or my entire identity being replaced with another. I could spend an eternity apologizing to her, but it won't change a damn thing. She's not ready to forgive me, and I have to accept that, just as she has to accept that I'm not going anywhere. I lean in, crowding her, and run my lips over the shell of her ear. Shivers rack her body, and I love watching the goosebumps erupt across her creamy flesh. Her lip curls, and she snarls like a feral animal. Using the weight of my body and the hand I have held to my chest with the glass shard in it, she pushes against me. I tighten my grip on her, and instead of putting distance between us, she merely presses the glass deeper into my flesh. A burning sensation zips across my skin, and I bite back a groan of pain. Give me your worst, Flower. Her pretty emerald eyes catch on my chest, on her hand, on the glass, inching deeper into my skin with each heartbeat. Her frightened gaze widens, but she doesn't make a move to pull away. It's almost like the fear and shock have her frozen in time. Is this what you need, Flower? Will this bring you back to me? I grunt and shift our combined grip even further forward. The movement pushes the glass deeper, and while there is pain, this satisfying warmth encompasses me, making the pain nothing more than a dull ache. Blood continues seeping out of the wound, its warmth spreading across my soaked t-shirt. I don't care what I have to do to get her back. Pain is a momentary thing. If she wants to hurt me, then I'll let her. I'll do any fucking thing to get her back. Anything. Full lips trembling, she looks like she might cry. Fuck me, she looks beautiful when she cries. No, stop! This isn't what I want! The words are a whisper in the wind, and nearly missed, but just because I hear them doesn't mean I acknowledge them. If she wants to make me believe this isn't what she wants, she'll have to do a better job convincing me. I squeeze her hand to the point of pain and press harder. The glass slides through more muscle, and I suck a breath in through my teeth. Tears swim in her eyes, and I swear my cock gets harder at the image in front of me. Drew, stop! This isn't what I want! Hurting you doesn't fix anything. Really? I think it does. You've talked to me more in the past few minutes than you have for the past month. I'll take 1,000 cuts to my heart if it means you'll stand here talking to me for 5 more minutes. Her teary gaze leaves mine, and I see how close those tears are from cascading down her cheeks. The need to show her mercy overwhelms me, and I release my hold on her hand. Pulling away completely, taking the glass with her, the cut in my chest feels empty without something in it. The spot aches and burns with each labored breath I force into my lungs. Fragments of the old Belle shine in her eyes as she drops the broken glass on the ground. She shakes her head like this is a nightmare she can wake herself up from. I watch as she unravels, her eyes catching on her hands, which are slick with my blood.
Why did you do that? What the fuck is wrong with you? She snarls angrily, crossing the few feet separating us on wobbly legs. When I don't respond, she slams her tiny fists against my muscled chest. The air escapes my lungs in a wheeze from the impact. All I can do is shrug. I don't really have a reason. Why not? I hurt you and you hurt me. Now we're even. Maybe hurting me is what you needed. I was just doing what I thought was right. What you thought was right? Confusion pinches her delicate features. I nod. Yeah. Before I showed up at the party, you had an agenda. It was clear you were going to get drunk and party. No one was going to stop you from doing what you wanted to do. So I simply jumped on the crazy train. Her eyes go to ice. Crazy train? I'm not crazy, Drew. My mother is dead. The man I cared about betrayed me. Broke my fucking heart, actually. Her confession burns more than the cuts on my skin. I'm terrified for one blinding moment that I'll never be able to fix what's broken between us. And that's just a reality I refuse to live in. You know what? Fuck you. I'm done. She throws her hands into the air with a frustrated cry. We're done. I'm not going to be that stupid girl I was before, waiting for you to break my heart all over again. Praying and hoping I was good enough for you when it was never a question of if I was good enough for you, but if you were good enough for me. I flinch and hope she doesn't notice in the dark. Belle, no! She turns to walk away. Fear grips my bones. I'm losing her again. She's slipping through my fingers. I reach for her once more, but it's no good. Don't touch me, she growls, batting my hands away, slapping at my skin like I'm an annoying fly that refuses to leave. Don't fucking touch me! Her eyes narrow in a way that proves my point. I'm leaving. No, you're not, because you want me as much as I want you. It's twisted and sick and fucked up, but this is us, Flower. This is all we got. Her jaw clenches and determination bleeds into every pore. Then, like a kitten, she hisses, Fuck you! Just watch me! All over again, similar to that first night when I claimed her virginity, something dark and sinister grips me. It digs its claws into my soul, dragging me deep into its depths. I don't want to hurt Belle. I really don't want to. But I need to. Fuck, I need her pain, her tears, her fucking whimpers. I need to hear her begging me to stop, begging me to keep going. I've had enough of her denial and attitude. She can pretend all she fucking wants that she doesn't want me, but her body and her heart will betray her every time. She's mine, and I'm hers, no matter what she says. Belle, I'm warning you now. Run, and I'll catch you. There won't be a damn thing you can do to stop me from taking you down to the dirt and fucking you so hard you won't spend a second not feeling me splitting you open. I will be written into your skin, into your bones, so you can no longer say I'm nothing to you. You don't own me, and guess what? I don't want you, Drew. I never did. It was all fake. Every single word, emotion, orgasm, fake. It's a lie. Of course it's a lie. There's no way a girl who was a virgin before I took her can fake everything she did with me. But it doesn't matter. Every last bit of control gives way. And while I'm trying to be better for her, she's just unleashed something that won't be stuffed back inside until it's had its fill of her.
Chapter 14. Belle. Like a puma, he pounces on me before I can even step away from him. I need to get away from him. I'm too close to giving in and letting him have his way with me. He turns me in his arms and I'm trapped. Both obsession and lust reflect at me in his dazed, manic eyes. He's in full-on hunt mode, and nothing will stop him from taking what he wants. Not now. Still, I have to try, because my heart is on the line, and if I let him in again, I know it'll end in nothing but heartache. Let go of me, you sick bastard! I hate you! I screech, fighting against him. He licks his lips, a mask slipping over his face. Tilting my chin up with his finger, he whispers, "It's interesting how much I hate you and I don't want you sound like just the opposite. You might say you hate me, but..." His hand snakes between our bodies, and I find myself reacting without thinking as he cups me between the legs, his fingers on my pussy, right over my tights. Liquid heat and desire gush to my core from this one simple touch, but I come to my senses quickly and grab his wrist. "I don't want you." He smirks. Translation: "Fuck me, Drew." I lick my lips, my breathing growing ragged as I try to come up with an escape plan. "I hate you." It's more of a mumble than an actual statement. He leans in close, his mouth brushing my earlobe. Translation: "I love you." "Love?" I whisper, all the anger flushed out of me now. The simmering heat from his touch remains, and I know no matter what he does to me, I'll want it. I need his hand on me in a way I'd only started to understand before he ripped out my heart and stomped all over it. Now my head is a jumble of confusion, and my body is a raging mess of hormones. I fucking need him, even if I don't want to need him. Why won't you leave me alone? I thought I made it clear you couldn't get away from me. I let out a sigh of frustration. Now we're back to that, a statement I thought was negated by him calling me a cunt to use back in that kitchen. Which man do I trust? The one who hurt me a month ago, or the one who wants to hurt me now? When a minute of silence passes between us, he unleashes a long, hissing sigh. Belle. His words are cut off when I slash out to shove his hand away and realize too late that the glass in my hand dug into his arm, right below the other wound I had already inflicted. I jerk my gaze from the blood. His jaw is set tight, and he grits his teeth. Flower. Like a cobra striking, he snatches my hand and twists it hard. I gasp, and my fingers spasm, releasing the glass. I watch as it falls to the forest floor. Shit. I jerk my hand away and cradle it to my chest, then risk another glance at his face. It's different now. Devoid of emotion. Blank. Even as I watch the blood drip down his forearm and off his fingertips. He leans in so his face is even with mine, and he licks my lips in a small swipe. I think it's time for your punishment, Flower. I swallow hard and try to slow my breathing. It's pointless, since he no doubt already knows I'm so fucking wet my panties are soaked. What are you going to do? He tilts my chin up toward him and captures my mouth in a searing kiss. It's more than a kiss. It's a claim and control on my soul, a command on my existence. I moan and clench my hand around his forearm, the warmth of his blood slipping along my skin. His lips force mine open, and his tongue slips inside, tangling with mine. I can't do anything but let him guide me to the ground as I submit to the brutality of that kiss, to the brutality of him. Yet in the back of my mind, the events from that day play on repeat. We can't do this, I growl against him. We can, and we are, he grunts, easily overpowering me. Let go of me, I hiss, but the idea of him letting go of me leaves me cold and disappointed. Never. You're mine. Forever. His tone is granite hard and laced with need. A need I feel through my entire body as his hand slips from my waist and under my skirt. I wanted to fuck you nice and slow and show you how much I crave you. But I realized that's not what you need. What you need is darker than that. Stop, I exclaim, even as his hand presses against my pussy. You want me to take it from you, so you don't have to admit how much you wanted me in the first place. And that's fine. You can hate me for it. Hate me as you come all over my cock. Because to me, your hate and love taste the same. I barely blink, and he has me turned so my knees are in the piles of leaves and my ass is in the air. Another blink and my tights are being ripped, the sound echoing through the empty forest. Cold air flashes across the backs of my thighs and ass, the rest of the material still in place. Did he really just rip a hole in my tights? Next come my panties, as a loud rip cuts through the night sounds, and I'm so flabbergasted I don't know what to make of it. He's holding the glass I dropped and hacks away at the material, not even nicking my skin once. He shoves the panties and the glass into the pocket of the jacket I'm still wearing. His fingers smooth over my ass cheeks, and with them comes something warm. Blood. His blood. I should be repulsed at the thought, but I'm not. It drips down onto my skin, and he smears it across my flesh, paining me with it. Fuck, Belle. You look so pretty with my blood staining your silky smooth skin. I hang my head and just try to be glad he can't see my face right now. Let him think I can't stand him, that I hate him, that I never want him to touch me again. When it's all the opposite. Those same fingers that were just smearing blood across my ass trail down and enter me all at once. The harsh intrusion knocks the air out of my lungs, but I'm wet enough for it. I shiver as the sensations of pleasure roll through me. He fucks me hard and fast, with 2 fingers, my cunt making terrible slurping noises as I bite my lip to stop myself from saying his name. Fuck. He doesn't hold back, and the pleasure builds, carrying me higher and higher as he plunges in and out. I'm practically panting, my fingers clinging to the dirt and mud, anything to keep me in place. I warned you that I was going to punish you, Belle, and I wasn't lying. I won't be gentle with you, not this time. You're going to take my cock in your virgin ass. His words interrupt the haze of pleasure zipping through me, and then he pulls his fingers out of me, leaving me with a cold and dejected feeling. There's a rustling of clothes, and I realize he's pushing his pants down. Now that some of the pleasure has worn off, I comprehend what he said. You're going to take my cock in your virgin ass. Stay with me, Flower, he growls. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I plead, and try to inch forward, the reality of my actions finally dawning on me. But you did. And that's okay, because now I'm going to show you exactly who you belong to, who holds the power of your pleasure, and just who it is that makes you feel this way. I feel his thick cockhead at the entrance of my pussy, and I shudder, knowing what's coming next. Without warning, he snaps his hips forward, entering me in one solid thrust. Fuck, I missed this. He groans into the darkness. He fucks me at a brutal pace, his balls slapping against my clit at the perfect angle, and all I can do is hold on and let him consume me. My own arousal seeps out around his cock and down my thighs. Good girl. Your pussy takes my cock so well, gripping me nice and tight. Drew praises, and it only encourages my lust. With one hand, he holds me in place at the hip, his fingers biting into my flesh, while the other trails up my back. I wonder what he'll do with it when his thick fingers sink into my hair. Without care, he tugs my head back, the movement making my scalp burn and my eyes water. The injury, still healing, throbs slightly, and I grit my teeth against the pain. Drew! Oh, God! I start to beg for the impending orgasm that sits on the horizon, close enough for me to taste, but still out of reach. My body bows, and I can do nothing but bend at the mercy of his touch. Fuck, Belle. Fuck. I wanted to make love to you, but I guess that's not what either of us needed. He slams into me, and I swear I feel him in my stomach. All I want to do is rut deep inside you, filling you with my cum, fucking you until you can't think of anything but me. He fucks me savagely, and I sink deeper and deeper into the sensations. I'm terrified of the darkness he's clawing out of me, forcing me to acknowledge. Mine. You're mine. All I can do is moan in pleasure. Say it. Say you're mine. Drew demands. My heart clenches in my chest, and the knot low in my belly unravels. I'm close. So close. If you want to come, then you better tell me who you belong to. The words are feral and animalistic, and I succumb to the need faster than I'm willing to admit. You! It's you! I cry. Yes, Flower. It's me. You belong to me, and no one is going to change that. Not even you. I can see the smile on his lips without even turning around and looking. The hand at my hip slips between our bodies, and then his fingers are on my clit. It takes less than 10 seconds for me to explode. Light flashes before my eyes, and my entire body shudders against the cold ground as a moment of pure, blessed silence echoes through me. The grip on my hair is released, and I sag forward with my head hanging low once again. I'm slowly floating back down to reality when I feel him there. His thick cock is still inside me, and he's rock hard, signifying he hasn't come yet. I'm still loopy from my climax, but I swear I feel his thumb slipping between my ass cheeks. Hell no. Out of reflex, I jerk forward. Nope. You're not going anywhere, Flower. I told you there would be a punishment. The punishment is this. I'm going to take your ass. I'm going to destroy your last virgin hole, forcing you to acknowledge that every part of you now belongs to me. A desperate darkness in his tone tells me nothing will stop this from happening. He's not asking me. He's telling me. And I don't know if that's terrifying or the biggest turn-on ever. Moving slowly, he works his thumb into my ass. Fucking the hole with care I didn't think was possible. It doesn't take long for me to start mewling like a kitten in heat once he's got his thumb in my ass and his cock in my pussy. Once acclimated to the pressure, he adds another finger, stretching me. I whimper at the intrusion and the burn of pain that zings through me as he fucks me, slowly with the digits, while thrusting his hips forward at the same time, fucking me with both his cock and his fingers. Fuck. Your ass is perfect, Flower. I wish you could see it. See how pretty it is being owned by me.
I grit my teeth and curl my nails into the dirt, needing something to anchor against the pleasure-pain combo threatening to rip me to shreds. Tears sting my eyes as a third finger is added to my ass. The muscles resist, trying to push him out. The pleasure and pain balance is a razor edge, tipping closer to pain at the moment, but little ripples of pleasure zip through my core every time he bottoms out inside me, and I hold on to those as I let him claim me. Drew, it hurts.
Shh, I know. It's going to be okay. Stay with me. Breathe through it. This might be a punishment, but I promise I'll make you feel so good. Don't I always know exactly what you need?
All I can do is whimper, and I focus on keeping myself on all fours instead of sinking down to the dirt to allow him complete control. I breathe through my nose, the burning in my ass becoming increasingly unbearable. I don't want to tell him to stop. That's weakness, and I don't know that he even would. But I don't know if I can handle anything else, especially not his cock. Drew, I whine. His fingers ease out of me, and I relax, sucking a ragged breath into my lungs.
We aren't done yet,
he warns. Slowly he pulls his cock out of my pussy, and with it comes an embarrassing amount of liquid. I shudder as the thick head of his dick slides between my ass cheeks, while one hand gently strokes my back. I let out a groan when he presses the thick head of his cock against the puckered hole. Something warm and wet lands on my ass, the substance slipping down my crack. What the hell? I'm confused for half a second, and then I glance at him over my shoulder, my eyes refusing to make sense of what I'm seeing. I watch curiously as he curls his muscled forearm, making the wound bleed just enough that the drops fall perfectly down my ass crack, so that he can use them as lube while he takes my ass. It's so endearing that I almost smile. Almost. The pressure against the hole grows, and no matter how much I tell myself to relax, I can't. I just clench up, tighter and tighter.
Relax, Flower, and I'll be easier for you to take.
His tone is soft, gentle, coaxing. It burns. I hiss through my teeth, feeling the muscles protest and stretch around his thick cock.
It's going to. You're so tight, and I'm not exactly small.
His voice is pinched, his breathing labored. Drew! I whimper. Fucking hell.
Shh. I've got you. I'll always have you.
His cock stretches me to the point of pain as he slides in another inch, and my entire body trembles. I bite my lip hard to stop myself from begging him to stop. On the fringes of pain are tiny zings of pleasure, like a silver lining, and I focus my attention there.
I wish you could see how well your ass stretches for me, opening nice and wide.
Fuck! I bite out.
You take my cock so well, Flower. You're so fucking tight. I think I might love your ass more than your pussy.
It seems like years until I feel the heat of his body resting against mine, letting me know he's all the way in. Fuck. Fuck, how do I do this? Sensations like I've never experienced ricochet through me. Pain and pleasure roll up and pour into me, overflowing the edges until I can't think straight. He consumes me,
I scrabble across the dirt, digging in deeper until my fingertips are buried in the earth. It's too much. Fuck, Flower. Relax. Every time you tense up, your muscles strangle my cock to the point I think I'm going to burst. I promise you don't want me to come yet, because then we'll have to start the process all over again. My body trembles, and my knees shake, barely keeping me upright. All he does is laugh darkly, pulling out of me slowly before sliding back in. Fire! It's all I can feel. Fuck. It burns, and my pussy clenches around nothing. Drew, please. I love it when you beg. Tell me what you want. You've been a good girl so far, letting me take your ass without complaint. You deserve a reward. He leans over my body and peppers the side of my neck with kisses. Come on, Belle. You know how much I love it when you beg. I whimper and swallow hard so I can speak again. I don't know what I need. He hums against my neck and pulls back. That's okay. I know what you need. I know how to make it better. Shifting his grip so one hand holds me up and the other curls down over my thighs, he drags his fingertips over my clit. Fuck. Yes. That's what I need. I shift to give him better access, and of course he notices. So greedy for my touch. I know what you need. Remember that. He thrums my clit and surges into me, pressing deep. You feel so good. Too good. He groans. The pressure is building, my pussy clenching tight, even as my other hole is invaded. We're both panting and writhing against one another. Drew presses harder against me, his chest nearly in line with my back. I feel his hot breath against my ear, and I damn near melt to the ground. Before I can comprehend what is happening, Drew's hand is on the side of my head, his touch searing as he presses my face into the dirt. I can't even tell you how beautiful you are stuffed with my cock inside you. He growls into my ear, and with the way he holds me down, forcing me into submission while fucking my ass, I nearly explode. I need to feel you come. Feel your pussy beg for my cum. All while knowing it's your ass that's going to be rewarded instead. Can you do that for me? Can you come for me? Do it. Be a good girl and come for me. Filthy, dirty words. But those words add to the raging storm barreling inside me. I squeeze my eyes closed, focusing solely on the pleasure he gives me, forces on me. I moan and nod the best I can. Yes, yes, yes. Pistoning his hips faster and harder, he thrusts deeper, taking another piece of my heart each time he does, a position I thought we'd never be in again. So good, so fucking good. I'm going to fill your ass with my cum. Tell me to fill your ass with cum. He presses me harder into the dirt, holding me in place, using me. Tears leak from my eyes, and I know I'm consumed by this man. Owned by him in every way possible. Come in my ass. Fill me with your cum. I pant. Then I shatter. For half a second, my vision goes black, and my muscles seize up. I'm momentarily trapped in a vortex of pleasure, and all I can do is let it consume me. I'm vaguely aware of his own groans of pleasure, and then I feel the warm heat of his release, filling my ass as he slams into me one final time. I'm exhausted, spent, and can barely remain on my knees. After having destroyed me both physically and mentally, he pulls out of me with tenderness, his release dripping out of my ass and down my thighs. Just as my body gives out on me, and I fall flat onto my belly in the dirt, the world spins all around me, and I can't help but wonder what I'm supposed to do now. How can I give up the man I love?
Chapter 15. Drew. Isn't it weird how our plans don't always work out? How fate sometimes has something else planned for us? I didn't intend on hunting her in the woods, nor did I plan on fucking her ass. But here we are. The presence of pain flares in the back of my mind as soon as I ease my cock from the tight confines of her ass. I revel in the way my cum leaks from her puckered asshole. Fuck, so tight and perfect. I don't regret a fucking thing. As gently as possible, I pull the skirt over her bare ass cheeks and lift her, taking her into my arms bridal style. Doing so causes the cuts on my forearm to split and bleed more, but I don't care. It takes a minute to maneuver her into a comfortable position, and then I stand, surveying the woods. I know every inch of this property. I grew up on it, and have walked on it way too many times. There's no such thing as getting lost out here, at least for me. I can walk, Belle interjects as I start moving. I pretend as if I didn't hear her, and instead tighten my grip on her body. I'm aware of what she can and can't do, but it's more of what I'm willing to let her do on her own. As I walk, the weight of my actions presses down on me. I don't necessarily feel bad for taking her as I did. She enjoyed it, and I know she did. But I do feel like an asshole for doing so while trying to get back into her good graces. I keep my pace slow. After all that running, I don't have it in me to jog the entire way back to the house. Plus, the cold night air feels good against my skin. As we near the house, I peer down at her only to catch her staring up at me. There's this soft look in her eyes, and it reminds me of how she used to look at me before I destroyed everything. "Are you okay?" She hums against my shirt, hugging my jacket tight around her. "I'm fine. Why?" "Don't act like that." I shake my head. "Act like what?" "Act like I don't give a shit about you. Like I don't want to make sure you aren't hurt. From the very first time I took you in the woods, I made certain you weren't injured. I'm a monster, but I'm not about to risk losing the one thing I want more than anything else." "If you must know, I'm fine. A little sore, but that's to be expected when someone takes your ass for the first time, right?" The sarcasm rolls off her tongue easily, and I hide my smile as I turn my head to the side. The lights from the house cut through the trees ahead, and it doesn't take me long to reach the sloping lawn that leads down to the house. It's still lit up from the party, and the place glows with life. A whole lot of life that I don't want seeing us, but definitely not Belle. I head to the back of the house and slip inside the back door, then hop up the steps and take the back stairs to the second floor. Thankfully, there aren't any partygoers on the second floor. When we make it inside the bedroom, I slam the door shut behind us and click the lock into place, then carry Belle over to the bed and set her down on the edge of it. She sits up, her gaze swinging around the room in marvel. I remember then that she's never seen my bedroom before today. How many times have I taken her in hers, and she hasn't seen mine? The longer I stare at her, the more I notice her curious gaze sweeping the room. I smile and cross the room, heading into the bathroom. In the shower, I turn the handles and let the water run, getting the room all steamed up. I strip out of my shirt and glimpse myself in the mirror. Fuck, Flower got me good. The cut on my chest is deep, as is the one on my arm. They hurt and bleed like a bitch, but I can't find it in my heart to be mad at her. These wounds are artificial compared to those that I gave her. I lean against the door jamb of the bathroom and watch her sneaking a peek at the bookshelves across the room. Her dainty fingers dance against the spine of each title, as if she's trying to figure out which one she will select. Of course my little wallflower would go straight to the books. I smile like the fucker I am, feeling lucky to have her back in my arms, even if it's temporary. I wish I could hold her at this moment forever, watching her sneak around this room, my room, our room. This is my future, our future. Come here, Belle. Let me get you out of those clothes and clean you up. She startles at my voice and shifts away from the shelf, jerking her hand back as if the books will bite her. Don't worry about it. She never finishes what she's saying, and part of me thinks that's because she notices me standing there, every inch of my well-defined 8-pack on display. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Slowly, she blinks back to the present, realizing that she was in fact staring at me. I don't need you to clean me up. Fuck. Disappointment punches me in the gut. I don't want to beg her to stay, but I need her to stay with me. In my space, her sweet scent surrounds me, her presence warming the icy parts of my heart that have never been touched by the sun. I know I'm changing, even if it's slowly. I've never shared this place with another woman. Then again, I've never had anyone like Belle in my life. Come here, please. A look of defiance touches her face, and she crosses her arms over her chest. Or what? You'll make me? Don't act like you wouldn't like that. Now, if that's how I have to do it, then I will. But I'd prefer if you came to me on your own. Standing as still as a statue, she stares at me, probably thinking she's won, but she doesn't know I see right through her. Beneath the defiant image she paints is a wavering desire for my touch. I can see it in the way her body leans toward me, craving my touch and warmth. She wants to give in, even if she doesn't want to admit it to herself or me. And that's the kicker. Sometimes admitting that you want something when you feel like it's bad for you is the hardest thing to do. When have you ever given a shit about me? Belle, I know you want to hurt me, but do not hurt yourself in an attempt to hurt me. There is never a time when I have not taken care of you. I always make sure you're satisfied, and I saved you from a rapist. Hell, I paid in flesh and blood to keep you safe from my father. With a grimace, her gaze moves to the floor, and I wonder if that's a little guilt that I see on her face. Thanks for the offer, but I should go home. I gestured to my chest. Fine, but do you think you could at least give me a hand with these before you go? She looks up from her shoes and scans the cuts on my arms and chest. Battling against herself, she takes a step forward, but then pauses. Damn it, I can't let her slip through my fingers. I can't. Please, I add, even though the word is foreign and bitter on my tongue. Please? When did you learn that word? Oh, this beautiful, sassy, vengeful girl told me I should use it more often. I'm trying to, but I'll be honest, it tastes a lot like weakness. I prefer to make people do things rather than ask, and especially not nicely. Please doesn't really make my messages come across as threatening. I should let you bleed out. You should. Her eyes narrow. I hate you. You say that, but I don't think you really hate me. You hate that I hurt you, but more than that, you hate that even after everything, you still want me. Want us. I'm not talking about us. There is no us. Sure, I agree, just to move on. She can think whatever she wants, but that doesn't mean it's true. Sometimes the illusion is all the other person needs, the illusion of freedom, of being in control. Belle will always be free, but never of me. So do you still want me to help or what? She questions, annoyance lacing her tone. I thought you were going to let me bleed out. I cock a brow at her. She rolls her pretty eyes. I should, but even Sebastian would be upset about that, I think. I step out of her way and gesture for her to enter the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, she abandons the coat and walks to the double sink to wash her hands. I wouldn't have thought this place would be so clean. Her judgment causes me to chuckle. Yeah, well, my housekeeper is pretty good at her job. How else would a group of 20-something-year-old men survive? This earns me a smile, and it's like watching the sunrise for the first time. I can't help but smile back. The moment she notices, though, it all crumbles to pieces, and the rays of sunshine disappear, leaving me in complete darkness. I grab some of the first aid stuff from under the bathroom sink and arrange them on the counter. Alcohol, bandages, medical-grade glue. When you get your ass kicked regularly, some of these things become a part of your daily life. She eyes them each individually and then drags her gaze back to me. We should probably get you cleaned up first. Dirt and leaves cling to my jeans, and sticky blood coats my skin. Good idea. I pop the button on my jeans and grin as she skitters back, bumping into the counter. Like I wasn't just in her ass, fucking her until she saw stars. In seconds, I'm naked, and her eyes are on my blood-coated cock. If I'm cleaning up, then you should too. The water is nice and hot, and the shower is big enough for 10 people. I can see her mentally weighing her options, her pearly white teeth sinking into her bottom lip. Maybe realizing how unreasonable she's being to allow me to fuck her but not shower with her, she starts stripping out of her clothing. If she wants to keep distance between us, I'm going to keep knocking down those walls one by one until she can face the truth, that I want her and she will be mine. I watch as she strips because I'm no gentleman, and I continue watching even when she cocks an eyebrow at me, challenging me. Once we're both naked, I reach for her and ease the elastic from her hair and fluff out the strands, taking my time to feel the heft of her hair and memorize the scent of shampoo wafting off her mane. Then I pluck her glasses off her face and set them on the counter. "This means nothing," she murmurs. I pick her up and carry her into the shower, stopping right under the hot spray. Her tiny body shudders in my arms as she adjusts to the water, and I slowly lower her to her feet. "How was that?" She nods, shoving the water off her face. "It's good. Thank you." When she reaches for the shampoo, I bat her hand away gently and lather her up myself. She gives me a little smile, and only when she's clean do I let her do the same for me. It's a revelation, caring for someone else. She treats me just as tenderly as I treat her, carefully cleaning around each of my wounds. There's nothing sexual about it, more sensual and emotional, but it's the first time I've experienced it, and I want to do it again and again. Once we're all rinsed and clean, we exit the shower, and I gently dry her skin until she's warm and cozy. Then comes the part I'm a semi-professional at, gluing and bandaging myself up. Belle helps by handing me each item and helping me clean up and toss all the wrappers out. Then I carry her over to the bed, hit the remote for the lights and fireplace, and climb up onto the mattress. I circle her waist with my arm, tucking her into my chest. Facing me, she stares up at me, a mixture of satisfaction and wariness in her eyes. "I guess I'm an idiot tonight, because I'm too tired to hit you right now." Gently, I stroke her hair, the music from the party downstairs a low hum that becomes background noise. I stare into her sparkling green eyes, my chest tight, and I'm overcome with emotions that I've never felt before. I can't lose Belle. I can't. I won't let my dad take anything else from me. I brush a piece of wet hair off her temple. "You're so beautiful, Maybelle." She gulps and shakes her head. "So are you." A tear slips from the corner of her eye, and I catch it, flicking it away. "What's wrong?" She sniffles. "Nothing. I'm fine. Just overwhelmed with everything, I guess." Another tear falls, and I pull her closer, resting my forehead against hers. "It's okay. I promise I will never hurt you again. If anyone else dares to try, I'll be there to rip their hearts from their bodies. I don't expect you to trust me today or even tomorrow, but eventually you'll know that I won't let anyone hurt you ever again." She releases a heavy sigh. "I'm scared." I nod and tug her by the waist so her body lines up with mine. It's fucking decadent to feel all her bare skin against mine. I had no idea how much I craved it until this moment. It feels so fucking good, and I realize it's not sexual. It's an intimate connection I've never experienced before. "Belle," I whisper, and kiss her lips tenderly, wanting to tell her all the things. "I know," she whispers in reply. I nod and continue staring at her, waiting until her eyelids drift closed before I dare close my own eyes, all the while thinking I have a promise to keep now. And the only way I can keep that promise is to get rid of my father. And soon.
Chapter 16. Belle. Voices. Yelling. The combination is nails on a chalkboard rattling around in my brain. Slowly, so I don't disturb the force field, I crack my eyes open and catch sight of soft light filtering through partially open curtains. It's difficult to make out the color without my glasses on, but I know immediately that those curtains are not mine. There's a pause, then the voices again, roaring in my ears. Moving my hands, I slide them across the silky sheets and up my bare thigh. Bare thighs. Oh, shit. Memories from the night before filter back through my mind. The woods, the shower, Drew chasing me, vodka, and kissing someone else. Jesus. Who let me do all these things? I don't do stuff like this. Guilt slices through me, followed by a wave of nausea that climbs up my throat. I grab the top sheet and jerk it back to untuck it from the end of the bed. I barely managed to wrap it around myself and rush past Drew and Sebastian and into the bathroom, slapping the door closed behind me. My only focus is not throwing up all over myself right now. Shit. My already battered knees hate me more as I fall to the tiled floor and secure my death grip on the toilet just in time for the entire contents of my stomach to spew out of my mouth. The velocity to which the vomit escapes my stomach burns my nose and throat. My vision blurs, tears leak from the corners of my eyes, and once I'm certain I won't leave out anything else, I tug the sheet up around my shoulders and huddle into it. The cold from the floor seeps into my knees, and it feels nice. Fuck. There's an incident throbbing at the back of my head, like an annoying person who won't stop kicking a ball at my brain. That's it. I'm never drinking again. With a groan, I stand on unsteady legs and cross the room to the brightly lit sink. It's so fucking bright. Even though I can't see much, I swat around the blurry area until I find the taps and twist them on. A moment later, the rush of water fills my ears. I rinse my mouth out and take a couple of gulps of water. I can't see my hair all that well, but I run my fingers through it a little bit. I'm feeling better already. Maybe I'm not one of those people who suffers from hangovers. I smile to myself, and then I remember. The voices. Fighting. Drew. Sebastian? They were standing inside the bedroom arguing about something when I ran past them to get into the bathroom. Fuck, damn,
Shit.
Sebastian's judgment stings more than anyone's, and I don't want to look weak to him, but I also know that deep down this was eventually going to happen. If it wasn't obvious before, it is now. I love Drew. Not trying to fix things or give him a second chance would be stupid, but I can't act weak either. I can't just act like I did before, rolling over and taking whatever he gives me. With my head hung low, I walk over to the door and with a sigh, I tug it open. Their voices get louder as I approach them, but neither seems to pay me an ounce of attention. Cool. Does this mean I can go back to sleep? I cast a glance at Drew first, who has his fists curled tight and his arms hanging down on either side of him. Thankfully, he's not naked, but wearing a pair of navy basketball shorts that hang deliciously low on his hips. You have no right to come barging in here and demand a single thing from either of us. The air becomes electrically charged, and I realize just how serious this is. Sebastian takes a step forward, his presence suffocating. My gaze cuts to him, and I notice then that he's already dressed in his usual slacks and perfectly pressed white button-down. Even his shoes are gleaming. Releasing a heavy sigh, I make a mental note to tell the guy to relax a little. There's no need for all this I glance at the clock on the nightstand. The numbers are hard to read. It looks like 7, 8, or 9. Really, it could be any of those times, but I choose to go with the earliest because it sounds better. It's 7 o'clock, and these assholes are arguing. Sebastian crowds Drew further, but that doesn't matter, as Drew doesn't appear to be bothered by it. In fact, he gives Sebastian a challenging smirk. With that smirk alone, my chances of going back to bed swirl down the drain. There is way too much testosterone in this room right now. My heart stutters in my chest when Sebastian pulls his fist back like he's going to punch Drew. Shit. I do the only thing I can think to do and jump between them, my back pressing firmly against Drew's front, bringing me face to face with the meanest guard dog ever. Sebastian, back the hell off. All this yelling is hurting my head. Blurry vision makes it hard to see shit, but I can see him clutching a piece of paper in his other hand. I snatch it and shove it at Sebastian's chest. He hisses out a breath and Drew huffs against my ear. I glance up at him. You too! Both of you, opposite corners. Go. I can't read the paper without my glasses, so I wave it toward Drew. What is this? And why is it making you two scream at each other before we've had coffee? He angrily snatches the thick cardstock back and then tosses it on the bench at the end of his bed. It's ridiculous bullshit is what it is. Ridiculous bullshit that you're keeping a secret? I thought you were trying to be a better person. I've had enough of the sarcasm and taunting from Sebastian. Well, I know he means well and wants to protect me. He has no stake in this fight. This is between Drew and me. I shift my gaze to Drew, looking for an explanation. What does he mean? Drew cuts in front of me, ignoring my question and moving too fast for my addled brain and body to respond. I am changing, fuckface, but it's difficult when there's someone like you breathing down my neck, pointing out every mistake I make, like it's a goddamn intention. I can't just wave a fucking wand and be a Class A gentleman. Nor would I ever want to be. That's not the person Belle wants either. Now get the hell out. I can feel the icy rage rolling off Sebastian, slamming into anything that's in its wake. The only way I'm leaving is in a body bag or with my sister in hand. She shouldn't even fucking be here. Okay, that hurts a little bit. Stings, even. But this is my life, and I'm an adult who is very capable of making her own choices. That, and I'm really getting tired of being talked about while being in the room, instead of being included in the conversation. Excuse me, but did you guys forget I'm standing right here? And that I'm a big girl who was caring for herself long before either of you came along? Neither of you have any say over what I choose to do, who I see, or where I go. I can feel Seb's intense gaze on me, even if I can't make out his features with pinpoint precision.
Don't look at me like that,
I scrape out, then cross the room to the bedside table, where I climb out of the sheets and slap my hands around, feeling for my glasses. My hand brushes a glass of water and a couple of pills before landing on my glasses. Once I slip them onto my face, I stare down at the water and pills, my heartbeat quickening. He knew between the way he fucked me and the amount of alcohol I drank last night that painkillers would be a necessity the next day. So before he went to bed, he made sure I had them. I look over at him, but he doesn't look back at me. He's locked in a staring contest with Sebastian, with his jaw set tight, hard enough to cut stone. I wonder what they win by not blinking first. On the other hand, Sebastian has no issues dishing out his cold, callous anger to everyone. His glare darts between the two of us. Then he locks on Drew with a narrowed gaze. She's good enough to fuck, but not good enough to know your secrets. Yeah, I feel the respect and the desire for forgiveness. More games, more bullshit. Same martial drama. I try not to flinch at each of his spewed words, and even worse at the way Drew's fists tighten more and more at every word he speaks. His veins bulge, like they might explode out of his forearms. What is this all about? Some stupid piece of paper? I step up to the bench, gather the sheet tight around my chest, and pinch the card between my fingers, inspecting it. It's an invitation of some sort from Drew's dad. That's all I can make out before the invitation is ripped from my hands rudely and crumpled into a ball. Drew tosses the invitation at Sebastian's feet and smirks.
What the hell, Drew? I yell.
He came here to stir up trouble, Belle. That's all this is. You're lucky she gives a fuck about you, or you'd already be in the ground. Sebastian growls, all teeth, and honestly, this is far too serious of a conversation to have before 9 o'clock. Okay, pause. I step between them and sigh. If you two must argue, can it be done without me being rolled up in a sheet? Sebastian's fingers slice through his hair, and he curses, while Drew gives me a long, sweeping gaze that turns my insides to molten lava, even given the situation. Damn him. Can I put some clothes on so we can talk, or are you two going to kill each other while I brush my teeth? No response. Go figure. They continue to glare at each other, but remain silent. Great. I snag my clothes off the floor and stare at the ripped tights and mud-stained skirt. Shit. Instead of gathering them up to salvage what I can, I cross the room to the dresser on the other side. However, before I can dig into his drawers, I spot a small stack of clothing on top. An Oakmont t-shirt and a pair of basketball shorts. Shit, no underwear. While I trek back to the bathroom, I refuse to look at either of them. I will not be shamed by this or any of my choices ever again. Men do whatever they want all the time and are never judged. I refuse to be judged. Dressing quickly, I do my best to ignore the fact that the clothes I'm wearing are not only Drew's, but smell like him, and search through the bathroom drawers for another toothbrush. I find a bunch of extras in the third drawer and snag one. I brush my teeth and check my reflection in the mirror. I look like me, but happier and stronger. I can do this. I can handle these idiot cavemen. When I finish brushing, I leave the bathroom and walk back into the bedroom to find them exactly as I left them, staring at one another like statues, their jaws tense, and each is a pot of boiling water ready to boil over. I hope I won't have to referee them forever. That's if Drew and I can get through all this bullshit and find happiness on the other side. I want to find a solution to this tension between us, but I'm afraid we won't ever be able to overcome our trauma. Turning my attention to Sebastian, I ask, Can you please give us a minute to talk? Sebastian sighs long and loudly, then glances over my shoulder at Drew, even though his words were for me. I'll be waiting in the hallway to take you home. Make it quick. You aren't my boss or my parent, Sebastian. Stop acting like you are, I say, as he leaves the room. He doesn't respond and slams the door behind him when he walks out. The coiled tension in Drew seems to unfurl as he lets his shoulder relax, his fists finally uncurl. His eyes shine with pure discontent, and those eyes eventually find mine. I wrap my arms around myself, trying not to fall apart. What the hell, Drew? I feel conflicted. What is this invitation? I want to give in to him, to run into his arms and let him hold me. But at the same time, I need to guard my heart and ensure I protect myself from harm. All this shit is a stunt to pull us apart. I mean, would it make a difference if I told you I didn't know anything about the invitation? But it's not the invitation he's pissed about. He knew that was coming. It was my father's demand that Sebastian bring you to the meeting. I shrug. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. When it comes to your father, you know everything. You're one of his many forever-moving chess pieces. Drew grimaces as if I slapped him, and a tiny hint of guilt unfurrows. It's not a lie. I know that I've fucked up and followed along with my father's charades before, but I'm done with that shit, Belle. I'm no longer a pawn or chess piece to him. I'm trying to fix this, to do better. Fuck me, Belle. Believe me. Believe me when I tell you I didn't know about the meeting or the stupid invitation. Just because I'm his son doesn't mean he tells me everything. I get it, and I want to believe you. Shaking his head, he presses his fist against his forehead and turns away from me. The suffocating anguish and anger he's feeling wafts off him in waves. He feels helpless, and I know that feeling all too well. I want to fix this for him, but I can't. And while I'm terrified of losing him, all while keeping him at arm's length, I know that at some point I'll lose him anyway if I don't let him back in. My fingers itch to touch him, and I curl my fingers into my hand to stop myself. Heartbeats pass, the tense muscles in his back shift, and he turns around to face me again. Dark green eyes meet mine, and a battle of emotions clashes in their depths. Jesus, fuck, you're acting like we have this wonderful relationship when you know better. Even when I was following along with his bullshit, I was doing it to protect you. I remember you telling me that I didn't mean the things I was saying. You knew then that I cared and was trying to do the right thing. Every word he speaks tugs on my heartstrings. I hate how easily I melt for him. I hate how he draws me into his web at every turn. I hate that his darkness reaches for the best, still secure parts of me as if it wants to consume me. I don't want to be that girl who gets her heart stomped into the ground again. I can't lower my standards and boundaries to be with him. I won't. Drew steps toward me and I shake my head, stepping back to keep the distance between us. No, we aren't doing that. I'm not too proud to admit that the second you touch me, I seem to fold in on myself, on my values and beliefs. Your touch cuts me wide open, leaving me exposed and vulnerable, and I can't be like that right now. A wolfish grin touches his lips. That's so poetic, Belle. My touch cuts you wide open. There's a seductive edge to his voice that reaches out and grabs me, sinking its claws deep into my skin. Frustrated, I snap. This isn't a joke, Drew. I never said it was. Then why are you smiling and acting like it is?
Sebastian wants to kick your ass, and a part of me wants to let him. He scoffs.
This isn't the first time we've fought, and it won't be the last time we fight either. We don't know how to talk. Our words are our fists.
That's stupid and immature. He shrugs one shoulder.
That's how we deal with it.
I stare at him for a long moment. My heartbeat thunders in my ears. I want him. I want what we had before everything. The slow, beautiful thing that had started between us. I just don't want to get hurt again. And Drew? He's not the safe bet. He's not the guy you bring home to mom and dad. He's not the gentleman who holds the door open for you or gives you flowers on the first date. He's toxic, messy, a walking red flag, a terrifying nightmare you can never escape, and the villain in every fairy tale. And maybe that's why I'm so attracted to him. Other girls want to marry the prince. They want the Cinderella castle and the horse carriage. All I want is to be loved. But I don't want just any type of love. I want the kind that awakens the soul, that's obsessive and scary and filled with fire that you feel in every cell of your body. I never felt or experienced any of that. Not before Drew.
What's the look for?
Drew asks, interrupting my thoughts. I tug at the hem of the shirt. His shirt. My heart tells me to give us a second chance, but I'm not ready to forgive you yet. I don't know if I can trust you, and all of this makes it worse. When stuff like this, secrets, pop up, and you act all dismissive, it doesn't build trust between us. It tears it down. It feels like we're saving each other in so many ways, but when does it end? When do we stop having to save each other and start to heal?
Does it really matter what I say? Sebastian thinks he has it all figured out. He thinks he knows what's going on between us, who I am. He's judging me without knowing a goddamn thing. He knows what my father is like more than anyone, yet he's the one who is being the hardest on me of everyone. He acts like I wanted to fucking hurt you. Watching your heart break broke me. It fucking broke me, Belle.
I let my instincts guide me, carrying me to him. Reaching for him, I sink my fingers into his hair, tugging his head down to mine and pressing our foreheads together. Sebastian's opinion doesn't matter. He's mad that you hurt me, and I can understand his feelings since I'm his sister. But the only person who controls me is me. I make my own decisions, Drew. And if I want to give you a second chance, if I want to give us a second chance, then I will make that decision on my own, and he will not have any say in it.
Good. Because I'm not lying to you, Belle. I didn't know about the fucking meeting. I'm trying to fix things. My father disappeared recently, went on some trip, and my mother, she's sick. My father couldn't be reached, so the doctors called me. He left her there to fucking die. He just left.
I can see and feel every emotion he's experiencing as if it's my own. The anger and sadness, combined with guilt. I feel for him. So much, because while I know that Drew fucked up and hurt me, he wouldn't be here now if he didn't really care about what happened.
I'm trying to do better. I want you. I want us more than anything, but I can't flip the switch from who I was to who I want to be, who I need to be for you, overnight. It takes time. It's something I have to work on, and I am. I'm dealing with all this shit at once, but having that person held over my head, it makes it difficult for me to move past. I need your forgiveness, Belle, but I need your acceptance, too. I need to know we're going to do this together. I gulp and know he hears it, letting the moment stretch while I think. Is it enough? He takes that moment and grabs me by the hips and pulls me into him, then wraps his arms around my waist, lifting me tight, so we are chest to chest. I can only hold his neck and wait until he releases me again. When he does, a long while later, my knees are wobbly. Drew. He shakes his head. I'll try, Belle. I'll keep trying. But you need to know something. I nod, waiting. His mouth drops to mine, his lips whispering words on my soul without so much as speaking a word. When the kiss breaks, I'm breathless, and my heart feels like it's going to burst out of my chest. You're mine. You will always be mine. There is no walking away, even if you think you hate me. There is only us, and I will go to any lengths to ensure you understand that, Belle. I promise I will never let anyone hurt you again. Not my family, not my enemies, no one. I gasp at his vehemence, the sheer violence of it. Swallowing hard, I try to keep my face neutral. Shit. His claims do things to me I shouldn't be feeling. Not when we are starting things out again. When he seems like he's done with his pronouncement, I shake my head and pull away. For a moment, I don't think he's going to release me, but then his fingers slide off my skin, and he lets me down to the floor again. I have to go before Sebastian bursts through the door again, but it's all or nothing, Drew. I need all of you. I need you to trust me as I'll try to trust you. Otherwise, we can't do this. His gaze turns hungry as he stares after me, as I grab my phone from the floor and head out the door. Seb waits in the hall and gives me one quick assessing glance before turning to the stairs. All or nothing.
Chapter 17. Drew. The nightmare called my life makes it hard to see past the despair to the light at the end of the tunnel. Is there any good in my life? There's Belle, the saving grace in my life, the light. I have to do this for her, for my mother. I have to find something to stand for, because if I don't, then I'll never be able to finish this. I'll never be able to defeat my father and the demons haunting me. The invitation I crumpled up and tossed at Sebastian the other day sits heavy in the pocket of my jeans as I walk up the estate stairs and through the front door. The house bustles with life, further proof of my father's return to the house. Glad he finally decided to grace us with his presence, considering Mom almost fucking died. I clench my fists in my pockets and march through the foyer and straight to my mother's wing of the house. The medical suite doors that led into her room are open, and I step inside. It's busier than usual, with nurses rushing all around the room. I survey the small crowd of staff for the doctor I spoke to last time, but he's not there. In fact, there's no one I recognize in the room, except him. Nope. I turn and walk right out the door again and out into the hallway. If I don't take a second to get my shit together, I'm going to walk right in there and punch him in his stupid, smug-ass face. Hell, maybe I should anyway. At this point, I'm running out of reasons not to. Mom is dying, and there's only so much pain he can inflict on me before it becomes the same old each time. Between his tender care and football, I know how to take a punch and get back up without a flinch. The only reason he's not dead yet is because I don't want to risk my mother being hurt or her care being removed. But a person can only be threatened for so long before they have to take the risk. There is no risk without reward. This probably isn't going to settle me for talking to him. Regardless, I'm here, and it needs to be done. I don't want Belle at the meeting. not surrounded by thieves, crooks, and criminals, people like me. When I feel like I won't gut him over my mother's sickbed, I re-enter the room. This time I pinpoint him immediately. His forehead is scrunched as he reads over a stack of documents. I tug the invitation from my pocket, smooth it the best I can, and walk over to the bed. One look at my mother's sleeping form, and I'm riddled with guilt. Is she still in a coma? She doesn't stir when I brush my hand against her arm. Fuck. I've been so stuck in my own shit, I haven't checked on her like I should have. I step toward the bed, surveying the neatly tucked sheets, the hospital corner edges, if only to give myself a second to breathe and reel back in the anger threatening to pull me under. Why is she here? My father looks up, and while there is still an undercurrent of anger threatening to consume me and pull me into its dark web, there's also this tremendous empty hole of loss. The real reason I hadn't checked on her or returned to the house has more to do with the information I discovered and less to do with my so-called father. I've been trying to wrap my head around the knowledge that if these two aren't my parents, then who are? And why did they lie to me all this time? I glanced down at my mother, and somehow her betrayal hurt so much more than his. I expect him to lie to me, to hurt me, but not her. Never her. His eyebrow arches and he smirks. Finally decide to visit her, I see. She'd be touched by your care. There's so much mockery in his tone, I want to punch him. How dare he, after being gone all this time, doing nothing to help her? I grip the handles of the bed and let my icy glare wash over him. Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for me, she would be dead. I was the one who took her to the hospital when her condition worsened, and you were off doing God knows what. Why is she back? Her fucking organs were failing. He stares me in the eyes, his gaze penetrating like he's trying to suck my soul out. Something squeezes tight in my chest. Is he trying to gauge what I know? Based on that assumption alone and the instinct in my gut, I keep my face as neutral as I can and give him nothing in return. Your mother needs routine and rest. She needs to be home with me. With you, I scoff. This is a joke, right? You act like you give a fuck about her, but you just disappeared off the face of the earth, fucking whatever flavor of the week you were on. Glad you dropped Jackie, by the way. She deserves a shallow grave. He rolls his eyes. You're being dramatic, as usual, son. I flinch and push off the bed, refusing to let him see my reaction. I can't give him even an inkling that I know more than he thinks. After a moment, I spin back around to face him. She should be at the hospital. It's dangerous for her to be home. She can't receive the complete care that she needs to get better here. His eyes drop down to the paper now recrushed in my grip. Where did you get that? I look down and remember the reason that I came here to begin with. I throw it at him and watch it flutter to the bed near Mom's feet. He doesn't move, but levels me with his stare. Why do you have the Arturo invitation? I wave at the paper. Maybe because Sebastian dragged me out of bed this morning to confront me about it? 3 days for the annual meeting is all the notice you're giving this time? He narrows his eyes and slips his hands into his suit pockets. The time frame is always short on these things. We do this to minimize the chance of an attack. And you decide to do this now, when tensions are already running high between us and the Arturos? He sits up a little straighter, his pensive gaze swinging around the room. Can everyone please give us the room? We have a couple of personal things to discuss. Great. Here comes the beating for so much as expressing my opinion. His eyes are hard and angry, and I meet them head on. I'm done fucking cowering in front of this man, this goddamn stranger to me. It makes sense now. I always felt there was no way a man as hateful as him could be my father. Once the medical staff finishes what they are doing and flee the room, 2 of my father's goons step inside and close the door, locking us inside. I don't give the man the satisfaction of backing down this time. Things are tense because you decided to use and discard the Arturo princess. That's on you. I clench my jaw and glare at him. This fucking asshole. Pretty sure you helped with that. I could have had her leashed quickly, secured mind and body, if you hadn't decided she wasn't good enough the second you saw her. He shrugs. Well, then she was nothing more than a server. Good enough to fuck, sure, but not be included in the family. You'll learn, son. Women are only useful when you need them to be. Otherwise, they are nothing to us. I shake my head at the hypocrisy. And now that she's the darling princess heir, she's suddenly good enough to be included in business? He snorts. No, of course not. I'm playing, Sebastian. If he thinks I care, if he thinks I'm including her, he'll be content. It's the disrespect he's pissed about. Once I fix that, things will go back to normal. I scan his face. He's fucking serious. He actually believes himself. A laugh slips out of me, and I shake my head in disbelief. If you think that inviting Belle to a fucking party is enough to placate Sebastian, you don't know shit about him. He won't stop until you're eviscerated on his table and he's winding your entrails around his fork. If he accepts the invitation and shows up, it will be only long enough to tell you to go fuck yourself while he secures the rest of your allies at his side. He's ruthless, cunning, and once slighted, he doesn't forgive. Ever. My father pushes from his seat and skirts the bed casually. I feel his guards closing in on my back. I must have said something that hit a nerve. Normal, if you ask me. Such a fragile ego he has. I can't wait to destroy him. One of the guards' meaty paws wraps around my upper arm, and I jerk free. Don't fucking touch me. I'm done being a punching bag for any of you. The other guard moves to grab me, but I duck out of his hold, and right into my father's fist. It comes at my face, and I barely have time to shift, so his knuckles glance off my jaw. Pain zings along my lips and neck, up into my temple. Fuck this guy. I stand up straight and glare right back at him, meeting his eyes. Then I do something I haven't tried since I was a scrawny kid, thinking I was a man. I lash out, and my fist hits him right under the chin. He says, and spits blood at my feet. Did someone grow some balls while I was away? I know this game all too well. He's baiting me, trying to draw me out like he always does. My father waves the guards back and walks toward me, each step bringing him deeper into my space. You might be the big man on campus, but I rule here, in the real world. Before he can say anything else, I slug him again, this time right across the cheek. I feel the deep ache in my knuckles, letting me know I've probably fractured something, but I don't even care. It feels good to see that flash of anguish overtake his face, even if it's for a mere second. That anguish morphed into fear that soon becomes anger that's red hot, matching my own. He strikes back, planting his fist right in my gut, and I double over, trying to hold myself upright. Damn, I always forget how fucking fast he is. Just once I want to be stronger, smarter, better than him. Once I can draw breath into my lungs again, I stand fully, my fists curled. What do you want? Or is this just you proving a point, beating on me because you can? He grasps the bottom of his jacket and jerks it straight. Maybe a little of both. Maybe you piss me the fuck off when you open your mouth, Drew. If I want to hear your opinion, it'll be with my gun on your tongue. Are we clear? Something in me wants to dare him to do it. End this little back and forth between us once and for all. Seb, even if he hates me, would make sure my father sees justice if he kills me. At least, I think he would. Belle certainly would. I don't answer, and my father steps closer, getting in my face. Are we clear? If you want me dead, then fucking kill me, but we aren't doing this anymore. His eyes are slits, and his spittle hits my face as he whispers low and fierce. We will do anything I damn well want to do. I'll lay you down right here, shoot you in the head, and put you in a bed just like your mother. Keep you alive with absolutely no control, no care except my mercy. How would you like that? I shrug, even as my heart hammers into my ribs. I'd rather be dead if it's all the same to you. His arm pulls back, and his fist comes flying through the air. This time I block it with my palm, catching it mid-air. Air stirs at my back, the guards rushing forward, but my father waves them away. We stare each other down, and he must see something on my face, because for the first time I can remember, he takes a step back from me. There's so much power in that one single move. I can barely keep my breathing in check while I wait to see if he's going to try to fuck with me again. Get the fuck off the grounds. You can come back for the meeting as required, but I don't want to see you again. You're also banned from seeing your mother. If you show up here, security will toss you out. You have no business seeing to her care when I'm here. You want to be the big man and make the choices? You'll do it over my dead body. I chuckle. I guess we'll see how long it is until you decide to up and leave again, chasing another little piece of tail. His eyes are dark and malicious as he waves to the guards. Get him the fuck out of my house. He pins me with another glare. Let's see how your mother fares under this new spine of yours, shall we? The guards seize me, and I thrash, but there are 2, then 4, as they pretty much carry me out of the medical suite and outside to the driveway. The cool air hits my skin, and I fly through the air, landing on my ass on the pavement. I'm back up in seconds, watching as they retreat into the mansion. I try to make sense of everything that just happened, but I can't wrap my head around it. Did I just make the biggest mistake of my life, leaving my mother's already fragile life in his hands entirely? I have no idea, but I do know that my time to kill him is dwindling. I need a plan, but I have few allies, and even fewer people willing to go against my father. All I need is one person, though, and I have an idea of who I should ask. I just hope he says yes.
Chapter 18. Belle. Since I was little, the library is the one place that had the power to calm me. All my worries and fears vanished when I thought of visiting. We never had a lot of money, but the library didn't cost anything, and there was no price to be put on the distraction and enjoyment I'd get from falling into a new book. It was the breakaway from reality I needed, and it always seemed to fix any problems. For the first time in my life, that's no longer the case. It doesn't feel the same anymore. I've become accustomed to Drew's stalking and lingering presence, and without him here, the missing pieces become more noticeable. There is still plenty of lingering and whispering, though. I didn't expect so much spotlight to be put on me, or for everyone to find out about Drew's and my torrid love affair and spin it in a soap opera way. I guess I should have anticipated the worst. I try my best to focus on the words in the textbook in front of me, but they might as well be printed in a foreign language with how much sense they make. A groan of frustration bubbles out of me when I think of how much more work I need to do and how much I'm not getting done. The stack of worksheets gets smaller every day, but I'm not used to being behind on my work. Schoolwork is the one thing I excel at, and I'm usually so far ahead on that I'd be doing extra credit. I frown at the textbook, wishing I could make my memories of Drew disappear, wishing this damn place didn't hold so much of who he and I were inside its walls. I haven't heard from Drew since the other night when I brought up us being all or nothing. If we're going to do this, then we need to be a team. We need to trust each other, but that means I need to be willing and capable of trusting him. I need to accept what happened, give him my heart again, and hope he doesn't make the same mistake twice. In many ways, I've already done that, but mentally, I'm afraid to cross that line, to speak the words, "I love you," to him, in fear that they'll be twisted and used against me. The mere thought makes me sick to my stomach. A dark shadow falls over the textbooks in front of me, and my heartbeat kicks into overdrive. Drew. I both want it to be him and not be him because craving his attention terrifies me. It leaves me vulnerable and weak. Looking up from the textbook and seeing Sebastian standing there instead of Drew, I'm filled with disappointment and relief. Stupid emotions. Stupid heart. Figured you could use some company and maybe a meal, he announces, dropping a fast food bag down on the textbook. How did he know? My stomach lets out a loud, angry growl right then, and I snatch it from the spot. His presence is a well-needed interruption. It's not as if I'm doing anything anyway. I can't study because I can't stop thinking about Drew. And thinking about Drew reminds me of all I lost, and now the one place I used to find solace in is no longer an escape for me. Jesus, I'm a mess. I rifle through the bag, and someone has the gall to hush me from the other side of the cubicles. I poke my head up and glare. Probably what I should have done when I arrived, but nothing and no one will come between me and this juicy cheeseburger right now. I'm going to assume since you're ravaging around inside that bag like a small raccoon that the answer is yes. You could use the company and a meal. The grin on his face and the sarcasm in his voice make me ignore his question. I maneuver the burger so the paper cradles it and lick my lips before opening my mouth wide to take a bite. I'm not like most girls, which is painfully obvious to anyone who pays attention to me. I'll choose a greasy burger and fries over chicken and leafy greens any day. Nothing against chicken or lettuce or girls who like it, but I'm not afraid of a nice meaty burger. A moan of pure, blissful pleasure escapes my mouth at that first bite, and my eyes catch on Sebastian, who is watching me with a wry twist of his lips. Is it embarrassing to enjoy a burger this much? Maybe, but who cares? What? I mumble, mouth full as I chew. What a fucking lady you are. I nearly choke on the bite as I laugh and give him a nonchalant shrug. Good thing I never claimed to be anything of the sort. I peer back into the bag and spot the fries. Perfectly golden shoestring fries. My mouth waters, and I pull them out next, carefully arranging them on a napkin so I don't get grease on my textbooks. So, what's the real reason you've graced me with your presence and provided me with lunch? And don't say it's because you thought I looked lonely and hungry over here in the corner all by myself. I ask, curiously, once I've swallowed the massive bite. He reaches across the table and snags a fry from my pile. I glare at his hand, while he raises it to his lips, shoving it inside, and then smiles. He notices my glare. Hey, I paid. Technically, those are my fries. Don't they say possession is 9/10 of the law? These are my fries now, bud. Bud? I shrug. I was trying it out, not really feeling it. What about bro? He shakes his head and reaches for another fry. I slap his hand away this time and tug the napkin closer to me. His eyes glitter with amusement, and when he leans forward again, I'm sure it's to grab another one of my fries, so I'm ready and willing to defend the fried slabs of potato, but he doesn't reach for mine. Instead, he slides his hand into the bag and pulls out another box of fries. Excuse me? You were taking my fries when you already had your own? Rude. A chuckle leaves his lips, and for the first time all day I let my shoulders relax and my body slouch into the chair. I share this singular moment with him, brother and sister, eating fries and burgers together. I notice the arches on the bag, and it reminds me that this was one of my mom's favorite fast food places. I wonder what she would think now if she could see me, see us. I smile, the story sputtering out of me. One time, Mom and I went to this place. We went a lot, by the way. It was one of her favorites. Anyway, we went there, and she wanted fresh fries. It turned into this whole ordeal. What happened? There's something in his tone I can't quite place. Like he wants more, needs more, but he can't ask or show how much he wants it. I smile and swipe away a tear that escapes my eye. Well, the cashier told her she couldn't have fresh fries until they made the next batch. Mom politely told them she'd wait as long as necessary. She was so polite, always polite. Because she had to work in food service when I was young to support us, she knows how much it can suck, you know? He nods but doesn't speak, as if he's urging me to continue. Well, anyway, we sat there for an hour. She got her fries, and we ate the whole order together. It's a silly little memory, but I loved when she was like that. Healthy and happy, even though we never really had enough. Even though life was hard, she always found joy in it. He looks wistful. I envy that you have those memories. I reach out and pat his hand gently. I'll share her with you at any opportunity. You'll get all the stories. It's not the same, I know, but she'll be a part of our lives this way. He nods, and I watch as he sucks a ragged breath into his lungs. He leans away like he's closed the subject and moved on already. Do you know anything about your father? I shake my head. No, I never met him, and there's no name on my birth certificate. I've even gone through some of the papers she had hidden away, looking for any clue she might have left behind. Haven't found anything. What about yours? His jaw is tight, and he shakes his head. I guess we're in for more surprises. Who knows, maybe we have more siblings out there. The thought fills me with dread. Needing to change the subject before I get truly weepy, I take another bite of the burger, studying him. My brother. How did I not see it before? The way his eyes sparkle like Mom's used to. He even wrinkles his nose the same way she did. I see her there in his face in so many ways, and it's like she left a little part of herself with me before she went. I want to talk to you about something, I mumble around another bite. This confession makes him sit a little straighter in his seat, and he appears to shrug off the playful brother image, pulling on his war armor. Do you have to look like you're going into battle? It's just a conversation, not a debate for class or actual war. His lips barely lift at the sides. Everything is war, Belle. There's always someone waiting to steal your piece of the pie. That's why it's important to always be vigilant. And he's now starting to sound like one of the old men at the nursing home who were adorable but riddled with dementia. Honesty. It's important to me. I know you don't like Drew and you think he's bad for me. He snorts, interrupting me. Bad is an understatement, but continue. I roll my eyes. He's your best friend, or at least he was. And I know I'm your sister and family is important to you, but Drew is family too. After everything you've been through together, you should look at each other like brothers. I'm not saying what he did was okay, nor am I saying that he's forgiven. Sebastian lifts his brow in questioning. So what are you saying? Yeah, what are you saying, Belle? Part of me is worried to tell him that I'm working on trusting Drew again, because I know he doesn't support us being together. But I think that's mainly because he doesn't want me hurt. But getting hurt comes with falling in love. No pain, no gain. I'm trying to work things out with Drew. I haven't forgiven him, and we have a long road before we're going to be a couple, but I want you to know and hear it from me that we're working on things. I'm not asking for your approval or even support. I just don't want you standing in the way and causing problems. His body's tense, but he remains sitting, his face neutral. He's better at masking his emotions than I'll ever be. So you're saying you don't give a fuck if I agree or not because you're working this out with Drew and that's that? Okay, when you put it that way, it sounds kind of rude. I look down at the food in my hands. The remaining bites of burger stare back at me. Well, kinda, yes. I'm making my own decisions. I want to be in control of my life and what happens. I know you're trying to protect me, but protecting me and being an overbearing brother are different. Not to say you're being overbearing right now, but I can see it heading down that road, and I want to stop it before it gets to that point. I'm both shocked and surprised when he smiles. The kind that makes his green eyes light up, showing just a little bit of the human he is underneath the hard exterior. You're smiling like you're happy. Of course I'm happy. I smirk back at him. Okay, well, I didn't expect you to take things so well. I half expected you to scold me. Scold you? Maybe a little, but that's only because I'm selfish and don't know how to handle having a sibling. I care about you and want to protect you from anything and anyone that might cause you harm or pain. Drew included. It pisses me off that he hurt you, but I'm coming to terms with it and learning to accept things for what they are. If you can change, then so can he. Me change? I haven't changed. I grab a fry from the napkin and shove it into my mouth. Sebastian brushes the blonde curls from his forehead, and it's then I see more of the young, alluring man he is. If only everyone could see this side of him. The side that's both sweet and fierce. Belle, you've changed so much in the time since our mother passed, and I'm beyond proud of you for it. Proud of you for sticking up for yourself, and for fighting for what you want. Most would have fallen into depression and never escaped it. Yeah, you were sad and wallowed in your misery for a while, but who wouldn't? I guess. He continues. You might not see it, but I do. And I'm sure Drew does too. The kindness of his words makes me feel all warm inside. Whoa, slow it down. Someone might overhear us and think you have a heart in that chest of yours. Something sinister flicks in his gaze. Let them. It'll be the last thing they ever hear. I laugh, thinking it's a joke, but soon discover he's serious, when his own expression never changes. Okay. We never really discussed it, but what was that fight with Drew about? He explained to me that he knew nothing about the invitation. He thinks it's just another way his dad is trying to stir the pot and cause issues. His body tenses, and he clenches his fingers together on the table. Do you believe him? Do I? The fear of putting my faith in him and him fooling me again terrifies me. But no bone in my body believes Drew is playing along with his father anymore. Yes. I find it hard to believe he knew nothing. His father wouldn't blindside him to things. I think you're wrong. He explained he knew nothing about it, and I believe him. His father is an asshole, and this seems like something he would do. You more than anyone, once being his best friend, know how his father is. He narrows his eyes. Since when are you the #1 chick on the Drew Marshall cheering squad? Did he dickmatize you again? I snort and shake my head, but he continues, some of the humor in his tone leaking away. I can't be 100% certain, but his father needs him. He needs him at his side. Not sharing important information would make him look weak, unless his intention is to shake things up. Which is definitely the feeling I got when the invitation arrived without warning. But it's not the warning I care about. Since I know this is the season, it's the damn order to bring you. He has no authority over me. His tone holds a good amount of suspicion, and while Drew deserves some of his anger, the majority should be directed at the real monster in all this, his father. You've been best friends for the better part of your lives. I've known his dad all of